according to our flight plan. We'll arrive.
Hello, very nice to meet you. I'd like to know about sex change operation.
I see. Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina. Is it for you?
For me?
What would you like to know about it, madam?
I want to know it all. What is the protocol, the techniques and the risks? How many operations? How much time do you need?
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Mammoplasty.
Yes.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
Rhinoplasty.
Yes.
Laryngoplasty.
Yes.
Control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes, 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 yes. 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 Elas pompis just for the bath. How much will it be?
For you, $4,500.
Woman to man. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Awesome Night Broadcast coming to you live from On Fire, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is an orange day. Orange, you're glad. It's Wednesday, hump day here in Los Angeles, California, and we are on fire, folks. Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, and we have started off the year with explosions, with terror attacks, and we are continuing the year on fire. That was, of course, Zoe Saldana singing the song La Vaginoplastia from the Emilia Perez soundtrack. Para usted. Gracias. Anyway, we are live. We are alive, and honestly, be safe, everybody. You might never know. Your entire city could potentially be on fire in a moment's notice. All right, so, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan. I'm a Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, my king, are you okay? No, I am not okay. I have a headache. I have a weird taste in my mouth. But that is entirely my fault. Just say you hate me instead of playing anything from Emilia Perez. No, it's just the best. It's the best song ever. Okay, so there's a lot to talk about today. There's a lot going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker. There's a lot going on in my backyard, literally and figuratively, and we'll get to all of that, of course. But aside from all of the madness and chaos, as far as personal news goes, what have I done? Last night, I threw on the extended edition of Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. Okay? Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. What did you do with Kaya? Why did you replace her with a fire extinguisher? I like that you are so primed in on fire and whatnot that you just noticed that there's a fire extinguisher there. That's been there forever. I've always had that there. But yeah, extended edition, extended cut, director's cut. It's like only 4 hours long. It's not that big of a deal, It's whatever. I'm making my mom watch it. It's pretty sick. Yeah, Lord of the Rings, The Twin Towers, 9/11. Also, Cheers. Unrelated to 9/11. I'm just, is Kaya okay? I think so. Anyway, so where was I? Yeah, I was watching that, went to bed, woke up, didn't immediately go to bed, went to bed thinking, oh my God, maybe this stuff is, maybe this stuff's getting a lot worse, this whole fire situation. And it did. My grandmother evacuated. My cousin's school completely burned down. But luckily they weren't there, obviously. My grandmother and grandfather had to evacuate. Hopefully Jenk won't have to evacuate. Like, they evacuated over to Jenks, shaky Gurga. But outside of that, I think my mom's probably going to come here and stay with me as well. Palisades Charter, Pan Pacific, or not Pan Pacific, Pacific Palisades. Yeah, so you're right. I think it's the Palisades one. I don't know. It's one of the Palisades school is lit on fire. Also, oh my God, I think my mom is trying to get into the house and having a hard time doing that right now. Like literally, speak of the devil. Don't you dare. Nabarane, how are you doing? Is your window open? No, it's not. It's okay. All right. Why didn't you evacuate your quintillion dollar house? Because my quintillion dollar house has a moat with crocodiles that actually have been genetically modified to fight fires. Specifically, they're genetically modified in two directions. One, to kill people that are poor. Okay, that's number one. Obviously, first and foremost, they have machine guns strapped to their backs, and the machine guns automatically recognize. The machine guns have a targeting system that shows how much money the person has made. Right. So if you're, it shows how much money you have in your 401k. So yeah. On top of that, though, these are very specific alligators that also know how to combat fires. So the machine guns double as water cannons as well. So I'm pretty set. It's a Rust base. Had to evacuate from Altadena. Lots of my neighbors finding out their houses are gone. Yeah, it's pretty. All jokes aside, it is insane. It is very, very devastating. But luckily, everyone's safe. Apparently, so far, only 2 people have passed away in the process, but thousands of buildings are now gone, just completely gone. I do also have an Australian sprinkler system on my roof. So misogynist variant alligators. Oh yeah, of course. So you just said they were crocodiles, now they're alligators. I have both. In order to get like, because crocodiles are better at fighting fires, alligators are better at fighting the poor. So I have both, but they're both equally adept at doing at least like a decent amount of fighting the poor and also the fires. So anyway, we got a lot of wildfire coverage that we're going to get into, but as I was saying, I did do one thing this morning. I posted a TikTok of my experience. Okay, and let me tell you, okay, I did something stupid. Here it is. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Hell World, the hell that is sunny Los Angeles, California. Wildfires are happening right now. It's pretty crazy. Palisades is on fire. Malibu's on fire. I'm in West Hollywood, so it's not as bad, which means that we are not in a mandatory level 3 evacuation zone or even a level 2 evacuation zone. For the record, I wanted to specify that because I know a lot of people are going to be coming in here today yelling at me because they're going to be like, why haven't you evacuated? And there is no reason to do that. If you are not in an evacuation zone, where would I go? So the millennial pause, I thought I cut all of the millennial pauses out, but I guess I do have it. Even though everything is orange, it's very Dune-like. And this morning I had the brilliant idea of going out to play basketball and also take Kaya to the park because I needed. This is the Joe Brandon helicopters that flew over, by the way, this morning to get a little bit of a lift in because the gym was obviously closed. And now I feel like that maybe wasn't the best idea because I have, I feel like I inhaled a lot of coal. That's what it feels like to me right now. Also, quick shout out to Karen Bass for cutting the fire department spending by $20 million in this past year and increasing the police department spending instead. Now, obviously, it's a tiny, minuscule percentage of the overall budget, but it's good to set our priorities straight. So yeah, that's what I did. I recorded a TikTok, but yeah, bro, why would you do that? Because I'm stupid. The guy that you get your news from is a stupid guy. And I don't know how to explain that to you. Didn't that one right-wing grifter guy say smoke isn't harmful? Dude, are you going outside into smoky air without a mask? It's not even necessarily going outside. I think people just don't really understand the scale of LA as a city. Yeah, it depends on where the smoke is being pushed to, okay? And it was dumb, okay? What are these Zoomers talking about? What is a millennial pause? I feel attacked. It's when you first start recording There's like one pause in the beginning. You're in Marijuana-fornia, and you probably will get secondhand high just from being outside, so be careful. You may fail a drug test. You're the only time you'll see right-wingers fighting for mask law? No, I think right-wingers don't even want to wear a mask in the smoke because they're stupid. Smoke inhalation is dangerous. Air quality is over 300. Wear a mask. I don't know where to find the air quality information. Is it on the weather app? Like, can I find it on the weather app? I know. What's our air quality looking like? Good? Check your weather app on your phone. She hasn't checked it either. All right. Severe weather, high wind warning. Ooh, it says hazardous. Okay, so I should have. Is this color of incredibly dark past the point of purple maroon indicative of the danger of inhaling this weather? Yeah, it says 347. So what do you do in that situation? That seems bad. Okay, well, I went out and guess what? Guess what, brother? You know what I did? Okay, you know what I did? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I went out, dude. I went out and I played basketball. Why? Because goddamn it, I'm an American, okay? I'm a goddamn American. That's why I went out. That's why I went out without a mask, okay? I went outside and I went out without a mask to make my goddamn lungs stronger.
Why'd you stop?
Yeah. I went outside because the smoke is fake, okay? It's the smart dust. It's actually the reverse of the smart dust. Let me tell you. This is the reverse of the smart dust. This is the type of dust you want to inhale rather than the fog, which you shouldn't want to inhale because the fog is the government is trying to make you gay with the fog. But the black fog, aka what libtards are calling smoke, that's a good thing to inhale. Okay. So the people are calling it smoke vid. I've never seen the AQI bar extend that far. Holy shit, that's bad. Yeah, I'll tell you this much. I have a headache. And also, there was definitely a bad taste in my mouth. So probably not the best idea to go outside right now. So, just learn from my mistakes. That taste is literally cancer. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, the air quality index is looking not too good. Damn, you dumb as hell, bro. I am. I'm not a very smart guy. What is this? Breathable sawdust? Who says you shouldn't breathe sawdust? Breathe right out of the bag. Vitamin medley. Trusted by thousands of doctors. Over 36 vitamins to enhance your endocrine and mental strength. I agree. It feels good as hell for your lungs, I think. But I learned my lesson, and I learned my lesson the hard way. Okay? So that's the situation that we're at. Anyway, aside from that, it seems like things are not going too well anywhere around the world, but especially not in California. We're going to get to it. Okay? What is this? Insightful and thought-provoking? Oh, no. This one is so stupid. This is also an incredibly stupid moment for me. Whoa.
I got him on my other cell phone on speakerphone so he can describe
look
what's
at the
going
plane
on from his perspective. He's been sending me.
Dude, imagine you're a fish and you're chilling. All of a sudden, this big ass plane comes in and just picks you up and then dumps you on top of a fire. All of a sudden, you're charred tuna. It's crazy. This is the guy you get your news from. Okay. What is this gender swap reboot of Holes? Gets Disney Plus pilot order. Okay. I thought this was a bit our community might like. Not sure if you covered it. Okay. All right. Thanks for the broadcast entertainment today. Under a boil notice in Virginia, but haven't had water since Monday. Yeah, what's going on over there? Virginia just has no running water or something. What's happening in America, man? What the hell is going on? All right, let's just blast off. Let's go. Okay. Los Angeles on fire. Wildfire watch. Not in evac zone. Talking about Panama Canal, Greenland acquisition. Brother, why are you not evacuating? Oh no, this is gonna be the meta all day because I'm flame proof. Okay, that's why. Is what Nick said true? I don't know. Read Timmer wildfire breakdown. Los Angeles on fire. Wildfire watch. Not an evac zone. Talking about Panama Canal, Greenland acquisition, Meta going full MAGA, and more. Get in now. Do we have a blast off meme chat or no? Put a Chiron up saying I'm flame retardant. No, the blast off meme can't be a literal photo of my house, okay, that you pulled from Zillow. You guys are crazy. That's crazy. Chatters are like, hey, dude, how about you post that's crazy. Here, post this photo of your house that we got when you got doxxed. We added alligators onto the moat. And no, I don't want to. What is this? No, give me an actual blast off meme, please. Okay, this one's good. It be your own. Yeah, my own are. Who needs enemies when you got fans like this? Okay, here it is. All right, here it is, folks. We are live. Hopefully, we will continue to be live and also alive. Is it possible the fire could get to a point where you had to evacuate too? All I'm going to say is this. Given the incredibly densely populated area of Los Angeles that I live in, if the flames actually got to the point where it was anywhere near my domicile, we would have a ginormous problem. That would mean the evacuation of damn near the entirety of Los Angeles. Like, that is true, complete bedlam. It's already there. Basically, for Santa Monica. It's really scary for Santa Monica at this point. They have contained 0%. Yes, because of the reason why they can't contain it is because the winds are. They have contained 0%. Yes, because of the reason why they can't contain it is because the winds are 80 miles, sometimes 100 miles, and at night. So they have to let it burn. There is nothing they can do. There's literally nothing they can do. The wind is just picking it up and moving it wherever it feels like. So the only thing that everyone can do in this juncture at this stage is just hope that the winds don't blow in your direction. Adamon96, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So that is a serious fear. America is uninhabitable. I mean, you want some skeptical people over with what? What is this?
Yeah, so actually, I just hopped on to Hassan's stream for like 10 minutes because I had to go on to Twitch to download some of my own content to edit. And this man was literally explaining to the 30,000, he was explaining to the 30,000 strong chat how to have respectful social interactions with women. And you know, we just came to the conclusion that we knew that there was something protecting us.
Charlie O-Face, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. What happened here? I don't know what's going on.
Was some force that was keeping all of that mess away from my area.
I felt like we were rulers finally visiting the walls of our kingdom. Like
the fringes.
The fringes.
Baby.
Like, for the first time, like, I knew something was truly protecting these lands, but I didn't know whom and from what, baby.
They started out criticizing you having a nice house and money to this. Wait, really? I don't know what happens. This is a TikToker that had some thoughts about you in good faith and now has seen your stream. She's chill. I mean, this is what I try to explain to people. If you have any sort of opinions about my content, my commentary, what my worldview is, what I do in general, it usually all it takes is basically for you to watch like an extended, maybe like 10 to 15 minutes. And in that process, you will understand what this is all about. And it's most likely nothing that you thought it was about, especially if the only thing you've seen is clips. Because clips and commentary over clips, which is what pops off on TikTok for the most part, are, they're not exactly, let's just say they're not the best way to understand a person.
I was not aware of what this man was taking on. And for that, I apologize for my ignorance.
Big apology.
And you know what? Hey, Hassan, you got it. You got it, Pookie, you got it.
You actually don't got it. Actually, you need reinforcement. That's one night of the realm.
And we put 6 hours into the stream.
That's one night of the realm protecting us from 30,000 strong horde of incels.
And teaching them. And explaining basic things to them. Thank you. That's all I have to say, baby.
Baby, hold that line.
I mean, I hate that he streams.
It's way more boring than you think, and mainly reactions to right-wing losers that are only trying to get you riled up. I don't know. I don't really see the commentary side of TikTok at all, so I am unfamiliar. I don't really see the commentary side of TikTok, but I do feel like a lot of people are basically just like responding to things. A lot of people are just basically responding to clips and stuff that they see on Twitter. So they're very easy to prime up. They're very easy to tune up, and that's usually what it is. And it seems like the drama is on Supercharge as well. It's just like supercharged drama all the time.
For multiple hours every day, 7 days a week, because that just generally is a mall practice, and nobody should have to work that much.
But could you imagine the wall left We could not. Actually, thank you so much.
Yeah, you know, and even a few people said that
Mishma, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. God damn.
Hassan brought them onto the left. A few people said that Hassan brought them into the left, and you know, because they're now on the left, they came to my page. Hey, welcome.
But those walls?
Yeah.
You got it.
You passed the guy at the door. Hassan's the guy at the door.
Yeah.
The party's over here, though.
Yeah.
But the guy at the door is very important.
Very important.
Extremely important.
Please hold that down.
You guys got.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're memeing and stuff, but they're memeing for the most part. But like, yeah, what I try to do, I guess like they initially has some comments. Like initially they were critical of me or something, and then they jumped onto the stream to see what it was about, and then saw that, you know, probably when I was talking about like, you know, be nice and smell nice yesterday. Yeah, bro, memes calling 30K people incels. I think you need to understand that to the outside world, especially if they're uninitiated, when I'm replying to like random chatters in here, of course they're going to have this assumption that this is like, you know, they're joking. Calm down. You're not an incel. Don't be so sensitive. But I am talking to people that are, you know, on their own personal journey. Some of them could have been incels. That's the whole point. Don't go outside, you get cancer. Don't worry. That's why I'm staying inside. Otherwise, I would have gone outside, chat.
My learning in real time. Aren't you happy? Aren't you grateful?
We're grateful.
Personally,
I am so grateful a man is holding that line. A knight of the realm, if we
Have you recovered from last night's tragic one guy situation that ruined our precious gaming content? I was going to go watch Tarkov regardless. No, I ended the broadcast last night, not because I got one guide, even though I did end it after I got one guide, but because the Balatro stuff was bricked and I couldn't play Balatro, and it frustrated me. And then when I found out that Nesua also wasn't like ranked, he was ranked too high, I was like, all right, this is done. I didn't even end up playing afterwards. I just went and hung out with my mom. It's not. It wasn't the one guy that like that was being annoying. There was a lot of people that were being annoying, to be fair, but that's not the real reason why I ended it. I ended it because I wanted to go hang out with my family, but it was just like a sequence of events that came back to back to back, and that is the reason why I did that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Hassan, I'm gonna be in LA this month. Fucking slide. Y'all tag him for real, because I need to.
Yeah. So. That's nice. That's nice of them to say that. Watching him fight his entire chat to try to explain something to them is genuinely my comfort content. He's out here fighting the good fight. Hey, Hassan, are we getting some Marvel Rivals content tonight? Maybe. Did you see Asmongold started his stream today by doubling down on his hoification comment? I didn't. I did not see that. Why would I have seen that? That's really funny. if you think that I would have seen that. Like, you think I just sit around and watch Asmongold before I go live? No, I have a life. Okay, I think I do mathematically the exact opposite of watching an Asmongold stream. I go outside and I do physical things. Okay, I go outside into the real world where I'm around other human beings, and also, you know, socializing with them and simultaneously doing physical activities. That is the reverse of sitting in a dark corner of your basement and watching an Asmongold stream, I think. Anyway, what's this clip?
Drop Hassan and I'll give you 500 subs. Are you saying that you want me to betray my friends, cut them out of my life for Twitch subscribers? Is that what's going on?
Nick, there is a saying, if you try to be loyal to everyone, you're loyal to no one. So are you loyal to chat or your friends?
I am loyal to Hassan.
Let's go.
Damn.
Thank you, Gnome, for the gifted subs.
Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, I really do like Hassan. I think we're going to see a lot more of him this year, guys.
Yeah, we're going to do travel
Hassan
content.
once a month. We go stream with him once a month. How about
Let's
that?
go. Let's go. I'm down.
Damn.
And we'll learn.
What is this? Also this one?
I mean, people say LA is good, like...
For what?
Oh,
The best thing about... You want to hear the God's honest truth?
Yeah.
The best thing about LA is Hassan, Abi, Will Neff, and Caroline Kwan.
No, for
And Myth. And then Cutie.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's the best thing about
Damn, Cutie
LA.
was mentioned as an afterthought there. Respect.
It really is only the people, but not the place alone is like...
Yeah, it's the people. Like
Cutie dead last. More hopeless core for your anti-cop edition.
Can I fart real quick or no?
It's free country, dude.
What? Okay, this is stupid. You're stupid. Nick loved New York City a lot. Dude, if you've never been to New York City and you grew up in America, are you kidding me? It's like going to New York City for the first time after like never living in a city or living in like any American city that's not New York City is like shocking. It's the closest thing you have to a real metropolitan city. No disrespect. Even if you have been to Chicago, it's still a little bit different. You know what I mean? Birthright for Americans? Yeah. When I stepped off the bus in New York City for the first time, I almost vomited from the smell. I mean, you get used to that. That's fine. But it's just like for me, this is a unique situation for me because I have obviously grown up in cities my whole life. I grew up in Istanbul. I grew up in Ankara. All I've known are cities for the most part. This is so for me, New York is like, all right, cool. It's a nice city. Did you cover the congestion pricing in Manhattan? Yeah, it's good. And it upsets the car sales. So it makes me even happier. What is this? That was awesome. Okay. This could never happen in Chongqing. Did you see LeBron offhand windmill over a kid? He was in the NBA before he was born. Le Glorious. Yeah, that's after like 3 failed 3-point attempts. Is that the one? Yeah, this is even better. This video is even better when you realize that it comes off the heels of like the new guard in the NBA and all of the things that people are annoyed by and all of the things that people are complaining about the new NBA. It's like there were basically 4 attempts at a 3-point shot. Okay. And they just kept getting the rebound over and over again. And at the end of it, LeBron was just give me the ball. Just give me the ball. Like he kept passing it off to the corners. The reason why someone blocked you.
You on Hassan's stream.
What is this? What? Okay. Anyway, he was just like, give me the ball. Give it to me.
Here's Christie to the cutting James.
Windmill, left-handed dunk. That man is 40 years old. Okay. Those bums lost by 20 against the Cavs with no Kyrie or Luka. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Okay. LeBron is 40. LeBron, 40-year-old James. Bro can't stop riding his dick. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I'm 33 years old, okay? I am a 33-year-old man, and I feel like I bust out a hip trying to get in and out of my car, okay? LeBron James is 7 whole years older than me, and he is dumping windmill left-handed dunks on NBA players at the age of 40. It's not even glaze. It's just out of control. It's just facts. A lot of people misunderstand the terminology. People say, "Oh, you're glazing. It's not glazing if my king deserves it. It's not glazing if I'm simply pointing out something that is incredibly impressive. Okay, what am I supposed to do? It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. People look to someone who is unimaginably impressive and go, glaze. Like, yeah, dude, Genghis Khan, one of the most ruthless conquerors. Oh, you're glazing. It's like, no, you're just saying facts, okay? Probably one of the most singularly pivotal historical figures of all time. That's not glaze. That's facts. LeBron James is the Genghis Khan of basketball. LeBron James both invented basketball and also improved basketball. Okay? That's it. Genghis Khan. Okay. To be fair, sitting for 8 hours a day every day will do that to you. The GOAT is not doing that. I know. That's why I'm pouring honey on him. Okay, what is this? This is the last thing that we're going to look at before we get to the news.
But why have you blocked him? Why have you blocked him? I was tired of the fucking thirst traps. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want to hear? I was following him, and my whole For You page was his fucking muscles, and I wanted something else. I wanted cooking recipes, and I wanted fucking destination tourist spots, bitch. I didn't want to see Scared and Sticky.
Tyler One's reaction to Lud hitting Plat in League. Dude, also... a lot of people are looking for the reason as to why these wildfires are happening in Los Angeles. And I think I know what it is. I think, look, no disrespect to anybody here, but if you were to ask me, gun to my head, why did this happen? It's because Ludwig Ahgren made a deal with some unholy Balrog style 7th layer of hell demon in order to rank up in League of Legends to get plat. I think he sacrificed massive swaths of the Los Angeles population and infrastructure in an effort to get to plat on League of Legends. If you were to ask me, the two things are far too close to one another. They're far too close to one another. Oh, all of a sudden, Mr. Ludwig Ahgren, after failing for a month over and over again, not getting even a crumb of elo, somehow magically ranks up to plat out of nowhere. Ranks up to plat out of nowhere. He got coached. He didn't listen to the coaching. He yelled at his coaches. He was live every single moment of every single day trying to achieve hundreds of games. Not a single change in his elo. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Los Angeles engulfs in flame, and this man is plat. You decide. You decide. Did Ludwig open up a fresh pit of hell and secure an allegiance with a demon? Did Ludwig sacrifice large swaths of Los Angeles in order to reach plat so he could get that compliment from Tyler One? I say yes. Okay, that's what I think. Okay, speaking of the fires and everything else that's going on, let's take a look at what's happening in Los Angeles.
My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first.
Let me break out the world's smallest violin for those greedy a-holes who have tried to make Palisades and Malibu private beaches for years. Dog, it's not just rich people that are losing their homes. Please stop. Just wait till you find out they also have like extra fire insurance and protection and stuff like that too. The rich people do. Also, even then, there are workers that live there. But even if it's rich people, like, no one should die. Can we please not do this? Okay. I like that if it's a red state, chat will come in and say, well, they deserved it because they voted for Trump. And then if it's a blue state, they go, okay, they're liberals, but they're also rich. And it's like, no, the entire point of fixing society is so that no one has to, incur harm that is unnecessary. Okay, please. Yeah, and of course I'm saying that because I live in Los Angeles and I'm rich and I'm demonstrating class solidarity, and not even though I say the exact same thing whenever we're talking about the state of Florida. When we talk about the state of Florida being underwater, everybody comes in and goes, like they voted for Donald Trump, they deserve this. It's like, no, nobody deserves it. Nobody. Okay, what is this? POV, you're a gay camel in jeans sitting down. Wow, they're dripped out the wazoo with the tabbies. Okay, get you a tabby boyfriend girlfriend combo. Anyway, all right, let's continue.
Responders who are on the fire line.
I'm being a consistent ass. I say it with Florida, I'll say it now. Wait, what? No, that's you're wrong on both accounts. That doesn't make you more right. That just makes you more wrong. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
This house?
Yeah, look, my parents have been in this house for 75 years and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire insurance. We're going to go through this, and it just happened, and they don't have fire insurance.
For 75 years.
And it's funny because it's like you got doctors, you got lawyers. It's not like every single person that lives there is like a real estate broker or something. You know what I mean? I like that chatter is like, nah, you don't understand, dog. It's just every single person there is a villain. I'm doubly wrong. Anyway, let's continue.
We have over.
I don't know why I have to spend so much time always, anytime there's natural disasters, like educating people on how to be a human being.
1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500.
Genuine question. So we care about the rich folks in Cali, but not CEOs post Luigi? Oh my God. I want a Luigi Mangione style situation for myself, so I never have to explain to people what an action and a reaction looks like. Okay? Versus your imagined slight that you are bringing about an area where more than 1,000 buildings have been burned into the ground, including libraries, schools. Okay? Do you understand? It's like saying, well, what if someone self-defended themselves against a serial killer? If you have an issue with that, if you have no issue with someone shooting a serial killer who's in the act of doing a serial killing, then you must actually think it's okay to do the Holocaust. Okay? There are differences between these two concepts. This is a natural disaster born out of climate change, a natural disaster that is unpredictable, that is destroying entire swaths of populated land. Very funny seeing people watch you and simultaneously suggesting all people in Cali who make a lot of money should perish in a fire. No contradiction there at all. Yeah, I mean, look, I also don't care about that either. Like as far as my own personal situation, like I'm not defending this because this is close to me, even though it is close to me. This is a principle that I've consistently held in instances where I'm covering natural disasters in the South as well, in red states as well, right? Like, it's not like this is just a consistent thing that I have to describe to people who seemingly have no empathy. What about a tortured hypothetical where your perspective is wrong? Yeah, not so simple now, huh, Mr. Politics? That's exactly what's happening. It's also funny because like Altadena is not exactly a super wealthy part. I mean, obviously Pasadena's right there. There's like wealthier parts of Pasadena in general, but like the Eaton fire is also hitting, certain areas that are not exactly like fire doesn't just, there's no class consciousness in a wildfire, chat. Wait, has there been confirmation that this fire started from natural causes? I don't know what the fire's inception is. Okay, I am not defending either point. I just don't see the hard line in the sand as much as everybody else. Death is still death. I'm not baiting for the record. I tried to describe to you the tortured hypothetical that you were engaging in an effort to help you understand that, like, no, it's not the same. Okay. I do understand that point. Okay. So you understand the point I'm making, but they think the Palisades fire started in someone's backyard, but can't confirm yet. I don't know. I don't know how it started, but it doesn't matter. The reason why it exploded this way, the reason why it exploded this way is because of the massive winds. And there is 0% containment. Like, they have not contained anything. Okay. I even had to download Watch Duty, an application, so that I can get a better understanding of what is happening. And the fire zone and the evacuation zone just keeps growing and growing and growing. There is no containment of this whatsoever. And they say that there won't be any containment for the next couple of days, at least until the wind subsides. So there's not really anything that can happen at this point. Like, the wind is just going to keep picking this up. There hasn't been any rain whatsoever in the past, like, half a year here in California. There is very little humidity. Everything is super dry. So there's an endless amount of fuel everywhere for this fire to continue. And when you pair it up with when you pair it up with 80-mile winds, it's just going to keep moving this fire around rapidly.
100 personnel assigned. And unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams.
Have they not declared a state of emergency? No, they have. They have already. Of course they have. It's really bad.
50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state.
My best friend's lost both of his grandparents' homes in LA due to the fire. Friends of mine lost their homes. Most of us are just bartenders. Friends' grandparents were teachers or retired. LA isn't just rich people. There's so many of us just renting with roommates, and we've lost our homes. Exactly. But even if it was all like, you know, upper middle class people, it's still like ridiculous to be like, yeah, hell yeah, they deserved it. You know who deserves it, dude? Retired teachers. I do not care about the ruling class. I do not care about tackling the systems. I just want the American people to suffer. It's so funny. And it's like, dude, your dad works for PricewaterhouseCoopers. You live in a Connecticut McMansion, and you're typing this like little radical statement from your MacBook that your mom or dad purchased for you, where you act as though you are a real revolutionary. It's like, come on.
As well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley. Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives.
By the way, this doesn't mean that there aren't real villains who have, suffered repercussions from this natural disaster, for the record. James Woods being one of them, but also that other guy who was like demanding Donald Trump cut property taxes or something, even though that's not how that works. Obviously, that's like dependent on your state. Wasserman, the guy who was like looking for private firefighters, contracted firefighters to defend his home or something. You know, there are some people individually that are, there are some people individually that might not be the best possible people and have been genuine monsters who are experiencing the downsides of being, living in this area. But just, that's neither here nor there. That's a little different. Speaking of Connecticut, you helped me realize my ex-BF wasn't shit. So thanks to Sam, found out he was a divorcee enjoyer and hates you. Found out during the election because I was watching your coverage. When he found out I was watching you, he yelled at me. Wait, what? TLDR, divorcee enjoyer couldn't get his girl flowers after 6 months of her begging him to. What is happening out here, man? Dude, imagine getting into a serious fight with your significant other because they're watching me. That is psychotic behavior. Anyway, James, the woods are on fire. No ceasefire, no compromises, no forgiveness. Kill them all.
I'm 77 years old, man. I can't walk.
Yeah. The best part, he wasn't even trying to save people, just real estate. Yeah, I saw this. This moron deleted this, but it perfectly encapsulates everything. You stupid rich guys. Does anyone have access to private firefighters to protect our home in Pacific Palisades? Need to act fast here. All neighbors' houses burning. We'll pay any amount. Thank you. Best part was he wasn't trying to save people, just real estate. That's not how firefighting works, or prioritize which areas to attempt to save in a large wildfire. Best advice is to evacuate with as many valuables and irreplaceable items as you can and don't waste time tweeting. We left hours ago trying to protect homes. Why are you hating? Okay. Why am I hating? What are you saying? Why am I hating? People are losing their homes and possibly their lives. And this dude is out here being like, can we hire some private contractors, some private firefighter brigades to go and defend our neighborhood? That's crazy. We are in some really crazy times. Okay. Has Greta Thunberg taken her keffiyeh off to address the fires in LA yet? Or are there too many Jews living here for her to be concerned? I like that whenever something happens in the world, people like Eve Fartlow turn around and find it in their hearts to somehow make this about themselves. And not even just about themselves, but also make it about a petty grievance that they have over someone who is an anti-genocide advocate. That's crazy. The R word. Why this time might be an exception. Is it true that LA uses prison inmates to fight wildfires? Yes, 30% of the people that fight the wildfires in wildfire season are inmates. Yes. Here's a good climate change take, by the way. 11 months ago, Los Angeles area got a year's worth of rain and faced life-threatening flooding and mudslides. Now it's on fire after its driest start to a water year on record. These are the increasing extremes of a warming world. New normal, baby. New normal. And then can't get a firefighting job when they get out? Yeah, we'll talk about that as well. The resolution to stop inmates being used that did not pass in this election. Yeah, listen. The thing is, I don't have an issue with training programs in general. There is obviously all labor done under coercive conditions is going to be slavery. Okay, so prison labor is always slavery unconditionally. Training programs, however, have a capacity to lower the recidivism rate. Now the issue is, one, they need to get paid the normal wage that you're supposed to get paid if you're combating a wildfire, but prisoners don't get paid that. They get paid pennies on the dollar. And two, they need to be able to retain that job after they're out of prison. And fire departments quite literally do not hire them. Hamas Abi. Nice. This is the issue. I think you said that wrong. Isn't all labor done coercively? You said all coercion is slavery. Yes, it would be wage slavery, technically under capitalism. But there's a difference. Like slavery in the way that you understand it in prison is closer to the concept of slavery that we, as we understand it, versus the coercive elements of existing under capitalism and having to do wage slavery. Okay, there are levels to it. I know you were covering the fires, but did you see that ICE started doing raids in California already? Wait, what? They were everywhere in Bakersfield yesterday? That's insane. Is it the law that doesn't allow hiring if fire departments choose not to hire? We'll go into it in a second, but let's continue with this coverage real quick.
Property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst Fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these two major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these two major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircrafts are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,000...
Emergency services stretched to its limits and 0% contained is a terrible combo. Yes, because there is only so much you can do in terms of containing this fire. If nature will always take its course. So the best they can do is evacuate. The best they can do is help with that process and try to ensure that it doesn't go into like densely populated urban areas. But if the wind picks it up, considering how dry the LA brush is in general, because of how dry of a year that we've had so far, there is nothing you can do. You can't combat the wind. You know what I mean? The problem, the issue here also is that like there's always more people you could hire. Okay, there's always more firefighters you could hire. There's always more people you could hire to combat the spreading of the fire. You know, there's always more R&D investment into new ways of ensuring that the infrastructure is hardened, that there's proper maintenance of the forest, things of that nature. The problem, however, is that our spending priorities are elsewhere, it seems.
105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters.
Please follow in local newscasts. The data CNN is using is already wrong. It's changing and it's not up to date. Dude, what are you talking about? This is from this morning, okay? Calm down. Like, yeah, I know. It's just Plus, wouldn't efficiently mass transit make evacuation less of a horror show? There's an element of that as well. But so much has changed since. I know. Calm down, okay? Here, take a day off. Take a day off and cool out.
And civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers.
That guy wasn't being reasonable. No, they are being unreasonable. Behaving in a hysterical manner because, like, the evacuation areas have changed slightly when it's very obvious that we're listening to, that's only one aspect of the coverage, is being hysterical.
Partner agency responders and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in...
Yeah, there's 3 additional fires that have started since this press conference have happened. You have the Olivia's fire and the Freddy fire. It's basically spreading into, like, it's almost spreading into Ventura County at this point. Like, there's a 11-acre Olivia's fire in Oxnard. There is a 2-acre fire, Freddy fire, 1 mile north of Mulholland Highway, Pacific Coast, the PCH. And of course, the Palisades fire is now at 11,800 acres, and there is no containment, and the status is active.
The Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest, the fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire.
It's so funny. People are like, bro, you're not giving round the clock updates. Like, yeah, I'm not a local news broadcaster, chatter. We've got to get, of course. I'm offering broad coverage over this like historically large fire. This is not your local news.
Right to the story. I don't know about you guys. I stayed up late just watching it over and over and over again. And you feel so helpless sitting there watching it, but I can't take my eyes off of it.
It's incredibly difficult to see what people are going through in Los Angeles right now.
So upsetting. And we're going to begin, of course, with that. The extremely dangerous conditions around Los Angeles as those multiple wildfires.
There's a small fire in Koreatown, but like that is escape the Eaton fire to K-Town just to see a new fire start up Western and Beverly. Small fire in K-Town starting up. This is in the middle of the city, far away from the 2 large fires. This is not most likely not related to anything else, and they will put this down. Like, this is what I mean. This is the reason why I'm not doing real-time coverage on wherever there are new fires popping up, because there's no reason to freak people out like this. That's a separate structural fire that will be taken care of by the fire department. You know what I mean? That's just like, that's the reason why I'm covering things after the fact and looking at mainstream media coverage over what has happened so far.
To just burn out of control, including the one you see here. This is the Palisades fire, which has destroyed multiple homes and the businesses, forced tens of thousands of people to evacuate. Now, this is just one of 3 fires in the area that is fueled by the high winds, including the Eaton fire, that's northeast of LA, and the Hearst fire, that's in the northern outskirts. Of course, we've got team coverage all over this. We're going to start with Jonathan Bigliotti. He is in Malibu.
And Gail, good morning to you. Simply put, this is a hellscape. There are so many homes on fire. It is unusual to see a home that is not. We're here on the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, and look at what 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are doing to these flames. This home devoured, the one next to it about to go up in flames as well. Meanwhile, fire crews here stretched thin. We have seen very few here on the road.
That's wild, by the way. He's just standing across the street from a house that is lit up, no mask, no protection, just raw dogging earth, okay? Respect to this guy. He's like, says you, brother, it's a little different. I went to the park, okay? I didn't stand across from an entire, I didn't stand across from a residential building burning down. I wasn't raw dogging a fire directly.
As they are battling fires throughout this area.
A community completely destroyed by the ferocious wind-driven Palisades fire on the west side of Los Angeles in Pacific Palisades. One man seen trying to use a hose to put out the flames got burned in the process. We visited one neighborhood overnight, which is a total loss.
Got this one over here across the street, another one up in flames. You pan over here, homes lost on this street, home here gone. Firefighters aren't trying to save anything here. They're trying to put out these flames to prevent them from jumping to other neighborhoods. I've never seen anything like this.
The Palisades fire broke out Tuesday morning and within 20 minutes exploded to more than 200 acres, creating the walls of flames you see here.
Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition. With the winds as unpredictable as they are, they're very, very much at risk.
While evacuation notifications were sent out, traffic built up on the few main routes in and out of the area.
That's the other part of it, is that like these areas are inaccessible outside of like 2 major routes. So the evacuation of these areas is also a very difficult endeavor, especially if one of those routes is closed off by the wildfires that you're escaping. And now the PCH is closed too. They've evacuated the entirety of the area as far as I understand, but there are new evacuations that are coming down as the unpredictable wildfire moves into more urban areas. People basically ditched their cars on the roads yesterday, where they were like, yep, it's over. I don't want to die in this car. So they ditched their cars, and you had bulldozers basically pushing those cars out of the road in an effort to make way for emergency services trucks and the like. But yeah, here is the Palisades fire. It's pretty wild. Yeah, the craziest thing about this is that people on the west side routinely fight against public transit because they claim it will hurt our ability to evacuate. The gridlock here was so bad, everyone had to leave their cars behind, which then blocked emergency vehicles. Yep. The only thing that will actually reduce traffic density and reduce gridlock in general is public transit. And Los Angelinos routinely advocate against it. We are so unimaginably car-brained, and this is a part of the result.
Take you here live right now. So this is Pacific Palisades. All of these cars were ditched. So all of the drivers panicked. They took their keys. This is Palisades Drive, as well as Sunset Boulevard. This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way. So if this is your car, unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do. They are moving the cars as we speak. Unfortunately, there are dozens of cars. This looks like a movie set. Unfortunately, this is real. LA County Fire, they have to do what they have to do. They need to clear a path. So literally, they're moving the cars, the SUVs. We're seeing Mercedes, very nice vehicles, Teslas up here.
Yeah, every single one of these cars burned. Also, so many of them are EVs. Like, that's an EQ. That's a Mercedes EQ.
But that's because the car owners, they took their keys and they just started running. They left the cars here as the firefighters were trying to clear the pathway, clear the roadway. This is an emergency situation where, they need to get up to the homes. They want to make sure people are not trapped up there. But this line of cars probably goes about 300 feet deep, at least as long as I can see from this bird's eye view. So we're kind of staying back. They're in a situation here where they are literally moving these vehicles out of the way. Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what
they also left their keys in the car, which is, not it left their keys in the car. Sorry. They took their keys with them, which I feel like is extra crazy. It's like, bro, it's over. You know what I mean? The car is gone. You gotta leave the keys in there, I think. Right? Isn't that the proper protocol at that point? Is done. It's over. You're abandoning the car. They needed their house keys, which were also on the ring. The house that will burn. Unless it's attached to your house keys, I mean, even then, you can take the house key out. No, your insurance company will deny your claim. I guess it's like a moment of panic.
They have to do.
There are looters. Dude, that's the funniest argument. Yeah, you're right. They're going to loot your car. as opposed to this bulldozer that is already pushing your car that is going to be engulfed in flames shortly thereafter, or looters that are going to go into your house that is about to burn down. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, these are a special kind of looter. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do in that situation? Let's say there are looters. Like, people say that about flooding, which is already ridiculous. Okay, people say that about flooding. Oh, there's looters when the area is flooded. Okay, but when you definitely can't survive a wildfire. Like, what do you got? How are you surviving the flames if you're looting people's houses?
Here on Palisades Drive, if anybody has a car and they leave the keys in the car, so that we can move your car, so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive.
Yeah.
What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot. This is not a parking lot.
Yeah.
We really need people to move their cars. So if you leave your car in Palisades Drive, leave the key in there so a guy like me can move your cars and get them up there so that these fire trucks can get up there. It's really, really important.
Thank you for talking to us live, sir. What's your name?
Yeah, the smart thing to do is just move your car away from major roads and just leave it on the side of the road if you're going to ditch it. But yeah, this is actor Steve Guttenberg.
My name is Steve Guttenberg.
Steve, do you live in this area?
I live in the area. I live right up the hill. And thank goodness everybody's back. But I have friends up there right now. Yeah. And they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Yeah. And you're an actor.
Yeah, I'm an actor.
Okay, now you look familiar. You look familiar to me now.
Yeah.
So, sir, do you have family up there? I was just talking to that gentleman. He has a mom who's stuck up in the hills.
Yeah, there are people stuck up there. So we're trying to clear Palisades Drive, and I'm walking up there as far as I can, moving cars. But people don't take their keys with them as if it's a parking lot. There are families up there. There are pets up there. There are people who really need help.
And you told us that this is one of those situations. We have seen this. People are not able to move. We were in our live truck. We couldn't even move. They told us to bust a U-turn.
Me, a criminal, rubbing my hands together as I sprint to the Palisades to steal a car. Ooh, yeah. Steve Guttenberg. Famous 80s and 90s actor Steve Guttenberg tried to steal my car on live TV. This is unacceptable.
I've never seen traffic this slow.
Well, of course, we've got a huge fire up there. We got huge winds right now. And it's really important for people to help each other. It's really important for everybody to band together. And don't worry about your personal property. Just get out. Get your loved ones and get out. I have friends up there that can't get out right now.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
They've been given evacuation orders.
Have you been...
Dude, we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already, says Los Angeles Sheriff Robert Luna. Dude, I don't know why, but controversial opinion, but maybe use all hands that are readily available to combat the fire and help with the evacuation. Okay? That's I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Am I crazy? Is this a crazy take? Is this a hot take? Is this a flaming hot take? I don't know. It's oh, thank God they're prioritizing this. It's
make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated. And it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report.
My point was criminals aren't smart. Not all homes are burning. Told you. I didn't say there are no people that are opportunists in this regard. My point still stands. That house is most likely going to burn regardless. This is ridiculous. Using the finite amount of resources you have on combating looters pre-ban. I don't know why you think so highly of yourself. I don't even care enough to ban you. I think it's ridiculous to be oh, dude, that's right. We're doing our best to protect the property before it engulfs in flames. Okay?
We made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
He reverse psychology you into not banning him? No, it's so insignificant. It's so utterly inconsequential that it doesn't even deserve a ban. Like I'm standing by that decision. Yeah, it's gonna burn it regardless. I think that the only thing that is appropriate in the situation is to ensure that no one is in that area. If you're like detaining someone, it is specifically to save them from themselves.
I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we've made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
They sent Anderson Cooper. There it is.
Area, and looked out my window and you could see black smoke, but there was a Starbucks open and, people are going about their business. It's surreal. It's ominous seeing that in the sky. You drive 30 minutes and, people aren't allowed in this area. Thankfully, it's all cordoned off. But 30 minutes away, there is this inferno, and this entire neighborhood has just been devastated. It's hard to wrap your mind around it.
Anderson Cooper in Altadena, California. And
they're going to kill him, dude.
He's quick message to my family members. I just talked to our cousin David, and he and his wife and their kids have gotten out of their home with their dog, but they think that they are going to lose their home as well. To my cousin David, for my mom and dad listening right now. Let's go about 40 miles west to the Pacific Palisades, and CNN's Nick Watt has been there in the thick of the smoke. And Nick, what are you seeing on the ground there?
Jake, what we are witnessing here is an urban wildfire, a wildfire right in downtown Pacific Palisades. That's what you're looking at here. The black smoke you can see up there, that's another office building going up. This over here, there is smoke and flames just every which way you look.
This is an area where, tens of thousands of people live. It's just gone.
Since I was last here, all of this has been destroyed.
I'm telling you, my cousin's school burned down, dude. It's gone.
An Italian restaurant. This used to be the main street of Pacific Palisades, one of the most salubrious neighborhoods in the country. And, because of the value of the property here, Jake, this could end up being one of the most expensive, one of the costliest wildfires that we have ever seen. Now, as I said, we are in downtown Pacific Palisades. Now, of course, many people have lost homes, over 1,000 structures lost in this fire that will no doubt rise. Injuries, we are also getting some confirmation of a few injuries. Those figures will keep on trickling in. But the next question is, how does this community come back? Both of their grocery stores burned down, their theater burned down, their library burned down, a bunch of the schools burned down, and of course, all of those homes. And it's not over. This wind is still pretty high. We are still seeing embers. We are still seeing flames getting whipped by these strong Santa Ana winds, which peaked in the early hours of the morning. Now, everybody here knew that the Santa Ana winds were coming. So we knew that there was going to be some issue. Now, city and county officials prepared for maybe 1 or 2 fires. The problem is we've had 4 major fires here in the Los Angeles area. That is really stretching the authorities. There are about 250 firefighters on this fire, about 30 departments from around California here to help, but still that's not enough. And it's a very difficult environment in which to fight the fires, particularly up in the hills. And also the problem is, for a long period of time, they weren't able to get any air assets up in the air. They couldn't get the choppers. They couldn't get the fixed-wing aircraft.
Yeah, because the wind is so crazy.
Water. So it was people on the ground sweating through 24-hour shifts, 48-hour shifts, trying to contain this blaze. Jake, it's not over, and this will leave scars in this community for decades. Back to you.
Nick Watt, thank you. Please stay safe. Joining us now, actor Steve Guttenberg. Cameras caught him earlier, catching him jumping into action as the Palisades fire moved into his neighborhood. He was moving abandoned cars to block the paths. Fire trucks. Steve, thanks for joining us. I'm so sorry it's under these conditions. Tell us what you've seen and heard so far today. Have you been able to make it back to your home in the Palisades?
No, I haven't been.
We just lost Steve. We will bring him back. Obviously, comms are a real situation at a time of natural disasters. We're going to go back live to Altadena, California, just north of Los Angeles, where people are using anything they can to get anything they can get their hands on to battle the flames. In one case, a kitchen pot of water. Look at that. I mean,
that's crazy.
People desperate to do anything they can to save their belongings. Seconds earlier, we saw this man risking his life on the roof. Flames burning just feet away. He's trying to save his property. These desperate times as these fires rage. We're going to have more when we come back. We're going to fix the comms with Steve, and we'll be right back.
At Fisher Investments, we may.
That's crazy. I mean, it's actually crazy. Anyway, Gutenberg's out there helping the firefighters.
Leaving vehicles stuck in the gridlock as flames advance closer.
The flames moved in so quickly. People who were trying to evacuate.
Some houses may not have fire insurance, brother, or sister. Even if they do have fire insurance, they might no longer have fire insurance. That's another aspect of today's story that we are going to cover. As a matter of fact, California homeowners are reporting that insurance companies recently canceled their fire insurance. With mass flooding, massive fires, and unprecedented climate disasters, the insurance industry is failing millions of people. It's not just California. The home insurance industry is failing Americans across the country. The Florida insurance industry is collapsing, as we know. Is it dumb of me to go to the gym after work today? Sherman Oaks? Dude, isn't Sherman Oaks near one of the evacuation zones? Are these fires climate change related? Yes. I mean, technically everything is climate change related. It's impossible you live on the planet. If weather conditions become more and more erratic, then yes, you will be impacted by them. You know, we live on this planet. Unless you live in Mars or something, yes, you will be impacted by this.
They panicked. Every car that you see here represents someone or a family that in that state of fear thought the best option was to abandon their cars and flee on foot.
A bulldozer cleared 100 cars from the roadway to create a path for fire engines.
Come on, guys, we gotta go.
Our own CBS News crew narrowly escaped flames as the fire grew to encompass the whole town. Governor Gavin Newsom urged residents to heed evacuation orders.
Listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building.
Throughout the night, flames threatened landmarks like the Getty Villa.
My heart is in my throat. Pray, but God doesn't stop this wind.
In all of my years covering wildfires, I have never seen anything quite like this. I mean, home after home in iconic Malibu destroyed. There are more homes on fire than men and women that can get to them. The LA Fire Department calling on all backup reserves off duty to come into service for the first time in 19 years. And this wind will continue to pick up over the next few hours, Nate.
First, our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, starts us off on the scene at the Palisades wildfire. Good morning, Matt.
Robin, good morning. There's no other way to explain it. This is an apocalyptic scene.
That's how you know it's bad, okay? When ABC sends their handsome war correspondent to go sit in front of a structural fire like he's a marshmallow ready to be placed in between 2 graham crackers and a bar of chocolate, that's how you know the situation has actually become really bad. Yeah, here, this is an aerial view of what it looks like. Palisades fire from a flight arriving at LAX. Some flights had to turn back around because of the winds as well, making it impossible to land. Cal Fire is pulling aircraft that were in for winter maintenance from Sacramento to the LA area. Do you think that this will do enough damage to capital to elicit any sort of meaningful action/change? Probably not. Okay, dumb question, but did the fire cause the winds, or were the winds just happening? No, the winds were happening. People knew that because of the dangerous winds and given the precipitation, or given how dry LA has been so far for the past couple of months, that this could have been a major issue, a major wildfire, and of course, it happened. The juxtaposition of drill, baby drill, and the inevitable increase in searching for locations where your home won't get flooded, burned down, or blown away is wild. We lost our home last year in HTX from a tornado. Once in a lifetime storm called a derecho. A month later, we were hit by a hurricane. Tired of it. Yeah. Beverly Hills is safe. So far, Beverly Hills is safe. It seems. Well, maybe not the hillside, but the flats are. Is it affecting your area? No. I am in West Hollywood. Like I said, I am in one of the more densely populated parts of Los Angeles. If the fire got around where I'm at, this would be the worst fire. It would be akin to like historic fires that have happened in like a century. It would be threatening hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people at that point. I mean, this doesn't mean that like it can't happen. Obviously, it's it's very unpredictable, but so far I'm not in an evacuation zone. I'm not even, there's like different designations for evacuation zones out there. Okay. So, the way it works is like, if you are near the vicinity of a fire, like I'll tell you this much, given the Woodley fire and given the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, where I'm at is smack dab in the middle of the densely populated parts of Los Angeles. Okay, I'm in West Hollywood. It is probably one of the most central locations. So it has like, it's almost equidistant from all of the individual fires surrounding the entirety of the most densely populated parts of Los Angeles County in 3 different places. If those fires continue growing and continue spreading, okay, or as those fires continue growing and continue spreading, the red flag warnings increase, like the areas where there's a need for special attention increase. I am currently not in that area, okay? Like if you're in I have Watch Duty, the application, which I'm not in the hills. No, I have Watch Duty, the application, which shows you in real time the areas that are in immediate need of evacuation. There are 2 different, like there's an evacuation warning level 2, which means that you're at the edge. And then there's evacuation order level 3, which means go. If you're in an area where you're in evacuation level 3, that's mandatory evacuation. You have to leave that area. If you're in an area that is an evacuation warning level 2, that means that the fire could potentially spread to your neighborhood as well, and that you need to start making preparations for evacuation and maybe even evacuate. So, yeah. Basically what you said yesterday could have been so much worse if not for the wind direction. Yeah. If the wind wasn't pushing the fires away from the most densely populated parts through random happenstance, like through pure luck, basically. Because as it stands, here, I'll show you this, okay? The wind basically pushed the fire this way towards the water, okay? This is the most densely packed part of Los Angeles. Okay, this is what you think of when you think of greater Los Angeles. You see that? It's like covered, and there's like an area where there's not a lot of roads there because that's the hills. So the other side of that is the valley. And if it wasn't, what do you call it? If it was if the winds were, flying this direction, in this direction, the entirety of Los Angeles could have been on fire potentially. But as I've mentioned already, these are the areas. This right here is a second, like evacuation zone 2. This is an evacuation, like these are mandatory evacuation zones at this point, and these are secondary evacuation zones, as in if you live here, you got to get ready to evacuate. This part is an urban part. Like this is not, there are hundreds of thousands of people that live here. There's commerce here. This is Santa Monica, okay? This is where downtown Santa Monica is, like on this side directly. This area is all apartment complexes. Show this to chatters who don't understand the scale of LA.
So for those of you not from Los Angeles, this might help orient you and give you a sense of the Palisades fire. So there is downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's downtown LA.
That is downtown. It's actually a fairly clear day there. You can see the mountains behind downtown. And of course, right about...
I don't know why it's echoing. Please, I know the audio is doubled. Okay, calm down. It is what it is. Okay.
Up there is the Hollywood sign. I can't really see it today because there's some residual smoke out there in the basin. And of course, what we're looking at here is Santa Monica Bay. Looks very nice and peaceful from this side, but when you pan out a little bit, you see that there, right there, is the Palisades fire. And it appears to be burning most heavily in the mountains just above Pacific Palisades. Again, panning out for orientation's sakes, the right of the screen is Santa Monica there.
It's massive.
And there is just a
The greater metropolitan area of Los Angeles is ginormous.
gigantic plume of smoke.
The wildfire has not affected my area's utilities / internet, but you know, the reality is you never know. This video was from yesterday, by the way. Okay.
That is blowing about southwest over the ocean, but really.
And IE power is fluctuating, but that's because of the wind. I work for MSBU of clients all throughout LA and Anaheim, and a lot are having power issues. Yeah, I you know, there's definitely areas where power has gone in and out sporadically. Last night I experienced like a little bit where the power went where the power cut out briefly, but it seems as though I hope you have a backup plan for streaming. Not necessarily. If my power goes out completely, I have generators and I can continue. But if the internet goes out, I also have a backup. I have a backup system. I can use the bag. I can shift over to the bag. And if the bag dies, then, you know, it is what it is. I think they meant evacuation. Oh, okay, well, that's different. Evacuation is an entirely different situation, okay? Are you safe though? I am yes, I am safe. Did you get your bag? I did. I have the new bag, which has multiple modems. So, well, tell us you have a plan. I mean, I do, yes. I have a plan. Here's from CNN, Caitlin Collins.
Woolsey fire, the fire out in Malibu back in...
This was, I believe this was yesterday, right? Yeah, this was yesterday at 9 p.m. predicting that the fire is going to get a lot worse, which it has.
2018, that was huge. I mean, in terms of fires actually this close to, you know, Los Angeles proper, this is it's the biggest I have ever seen for absolute certain. And, you know, I mean, I live a good, I want to say probably 3 or 4 miles that way in Santa Monica, and the current evacuation zone is a few blocks from my house. If this fire were to get to Santa Monica, this would be one of the most devastating nights we could imagine. You know, I can't contemplate that. And so maybe that tells us a little bit about why people didn't evacuate early. I can't contemplate my house going on fire. So, you know, I'm certainly cutting people slack for that. But, you know, when they come back, some people are going to come back to nothing. But at least they'll be alive.
Yeah. I mean, Nick, a lot of people watching are going to be worried about your safety right now. Are you and the team okay? How are you doing?
Yeah, we're fine. I mean, listen, you know, I'm standing on a road, which is a good idea. I'm feeling slightly, you know, the heat from this is a little concerning. I think after I finish speaking to you, we're probably going to get out of here. And because now that it's dark, there are, you know, fire trucks blocking the road. Once I've finished talking to you, I'm definitely going to chill out and move back just a little bit, just to keep safe and regroup. Because, yeah, it's a pretty intense environment. And, you know, the thing is, things can move so quickly. That's the problem. You know, we were talking about those embers. You know, an ember can drop, set a spot fire. Things can happen very, very fast in an environment like this. So once I say goodbye...
If there isn't enough space in the Porsche, Marat can stay home to save Kaya. Marat's not with me. And also, yes, there is enough space for Kaya and my mom. The Palisades fire has been holding on that Santa Monica border for like 24 hours. Malibu on the other side, right? Do you know how it's staying contained between them? Just the wind? It's I assume it's the wind, and also the firefighters working tirelessly around the clock to ensure that it doesn't spread. The wind is so strong and in the right direction for the Palisades fire that the areas adjacent, Santa Monica, WeHo, have really good air quality right now. Not as unfortunate for downtown LA, where the wind from the Eden fire is eating its ass. First of all, you're wrong. The air quality even here is not that great. I can tell you that from personal experience. I thought I thought the air quality would be fine. I was wrong. This morning I went out. Oh, actually, it's gotten better. It's gotten better. This morning when I worked out, it was hazardous. It's now at 185 at unhealthy. Yeah, it's just at unhealthy. So that's good. Air quality index went from 387 to 185. So I guess the wind is actually clearing it out from where it was in the this morning. Where it was this morning was definitely very bad. That's higher than before? No, before it was 387. Bro, stop smoking to mess up his lungs even more? Yeah. Is your chopper ready? Yeah. When air quality index exceeded 150, we had to work out inside. 200 was canceled practice. D1 rowing. Yeah, I didn't realize it was like near 400 when I was playing basketball outside. And I was wondering why I had a really weird taste in my mouth and like my mustache was salty and I had a very weird taste in my mouth and I was getting a headache, not realizing that it's probably not the smart thing to do. And I did bring my dog out as well. I live in DTSM Ocean Park and the air quality is so bad still. Lamau, my apartment, is so we're feeling it. If you escape to the snowy mountains, Kaya could be your method of transportation. Yeah, I could ride Kaya. Have you called a private group to protect the compound like Kanye? Yes. How chatters think you played basketball earlier today? Yeah, that's how I did it. Just a salty snack for later. It's true. Okay, here. I wanted to show you the fire insurance situation.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
I know the feeling.
And they just they got canceled from their fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through this.
Chatters look at this and go, yeah, that's right. The bourgeois, the revolutionary class conscious fire, baby. Sticking it to the 90-year-old bourgeois capital owner class.
State of California, because of this, they're 90 years old. That they've had living in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So California insurance companies supporting residents who pay taxes and love California. And they wonder why people leave California.
First and foremost, you did get your parents out safely.
I live in Sierra Madre. My parents are in Sierra Madre, but...
And now you know that it is under evacuation as well, north of Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Yeah, I snuck here. You know, there's a will, there's a way. Probably shouldn't do it, but you know what? Under the circumstances, send me to jail. That's fine.
It is unbelievable what's happening here to the neighbors. Your parents' house is still standing. You had a hose. You're doing what you can.
I mean, I have a hose. It doesn't compare to these beloved neighbors that I've known. I was born and raised in this house, and I live in Sierra Madre, and I'm now 6.
Dude, it's like people taking matters in their own hands is crazy. I'm not built like that. Let me tell you, okay? The moment that the evacuation notice comes in, I mean, I'm not stopping the stream or anything. Don't get me wrong, but I'm getting in the goddamn car and driving away. You're rich? Dude, what are you talking about? Your level of... Your money does not make you flame retardant, okay? What are you saying? Like... Oh, I'm more flammable because I have money is not the argument here. It's just like you die. If you're in the fire, you die. Yeah. You can't say that word. Flame R-worded? Is that what I should say?
62 years.
You could say that really rich people have helicopters for such an event. I don't know if they do. I don't think so. Especially because I don't think you can chopper out when there's like horrible wind conditions in general. You'll just die. I feel like if you tried to helicopter out of this, I feel like if you try to helicopter out of a straight up wildfire, you are more likely to crash and die. And there's already you know, a lot of other air travel happening in that area. You are rich, you can rebuild your house. Those people might not. Brother, it doesn't matter. You still die. What do you mean? You're still taking it. Oh my God. You're right. Poor people should stay behind is my argument. Poor people, you should stay behind if your house is on fire in a wildfire. That's the smart thing to do. This is a special fire that only checks people's credit score and bank account before burning houses.
Old. And this is the house I was born and raised in, and I've never moved out of Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Hastings Ranch.
Well, let me tell you, it does help for people who aren't here to know what's happening.
Yeah, Chatters would look at a situation where there's like a insane wildfire happening and be like, how do we make this a story about Hassan? And Hassan is the enemy here. Your tone is the problem. It is very relaxed. What?
So you sharing that story, it does a service. I came up to you without even asking your name.
My name is Lynn Levin Guzman. This is the Levin household. I'm a nurse for over 30 years in emergency room. I deal with fire all the time and firefighters. And this situation here, luckily, people got out.
Obviously, the chatter is stupid, but you're missing that chatter's point repeatedly. He's saying, of course you'd flee. You have money and don't care, like someone who is poor. I'm not saying your logic is appropriate, but God, Hassan, how do you not understand him? No, I do understand him. I'm still saying that don't do that. I'm saying don't do that. Regardless of your financial status, do not try to go back into a burning, into an area that is engulfed in flames. Do you want to know why? Because while in that very moment you think you can potentially fight this fire and save your house or save your belongings, okay, you won't be able to do that. And on top of that, you're an additional burden to the emergency services that are already working round the clock to manage the fire. Now you have to make them do evac for you. Okay, your life is worth significantly more than your material possessions. I know that, I understand that the insurance industry is awful, and that on the other hand, you think, if you can save some of your belongings, that you'll be able to, like, sometimes the argument turns into, it's a fate worse than death, right? Where you're alive, but everything you own has been burned to the ground, and now you have no means of recovery. The problem is your life is still worth more. That's it. During the fire, you find some people who succeed trying something like this after the fire. When you find out all about those who tried and failed, yeah.
Out because those are my patients. The people who are not so fortunate to get out.
As you mentioned, let's just hope everyone's okay.
Yeah, like when I was a broke boy, I had to evacuate. Not even for a brief moment did I consider, I could potentially lose all of my belongings. Like, yeah, that is definitely top of mind. That is definitely something I was thinking about, but it wasn't like enough of a thought that I was like, no, I'm going to stay behind. Yeah, I took my dog and I peaced out.
Lynn, I'm going to let you get back to it. And for you taking the time, we thank you. To your parents, we wish them the best as well. As I send it back to you, there's Lynn again with the hose. She's using a garden hose, getting the awnings, getting the roof of the house, doing anything she can. We say that as the embers are blowing directly on us here in the Upper Hastings Ranch community. She's here, her brother's here, and you know that there's let me tell you, the majority of the homes in this community are still standing. We drove past many on the lower side that are still standing, but the night is young.
Absolutely, a long way to go, and a courageous woman at that. And
I don't know if this is the best idea to just people are gambling on the spread of the fires on Polymarket. Absolutely dystopian. Oh, that's great. That's wonderful. That's cool. That's great. Will Palisades fire spread to Malibu by Sunday? 24% chance. By yes. Palisades fire burns 10,000 acres by Friday. A sign of the times that at least with anthropogenic climate change, as erratic weather conditions create, once a century events numerous times a year, okay, at least you can bet on it with your cryptocurrency. That's crazy. I'm telling you right now, it's like we love watching movies like dystopia. We love watching movies where this dystopian society exists, but we fail to recognize that we are living in that dystopia right now. without any of the cool cyberpunk neon lights either.
This was the biggest supermarket here in Pacific Palisades. You can see the fire ripping through it. You can hear the crackling of the fire, the hissing of the gases, debris collapsing right now as we're speaking. Firefighters helpless to do anything. That was a realtor shop all along here in 300.
Is that a... Am I crazy or is that a... No, that's not a gas station. That's so close to that fire, right? There's no way that they're just chilling.
160 degrees. We're homes around here that have burned. I'm going to have our cameraman come here. There are other businesses across the street that are burning. And right now, across this area, firefighters just can't cope with the...
Bro is surrounded 3 parts by fire, structural fires, right next to what looks like is a gas station. Looks like a drive-through fast food.
Vastness of this fire.
This morning, those apocalyptic scenes in Southern California, now under a state of emergency, with over 50,000 people forced to evacuate their homes, fleeing for their lives as fires burned across LA County. Multi-million-dollar homes incinerated, one after the other. The largest fire tearing through the enclave of Pacific Palisades, one of the wealthiest in the country. It was fueled by historic winds, burning at a rate of 5 football fields per minute, gutting the Palisades high-end downtown area.
5 football fields per minute.
Firefighters attacking the more than 2,900-acre wildfire from the ground and the air, but the fire exploding everywhere, seemingly at once. Firefighters and locals overwhelmed.
All right, dude. Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry.
Tanner and his friend...
The video... Tanner, that's extremely Tanner behavior. The video I saw that was insane yesterday was these 2 dudes that are just like sitting in their house as it is surrounded by flame. And you can see the overhead like plane flying in and dumping water. And it's just not even doing anything to stop the fires at all. And I don't even know what happened to those guys. I mean, I'm sure they've survived, but it's like, yeah, the one with the dog. I think this is the one. Yep. 2 men stuck at home. Also, what I have noticed is like these right-wing reactionary accounts like Street People of Los Angeles that are constantly complaining about how the police need to be more militant and more militarized are also complaining about Karen Bass underfunding the LAFD. Now, noticeably absent from their coverage is the additional $100 million that the police department got. Okay? So that's really interesting. These people that were demanding that the police get funded more, demanding that they kill more homeless people or whatever, are now, they're living in the society that they designed and the society that they demanded, and they're still mad. Here's the video on Twitter so I can full screen it. So apparently they safely evacuated, but...
Hi. Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi.
He's like, you're gonna be okay.
You're gonna be okay.
Look, you'll see the water being dumped on him too in a second.
Oh, shit.
It's crazy.
Don't worry about that, dude. Look at that. Oh, shit.
You see?
Scary, fuck. Yeah. The plastic is gone, dude. Yeah. Fuck. The water, right? Shit. So, where's the gas? Outside. Okay, the gas is off right now. No, don't open the window. Don't open. Don't open anything. Just stay over here. Fuck.
To your other take earlier, you are right. Cars also suffocate. Therefore, if you don't evacuate and try to fend off looters, they will collect your burnt body inside your burnt car. Yep. These guys die? No. I think they got out. Meanwhile, of course, as always, while the unprecedented wildfires are ripping through the Los Angeles area and state wildfire fighting forces in the state of California also often have incarcerated workers making as little as under $6 a day. California has dozens of fire camps throughout the state for incarcerated people to fight wildfires. They work in hand crews to dig trenches, clear vegetation, and perform other dirty work to help make putting out fires possible. Despite the fact that these workers can make up nearly a third of the force battling the state's wildfires, 30%, they're paid between $580 and $1024 per day. The number of inmates willing to do this work has plummeted from a peak of more than 4,000 in 2005 to less than 1,800 today, even as fires have gotten deadlier. One former inmate firefighter wrote about his experience in 2021. The conditions in California prisons are so terrible that fighting wildfires is a rational choice. is probably the safest choice as well. Still, at least 4 incarcerated firefighters in California have died in the line of duty in recent years as the state's fires have grown more aggressive and deadlier. Incarcerated firefighters are 8 times as likely to suffer from smoke inhalation as other firefighters. Federal wildland firefighters, meanwhile, have been used as a political football in recent years. After Biden raised starting pay for these workers to $15 an hour in 2021, the 2021 infrastructure law boosted their pay by as much as $20K. But hardline Republicans failed to make this bump permanent. So firefighters have been forced to lobby Congress against a $20,000 pay cut over and over again. They just did it last month again, and might have to again if we near another government shutdown in March. One former U.S. Forest Service firefighter told us in 2023 that he had to work more than 1,000 hours of overtime and take a second job to make ends meet. There's several wildland firefighters out there that live out of their cars because they can't afford rent where they would work. Many of these firefighters aren't even classified as firefighters due to an archaic federal classification system. The result is that many federal wildland firefighters leave for agencies like CAL FIRE, which pay much higher wages and classify them as firefighters, or leave the work altogether. The Palisades fire is already causing massive destruction. As the climate crisis gets worse, we need more and more resources to fight record-breaking wildfires every year. That must include raising the pay and improving conditions for the people putting themselves in the line to fight deadly wildfires. Why can't we just take care of our folk? No one is trying to be a millionaire. We just want to pay the bills and have a good living. If I recall correctly, they're trying to get around the unions by privatizing via outsourcing.
The Palisades fire is ripping through Los Angeles right now.
This is that formerly incarcerated firefighter.
And what you may not know is that there are people in prison fighting those fires. I was one of them. Now, this is a picture of me in prison wearing the orange. This was in 2009, and I was a firefighter on the Hesacita fire in Santa Barbara. A fire not that different from the one burning in Los Angeles right now. There was heavy winds, it pushed embers down into the neighborhoods, and homes were burning down. Now, this is a picture of my fire crew. The dirty dude.
My twin bro is a federal wildland firefighter for like 8 years. He makes a GS6 salary, which is like a janitor at the Pentagon, who should also make more.
This is what we called ourselves. Crew 14-2 with the Los Angeles County Fire Department out of Francisquito. Every single person in this picture was in prison. That's me in the back right, standing. Now, 2 of the people in this photo are no longer with us, unfortunately. And one of the guys in this photo, all the way on the left, he's a firefighter today. He's a hotshot with the United States Forest Service. Now, when I was in fire camp, I got paid anywhere from $1.75 to $2.90 per day. And then when we went on a fire or any other type of incident, I made $1 per hour. Not very much money, but it was the highest pay number in the state of California at the time. I paroled from fire camp in 2012.
For reference, the GS6 is around $38K to $50K, which is obviously not a livable wage, especially if you live around an area like California, Los Angeles, where there are a lot of oh my god, I don't want to move on to the conspiracy theories yet, dude. I don't want to do that to my brain so far. I already have a headache from all the toxic fumes that I inhaled earlier this morning while playing basketball outside like a dumbass with a very low air quality. Okay, here's a good point that Ryan Grimm of Dropsite makes on his show Counterpoints. Let's take a look.
I think it's very difficult to look at Los Angeles in particular from inside of our perspective as Americans, because it's sort of like fish in water. Like, it just kind of is what it is. But if you try to step back and look at it from outside the United States or in a more objective way, what you see is a city that spends tens of millions of dollars on individual homes for individual people with the most lavish artwork and swimming pools and luxuries that anybody could possibly contemplate, say like 200 years ago, while
talking about my house,
starving kind of the rest of the city of needed public improvements so that people can actually move around efficiently, and so that public services are decently funded. And so we often say, well, can we afford an effective fire department? Can we afford better schools? The question that you might have to ask about Los Angeles in particular, and maybe the United States more generally. Can we afford this billionaire class? Because we are the ones that have produced that billionaire class. It's our society, it's our system. We are somehow deciding, or through not deciding, allowing this flourishing of this extraordinary inequality that is sucking up all of the resources that could be put in other directions. And the question is, can we afford it? And when you look at what's happening in Los Angeles now, to me it says, no, we can't afford it.
Looking at you, yeah, I did it. I did it as a billionaire. I did it on purpose because I hate the working poor.
Orly racing to.
Yeah. I actually engaged in the secret reverse psychology. Where I routinely advocate to redistribute resources to areas of need, knowing full well that people will take the exact opposite opinion of mine. It's a real 5-head move. Yeah. All this time when I was telling you guys, when I was regularly advocating to fund these areas, harden the infrastructure, make better use of the resources that we have, that we collect. Okay. That was actually knowing full well that you guys would take the opposite position. I was making that advocacy known so that people would take the opposite opinion. Glad you and your fam are safe. Checked in to see if you all had to evacuate yet. No, we're good so far. W moves, W brain.
To escape the home surrounded by flames.
Can I get out of here? Holy.
A Santa Ana wind event the National Weather Service called the worst in over a decade, turbocharging the fire.
The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident.
Everything is catching fire here. Trash bins, shrubs, trees, houses. The smoke is unbearable at this point. We've just seen 4 or 5 houses go up over the past few minutes here. The entire area here looks apocalyptic.
And that wildfire sparing no one, no vehicle or structure safe across Los Angeles County, home to 10 million people. The fire so widespread, no word yet on deaths or injuries. A commercial aircraft flying over the area capturing the magnitude of the massive fire.
The homeowners are saying they're unaccess any exit routes. Fire on both sides of the roads on Palisades.
And right there on Sunset Boulevard, we saw the gridlock of drivers trying to flee the fire, abandoning their cars. But that made it impossible for firefighters to enter the fire zone, so a fire department bulldozer had to push dozens of the abandoned vehicles out of the way.
This is Sunset Boulevard, right in the heart of Pacific Palisades. And all of these cars, including us at one point, were stuck in this gridlock. And in order for firefighters to actually get to the fires, they had to carve a path. And so a bulldozer literally shoved all of these cars to the side. You can see the bumpers ripped off, the scratches along the vehicles here. There's glass in the roadway.
Dozens of homes obliterated by the flames as residents tried to flee. Flames inching up the hill of the Getty Villa Museum with more than 125,000 priceless artifacts at risk. On Malibu Beach, lifeguard stations ablaze, the ocean right there, but not close enough to save homes and businesses along the Pacific Coast Highway. The Rakusin family hosing down what they can before clearing the area, taking with them the hope that their home might be safe.
I started to hose off the home and hose down all of the shrubbery and the trees and bushes.
We don't know whether the house is going to be there or not.
The inferno also threatened the property of notable actors. James Woods posting this video from the view of his driveway.
We've got a lot of planes going over, dropping water.
Comedic actor Josh.
Bro, if you can see the red of the fire in your neighbor's house, you probably should evacuate at that point. Like, you probably should have started evacuating a lot faster instead of just like standing there and filming it.
Josh Gad taking to Instagram.
I have never seen flames from my house like this, ever. This is insanity.
And Police Academy.
It's like extra crazy because James Wood is obviously a massive MAGA guy, climate change denier, just a horrible monster in general. I'm so glad I'm too poor to live in any of the affected areas. I mean, there are a lot of people that live there, so it's not just like super wealthy people. I think.
Star Steve Gutenberg helping his neighbors to safety.
I'm lucky. I'm able-bodied. And I think when you're able-bodied, that's a good moment for you to help out in your community.
And Robin, for firefighters here, there is almost no visibility. The winds here are still at about 20 miles an hour. I had to put this mask on. I want you to see the ferocity of those flames and how much black gas and smoke they're putting out. They're going to be battling this for days. This fire is not going anywhere. And firefighters right now are strapped. There are simply too many spot fires all over the place for them to be able to contain this and try to put out the embers before the next wind event happens. This is as bad as I've ever seen it. I've been here in the Pacific Palisades at a personal level. Family lives here many, many times. Driving up this morning, I simply couldn't recognize where I was. Robin.
And that says so much.
Yeah. So predictably, the conversation is not actually around climate change and its devastating impact on moments like this, which create massive drought and massive flooding first, and then massive drought shortly thereafter, which creates incredible fuel for this fire to burn and continue burning. Erratic weather conditions and winds that go up to 80 miles an hour obviously carry this fire across incredible distance in a very short period of time. But in all of this chaos, as we stare down, what previously used to be where hundreds of thousands of people lived, what are the American people looking to? What are they pointing the finger of blame at? Well, one of the things that they're pointing the finger of blame at is, of course, not climate change, but instead a lesbian DEI firefighter. That's right. Conservatives have figured out that it's actually the fault of lesbian DEI firefighters. Doors open. Okay, that's right. I saw one tweet of it. Did you? Can you guys send it to me? I'm sure you've seen that tweet, right? This is the bridge all over again. Elon Musk has decided to blame regulations. These fires are easily avoidable, but nonsense regulations in California prevent action being taken. So year after year, homes burn down and more people die. Elon Musk, of course, is tackling the real issues, which is regulation. Can someone show where the lesbian firefighters are at? Yeah. Which we know on its face is bullshit. Have you seen the lesbian woodchoppers on Instagram? Okay, no. There was let me see if I can find it. I saw one tweet of someone blaming lesbian firefighters. Oh, I mean, here are a couple statements on it, but here's Derek Evans, who was arrested at the Capitol, if you recall, and lost his position as a former member of the West Virginia House of Representatives. Derek Evans is in the Capitol, he said on January 6, 2021. He was so stupid that he live streamed himself doing an insurrection and subsequently lost his job and even withstood some legal repercussions. But the situation is, of course, once again, Derek Evans is right here finding the exact people to yell at. California residents are losing their entire neighborhoods. Do you think a single person has stopped to think, oh, well, at least we have a lesbian fire chief who hired a bunch of unqualified people based on DEI, or no water to fight the fires, but at least we saved a Delta smelt. Yeah, it's those pesky lesbian firefighters that are the problem here. Here's more. Luckily, Los Angeles has its first female and LGBTQ fire chief. Rob Taylor responds, and that's significant. Why? I don't know her, but I hope she was just the best person for the job. If not, the community pays the price. Here's libs of TikTok also making sure that everybody understands that the fire chief is a lesbian and therefore bad at her job, and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why these fires are ripping through the Palisades.
Our department is launching its first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau. It is dedicated to ensuring a fair and equal workplace environment.
Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero is live in North Hollywood with more on what it entails and why it's necessary.
I'm sorry. You are the most delusional person on the planet if you look at a fire. If you look at a fire that's ripping through these densely slammed neighborhoods, and your first inclination is, oh, I would sure hate that a lesbian woman is fighting these fires. Okay? You're out of your mind, dude. What are you talking about? I don't care what the what the background of the person is that's bravely that's braving the flames. Like, what are we doing at this point? It's one of the most insane. This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Absolutely, no one should care about this unless you are so pathetically lasered in on the background of the person. You care more about that than the job that they're doing. Like, imagine pointing the finger at the person who is currently fighting these wildfires as you sit at home thousands of miles away, safe, okay? And being like, you know who's the real problem here? The people that are fighting these fires. Los Angeles recently appointed its very first female LGBTQ fire chief with the goal of recruiting more women and gay firefighters. Like, who cares? We need more firefighters in general. Who cares if they are gay or women or gay women or trans? Like, I don't care. Why would I care? Why would you care when someone is pulling you out of a burning building? Do you go, are you a homosexual, sir? Because if so, yuck, I would rather die.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 3,300.
Like, she's talking about the number of firefighters, not specifically the number of gay firefighters. She's saying there is not like a finite amount of firefighters necessary because we have wildfires that are massive, okay? It doesn't matter what their background is. Isn't the worry that there might have been a more qualified non-DEI candidate? That is what they're trying to claim. But it is so stupid. It is so pathetically idiotic to make that assertion, especially when it comes to firefighting. Especially when it comes to firefighting in a place like Los Angeles, okay? I have friends that have been able to get these jobs. These are some of the most difficult to get jobs on out of like any public service position, okay? Any public servant position. Do you understand? Like, you think that they're lowering the qualifications because someone is gay? It doesn't matter what their background is. You still have to go through tremendous amounts of training. It takes years. It is insanely competitive. And also on top of that, I trust you. I don't know much about the hiring of these jobs. Just know that whenever someone says, oh, we're hiring the worst people possible because they're gay, they're wrong. That's just not how anything works. They're just assuming that because someone is gay or lesbian or trans or whatever, that they're doing a worse job overall. That's it. It's just a way to imagine that these people are bad and worse for the position overall because of their background. That's it. That's it.
100 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out that doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
They feel.
Yeah, the argument is that if you change who you are hiring exclusively, you have an unlimited well of potential that you can tap into. Even Michael Treacy is like, do you have any evidence that this person is incompetent at her profession? The bio says she's a 22-year vet of the LAFD and was previously battalion chief, assistant chief, deputy chief, and chief deputy. These cheap swipes based on identity traits are getting tiresome. Looking at a person who has spent the last 22 years of her career combating fires in one of the most competitive job markets out there, okay? One of the most competitive job markets out there. It's still desperately underfunded. Firefighters should get funded more. They should be allowed to have unions and all of that good stuff, okay? Having said that, however, this is one of the most, like, you have to be the most qualified person to be able to reach this level. And you look to this and you go, well, she's a lesbian woman, so obviously she's unqualified. They only they only put her in that position because she's a lesbian woman. It's ridiculous. The automatic assumption that like a white dude is going to be better than this woman is crazy. Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Cowley. She boasts about being the first female LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer? Yeah. I don't think anyone, even like people responding to her are like, I don't think anyone in LA area going through the fires right now gives a flip about whether or not she's an LGBTQ fire chief. Like, how stupid. Like, how insanely stupid. These people have brain worms, dude. They have brain worms. Okay? Like, the first thing the first thing that you look to in a situation like this is whether or not a person that's like somehow responsible for the evacuation or the recovery efforts that are taking place, if they're gay or not, you're a psychopath.
Included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department. She's a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
That just kind of opens the door of people that thought, wow, I didn't even know that was an opportunity for me. I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy.
Anyway, it's so strange to me. Diane owns tree hugging kids. Diane current POV. Are you going to touch on the case for letting Malibu burn? No, I'm not going to do that. That's insane. I didn't even know that there was someone. Maybe we've written too many think pieces. Harrowing experience of a Pacific Palisades resident escaped the inferno. Imagine being surrounded by flames that wouldn't help you. Hi, I'd like to tell you what happened to me during the Palisades fire. If you're interested, I ran from it, and when encountered police, they refused to allow me entry into their car. Bear in mind that they were explicitly ordered to help with evacuations. I mean, look, I don't know. This is a text message sent to film the police LA, so I don't know the veracity of these claims. Okay, the fire is officially historic. Yeah, Pacific Palisades wildfire is the most destructive in LA history, with 1,000 structures burned. Fierce wildfires are raging in the Los Angeles area, fueled by powerful Santa Ana winds, sending residents fleeing from burning homes through flames. Thousands of firefighters were battling at least 3 separate blazes from the Pacific Coast inland to Pasadena. Already crowded hospitals now contend with medical emergencies from smoke inhalation. What is this? Video of the Aldi in Altadena on fire.
Here directly to the south, right next to the Aldi, is Elliott Arts Magnet Middle School, which also caught fire earlier this morning, and now we're seeing it across the street at the grocery store. We're seeing some folks here that are making their way up on Lake Avenue right here, but this is a busy thoroughfare. You can see the big flames, but also look at the sky and the black smoke, Tommy, if we can pan up, and you can see some of these embers that are coming down here. And when I talked where we're looking here.
What is this? 101-year-old woman was just saved from her house. I just edited an insane photo of it here at the Times. There are real people being affected. It's not just rich people. Yeah, that is insane. The Palisades fire has grown to more than 15,800 acres, according to CAL FIRE, the state's fire agency. I think headlines like this also cause people to go, all right, let it burn. You know what I mean? Some of the city's most expensive real estate is burning. Yeah, except there's also, just like normal working class people that live there as well. It's not just the super wealthy people whose homes are burning. This is, again, an area where a lot of people live. Kind of wild how everyone's really primed to take something like this and use it to reaffirm their previously held worldview. Yeah. It is crazy how everyone in Los Angeles, like everyone living in the greater Los Angeles area, are lucky enough to look at the wind. Like the one that's, I think, coming in from the Eaton fire is actually kind of scary. But like, look at the wind conditions. Like they literally come in and just purposely push out the wildfire away from these areas where a lot of people live, even more people live than like the Palisades. Your homeowner is showing? What? My homeowner is showing? What does that even mean? The same exact dynamic occurred in the 2017 Tubbs fire. I spent a lot of time telling people it wasn't just rich people having their lives ruined. Yeah. Yeah, I talked about this earlier as well, but 11 months ago, Los Angeles area got a year's worth of rain and faced life-threatening flooding and mudslides. Now, it's on fire after its driest start to a water year on record. Okay? Extreme drought and extreme flooding. That is climate change. Oh yeah, this is another crazy part about this as well. One billionaire couple owns almost all the water in California. In 1994, the Resnick secretly seized control of California's public water supply. Now their companies use 150 billion gallons every year while working class people suffer under drought conditions.
Californians suffer through unprecedented drought.
Oh damn, a second thought. Let's watch this. The billionaires who own your water.
Billionaire couple owns a massive share of the state's water system, seized in a series of secretive meetings 2 decades ago. That system was largely paid for by the very taxpayers whose water these billionaires hold hostage.
They're suggesting you're concerned primarily with your house, even though you're not remotely acted or said as such. Your chat is something. I think that there's a lot of rugged cynicism that comes along with constantly seeing really unfair class dynamics at play. So oftentimes that cynicism, it turns into people making silly takes like this, making silly statements like this.
Urban water systems are desperate for water, but in 2023, they'll receive just 5% of what they requested from the state. The Resnicks are the biggest farmers in California. As of 2007, they owned 4 San Francisco's worth of farmland. And nearly half of Americans buy at least one of their products. Their pistachios, their pomegranate juice, their mandarins, their flowers. It's all under one massive umbrella, the Wonderful Company, a privately owned company worth at least $5 billion. The majority.
Excuse me, they're named the Wonderful Company, so obviously it can't be a horrifying dystopia. Like, they're not named the Evil Company. Duh.
Majority owners, the Resnicks, are worth at least $8 billion. How were they able to take over such a large percentage of what should be a shared public resource? This is The Classroom from More Perfect Union, and today we're looking at how the Resnicks got rich. Linda is a former child actress, the daughter of Jack Harris, a successful movie distributor of the 1950s, most well known for The Blob.
Starring Steve McQueen and a cast of exciting young people.
At 19, she founded her own advertising agency. Stewart was born to a middle-class New Jersey family and started his first business, a janitorial service, in grad school. He eventually acquired American Protection Services, a burglar alarm and security company. Linda approached him about marketing services for the company, and they hit it off, not knowing that one day they'd work together to take over California's water. The Lovebirds became business partners. They bought Teleflora, the flower delivery company, and the Franklin Mint, purveyors of inane little tchotchkes. Linda was the marketing person, and Stewart was in charge of business. As Linda told the LA Times in 1993, "I've always said that Stewart and I together make one perfect person, like little salt and pepper shakers." In the late 80s, they found their primary...
As of now, by the way, the Santa Monica areas that were up for possible evacuation have been elevated to mandatory evacuation, and the possible evacuation zone has increased. Just so you know, it is now all the way up to Wilshire Boulevard. If you are living in the, if you're living anywhere near Santa Monica, okay, if you're living anywhere near Santa Monica, all the way up to Wilshire Boulevard, you are now in the potential evacuation zone. If you're living past Montana Avenue, you are now in the mandatory evacuation zone. Just wait, a private firefighting company is going to pop up and pull a crisis and make a ton of money. Yeah. The app I'm using for this is Watch Duty. What is mandatory evacuation? No, this isn't like near UCLA. This is Santa Monica. UCLA is in West LA. UCLA is in Westwood, which is past the 405. It seems as though the Eaton fire might have expanded their evacuation zones as well. Pasadena, damn near the entirety of Pasadena is now, or at least like half of Pasadena is now in potential evacuation, past the point of the 210.
Industry, agriculture. They got into the pistachio business. Linda said, "We've done more for the pistachio than anyone ever since it was planted in the Garden of Eden. My husband should be canonized for all the work he's done." They started branching into other products, almonds, pomegranates, citrus, wine, and acquiring more and more land to cover it, including some very important land in Kern County, which granted them water rights in the area. As the Resnicks were building their empire, the state of California was building new water infrastructure with taxpayer money. California's natural water supply is very inconsistent. Vastly differing amounts of rainfall means the state can go from surplus to drought and back very easily.
Here, I'll show you on Watch Duty. Okay. This area was previously designated as a potential evacuation zone. It is now in mandatory evacuation. This area that was not previously designated as a potential evacuation zone is now designated as a potential evacuation zone. These are very densely packed areas, okay? This is literally downtown Santa Monica. Like, this is Wilshire. Like, there's a hospital there. UCLA Hospital is like right around here somewhere. Yeah, UCLA Medical Center is right here. Which means the fire is not, they're not able to contain it, which means that it's like starting to move in here as well. Okay. This massive chunk is where I live. Okay. And is where a lot of people live. like I said, we are surrounded 3 parts by different fires. Luckily, so far, the winds have been blowing in this distance. Okay. The winds have been blowing in this distance. USC is like down here. This is where downtown Los Angeles is. And this is Pasadena. Okay. Pasadena split in half this way. Anything north of the 210 is now officially a part of the potential evacuation zone. And the mandatory evacuation zones have increased as well. Unironically, when we do call it to bounce to get ahead of the insane traffic, no time soon. Like, there's a lot of distance between myself and all of this. If these areas, like if the fire somehow moves into the hills, if the Woodley fire somehow moves across, because this is where Sherman Oaks and Encino and Tarzana, like this is the valley. A lot of people live in the valley. Okay. There is a mountain that is separating all of this from all of this. You see? Okay. The hills basically separate all of that. If somehow the wind shifted its direction and started carrying the fire instead of away from the greater Los Angeles metropolitan area and moved it in the direction of the greater Los Angeles metropolitan area, all hell would break loose in general. And also, that's when I would have to evacuate as well. Update from the Times. More than 1.5 million electricity customers in California were without power on Wednesday afternoon, the majority in the Los Angeles area. Some of the cutoffs were deliberate. Southern California Edison shut off power to more than 170,000 of its customers to prevent electrical equipment from causing more wildfires. And San Diego Gas and Electric also cut power to about 9,000 customers in the area. Yeah. Okay, Saul. Why not leave before it's too late? What do you mean, why not leave before it's too late? I mean, if everybody operated with that mentality, we would straight up, we would cause virtually everything to collapse. You know? That's a looter. Yeah. Would you keep streaming if you had to evacuate? Probably. That's why. Why is there a designation, you think, for mandatory and potential evacuation zones? Also, that was a joke. That chatter being a looter is a joke. Please don't take that seriously. Okay. I know you're covering something else. If you don't mind immigration stuff, yeah, we'll do some ICE stuff as well. Here's Walter Masterson talking about Wes Nichols. Wes Nichols is a billionaire that supports cutting every social service in California, but now he's mad the fire department doesn't have enough money. I just left the formerly Hellscape, formerly known as Pacific Palisades, where I've lived for 26 years. I'm mad at what I saw. Our politicians have failed us, unprepared, unimaginative, understaffed, and now overwhelmed. Heads must roll for this disaster. I personally saw 100 plus homes fully engulfed. Rick Caruso, LA just mentioned water wasn't working in the fire hydrants. What the F? I took this video on Pali High, total destruction. These people demanded, these people don't want to pay extra taxes. They lose their minds if any of that goes to the appropriate resources, like infrastructure hardening and the like. They want to cut the existing property taxes. And then they turn around and go, how could this have happened? Oh, man, heads should roll. It's like, yeah, man, heads should roll. Maybe, the heads of the people most responsible for the lack of organization surrounding infrastructure hardening, the lack of interest in taking preventative measures. Like, kind of weird. What is this? What? The remains of Pacific Palisades will get picked clean tonight. Is this a real photo or AI? Grok, ... for now. I cannot imagine how enraging and utterly despicable it is to see people spreading AI-generated images of LA fires when everyone around you is terrified, devastated, and trying to find accurate information to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. Meanwhile, that AI, in order to power the machines that spit out this idiotic image, you're accelerating the conditions in which, climate change worsens. Anyway, one of the examples that I wanted to point to in terms of like our funding priorities is the fiscal year 2024 budget increases and decreases that Mayor Karen Bass made. Now, of course, the overall budget is massive. It's like $800 million spent on the collective total of like firefighting initiatives in the city and state. Having said that, however, it is still important to recognize that, oof, that was crazy. I just heard a crazy wind blowing something over. it's still important to recognize that the Los Angeles, the Los Angeles budgets were changed in this past fiscal year. Karen Bass made some changes to the LA budgets this past year. She cut the fire department by $23 million while increasing the police department budget by $138 million. Many of that was following the notes, the demands made by those very same wealthy people who are now complaining. Okay? Just so you understand. Now, of course, $23 million is marginal, but I think it is more damning when you consider what the budget priorities look like. Here's the City of LA fiscal year 2024-2025 department operational budget increases and decreases. The police got $126 extra million. Down here, you notice that the fire department lost $17.6 million. Sanitation, $15 million. General services, $14 million. Street services, $21 million. The fire department was the second. The fire department got cut the second hardest. Okay? Just so you understand what our spending priorities look like here in this big old city. LA Times editorial telling you like it is. As I said before, we're not in a recession. This is not COVID. This is a budget deficit we have made here in City Hall. The Los Angeles Times editorial board wrote, LA is broke and the budget crisis is self-inflicted. A year ago, the reserve fund was at a 60, the California Reserve Fund as well, but the LA City Reserve Fund was at $648 million. Higher labor costs, starting with a $1 billion raise for LAPD over 4 years. Record level liability payouts and lower revenues that fell short of $222 million caused the reserve fund threshold to collapse. Just remember, so much of the money goes to the police, both directly funding their salaries, overtime, and all of their newest weapons, all of their newest gear. Okay? But outside of that, it also goes to liability payouts when they end up, not really doing their jobs, or when they are doing something, doing a piss poor job that ends up harming someone randomly. Okay? Just something to consider.
So
anyway, here's how, going back to the story that I was looking at of how the entirety of the water of the state of California was privatized.
They build water banks to store water during surpluses to have during droughts. One important storage facility is the Curran Water Bank, started in 1988. The facility was built with hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, which could have been a good thing. The people of California would have owned the water. But there were two Californians thirstier than the rest, and they wanted more water. Linda and Stuart Resnick, and they had a lot of political power. We'll get to that. In 1994, state water officials, water infrastructure contractors, and agricultural landowners with water rights arranged a secretive meeting at a resort in Monterey Bay, California. These groups, a mix of private companies and public agencies, rewrote California's water rules without any input from voters, taxpayers, or legislators. The new rules, called the Monterey Plus Agreement or the Monterey Amendments, were devastating for working Californians, and great for agriculture billionaires. The original code included urban preference, a long-standing rule that in times of drought, the State Water Board would give urban areas, where people live, access to water supplies before agricultural interests. Monterey axed that. That means that in times of drought, the water systems for normal Californians would have to buy water from private companies, because they weren't getting it from the state. The new agreement also loosened regulations on paper water. That's water that doesn't necessarily exist anywhere but on paper. The full quantities of water that providers could have, but don't actually need to have. Today, 5 times as much water has been promised and sold as actually exists. And importantly, the meeting changed ownership of the Curran Water Bank. What once belonged to the state was transferred to a few private water contractors, one of which was Westside Mutual, a wholly owned subsidiary of Wonderful Foods. The wonderful employee who runs Westside, Bill Phillimore, is the chairman of the public organization that manages the Curran Water Bank. Boom. One secret meeting, and the Resnicks owned nearly 60% of an important California water resource, built with hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money. The new ownership, combined with the rules on paper and surplus water, meant that during times of drought, the Resnicks could sell Curran water back to the state water systems. They took Californian taxpayers' water and sold it back to them, both literally as the water.
Okay, but that probably generates a lot of profits. So you really got to think about that.
Supply, and also to grow expensive food like gourmet pistachios and pomegranate juice. They converted the people's water into products many can't afford. And that's just one water bank. The Resnicks also have control of other water boards and have been sued for directing more water towards their properties. So how do they get away with this Chinatown-level chicanery?
Gonna be a lot of irate citizens when they find out that they're paying for water that they're not gonna get.
With philanthropy. The Resnicks donate millions of dollars to politicians and research institutions, which help them secure control over water systems, and even get more water and more taxpayer funding. One important project is the proposed California Delta Tunnel, a taxpayer-funded project which would send water from Northern California to Central, where the Resnicks farms are. They've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on state and federal legislation and politicians who support the tunnel project. But their favorite politician is Senator Dianne Feinstein.
You come in here and you say it has to be my way or the highway.
Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee. She's a close personal friend of the Resnicks,
well, now
attending their holiday parties in Aspen and maintaining their financial interests. A quick look through the bills she sponsored shows several which would direct money to Kern-adjacent water projects. The Resnicks even ask her for things directly. When a pesky study about endangering salmon and shad fisheries threatened the Delta Tunnel, Stewart wrote a letter to Feinstein demanding a new study. She immediately forwarded it to the Obama administration, who agreed to spend $750,000 on a new study. It returned the same results as the first one. Can't buy science. But the Resnicks have tried. They are among the top donors to the University of California system, with their donations focusing on agricultural and ecological studies. The Resnicks have basically bought entire departments who put out studies on how water systems should be managed, and where funding should go. That leads to even more federal and state taxpayer dollars being used to fix up what the Resnicks profit off of. This is all bad for California, even in a capitalistic sense. Agriculture uses 80% of California's water, but only represents 2% of its GDP. The Resnicks' water monopoly is just one way their quest for wealth hurts the rest of us. They allegedly lobby for increased tensions with Iran to keep embargoes on superior Iranian pistachios. Their giant crops lead to monocultures which kill important pollinators. They siphon taxpayer dollars into the company town charter schools they own, set up to train children to work for their farms. And of course, like any company of this size, they exploit their workers. We need to treat—
Okay, but the GDP. But the GDP, chat. No one is thinking about the GDP.
Water for what it is.
These guys are patriots for keeping it up. Keeping it up.
Necessary public resource.
Making sure it's so high.
And something that shouldn't be owned by anyone. And work towards legislative change that stops people like the Resnicks from stealing it.
It's not stealing it if they're managing it better than the bureaucracy would. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Joining us now is professional storm chaser Tanner Charles and his friend Orly Israel, who lives there in Southern California. And gentlemen, thank you so very much. Orly, I know it's your home, that you have no idea if it's there or not right now. Just your emotions this morning. Could you share that, Orly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in disbelief right now watching Matt. He's blocks away from where I live, and just praying that my house is still there and knowing that so many people I know and love have just lost everything is— I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, it is unimaginable. And Tanner, I know you were the one who captured the video that we've been showing of when you all the flames were closing in and you were leaving your friend's Orly's house. Can you take us through those moments, Tanner?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like being in the town and just knowing that Orly was living in this neighborhood, I came up just to document the fire, but then ended up running into him just out of happenstance. And so we went up and observed the fire as it crept closer to the neighborhood. As things got closer, we ended up going back to his house and another friend's house that lives a couple blocks away. And we were just preparing the house. We were just like, putting water on all the bushes and on all over the house. We were taking, cushions off, anything that was flammable, just trying to do our best to make sure that the house was as fireproof as possible. But then, as you can see in the video, it got to be too much, and we just, we had to leave. It just wasn't safe anymore.
No, and you had to leave. And Tanner, I heard when you were saying we tried, and you all, as you just described, did everything you possibly could to help with your friend there. And Orly, what was going through your mind when this all was happening?
I fought as best I could. You know, I was blazing that fire with a garden hose until I couldn't get close to it. You know, my eyes are still stinging from the smoke and the flames. And so, you know, I put up the best fight I could, and I gave it all I had.
And that's all you can ask. And we've heard, Orly, from Matt, from so many people who live there, but they have never seen anything.
Yeah, I saw that Kayson's house burned down. The city I've been born and raised in is just hell right now. Please pray for Los Angeles, all the people who have been affected by this. My home where I lived and streamed all of last year and the year before burned out. Unreal. Never seen anything like this. Be safe, everyone, and thank you for all the first responders who are putting their lives on the line, saving people. It's crazy, man. It's just like accidents are always going to happen. You know, natural disasters are always going to happen. But there are initiatives. Just evacuated from Santa Monica off of 7th and Wilshire. The 10 is chaos right now. Oh, Kayson was in the chat earlier. Oh, I didn't see it. Brother, you good? You safe in LA? Just making sure you're good. Be safe, chat. It just sucks when the systems in place weren't doing their best to prevent and help this. Yeah, I mean, of course. The goal should be to obviously try and make it. The goal should be to try and reduce the number of casualties in situations like this. But there's just so many issues, dude. It's like, it's bad planning, bad management, no interest in hardening the infrastructure, no interest in like making sure that there's better prevention and then better methods of combating, more firefighters, better equipment. Was this another PG&E fire? We don't know. I don't know yet. We don't know how the fire started.
Like this before. Do you share those sentiments?
This is wild. You know, I know people who live in the mountains who have fought back fires, but never seen fires just destroy, completely level an entire neighborhood, an entire city like this.
PG&E is a massive utility. PG&E is a massive utility that's responsible for a number of different wildfires. But I don't. No, there's PG&E in Southern California. I don't know why you guys are saying we don't have it. Yes, we do. Pacific Gas and Electric. No, we have PG&E. We have SoCal Edison, but we also have PG&E in certain Clueless. LA is SoCal Edison. Different part. No, there is not. Their service area goes to Bakersfield before SoCal Gas takes over for SoCal. SoCal Edison, SoCal. Am I crazy? I feel like we have LA DWP and SoCal Gas or SoCal Edison. Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And then I've done contract work for PGE. They don't have SoCal Utilities. How does a company start wildfires? I mean, I've covered this before, but basically knowing that there are crazy wind conditions up in the mountainside or around like densely populated or around dense shrubbery, your electrical lines have the capacity to fall and cause a spark or cause that shrubbery to light on fire. Now, for that reason, you have to constantly ensure that there is maintenance going on. There are numerous different ways of doing it. There are ways of like either engaging in rolling brownouts or blackouts, which they do from time to time, but that's like a last response. But what you can do is make sure that if the power line is downed, in the process of the power line downing, I think there's like some technology that's supposed to just immediately shut off the power to the power line so that it doesn't cause any sort of like electrical fire. You also have to constantly make sure, like, for example, you've probably seen this without even recognizing it. Sometimes you'll see a power line and there's a tree literally on it. Like there is a tree and there's leaves and just like green stuff on the power line. Like that's not supposed to happen. That means that they have not actually maintained that power line by making sure that nothing touches it. Okay, so that's another way that you need to do proper maintenance, which they don't. There's also different methods. I feel like LA has earthquakes, so I think that's part of the reason why they don't put the power lines underground, right? Chat. Isn't that one of the reasons? I think that's what if I remember correctly, but like obviously they have earthquakes and landslides and whatnot. But normally you can also put the power lines under rather than have them be above ground. It just also is incredibly expensive. I think the number one reason why they don't do it is because it's too expensive to just like reroute all of the electrical grid and put it underground. Tokyo's putting power lines underground because they have earthquakes. But yeah, there's just no proper upkeep and maintenance. SDG&E here in San Diego has been charging delivery fees that are often 75% of the total bill. They claim it's due to maintenance and fire prevention, but I don't know. Their executives get fat bonuses every year. No, that's bullshit. They have power lines underground. They just don't want to spend the money. It's not that much money. Lamau. Yeah. The problem is that wind pushes the trees against the fires, and I bet the power company tried to cut those trees, but neighbors probably stopped them. Wait, what? No. So the trees kept hitting the wires in high winds. You need to let go of the trees that are too close to the wire. Sad but true. Yeah, I doubt that it was the neighbors that were like, hey, don't cut those trees. Bro, what's crazy is I remember some of the chatters might remember like me waking up in the middle of the night randomly because there was a guy putting a flashlight into my bedroom, which literally is, is private, freaking out in the middle of the night. Do you guys remember I told you that story? Yeah, that was them trimming the power line at like 3 a.m. And I'm glad that they did that, even though it was a terrifying situation, because I was like, what the hell? Like, what, there's no one supposed to be in my backyard. Like, what is happening? Like, they're not supposed to be on the second floor either. But it was because there was a dude on a bucket chopping the, chopping the trees. And the notion that people have a say in those trees getting cut or not is so stupid. They don't have a say at all. Okay. It's more so that there are so many instances of this, like overgrown shrubbery around the power lines that they just can't get to it at all or don't care to. It's too costly. And it's at the end of the day, okay, you need to understand something. It is cheaper for their bottom line to deal with the legal penalties when, 1,000 people die due to their incompetence. If it's cheaper for them to deal with the repercussions in long-standing legal battles, going through making, their multi-million-dollar retainer lawyers make their money's worth. If it's more profitable to do it that way, then they're going to keep doing it that way. It is what it is. It's cheaper to react after your shortcomings have caused you tremendous financial penalties, and maybe even in certain instances, if we weren't living in the United States of America, legal penalties as well. This is also unsurprising because of LAPD tree trimming comes from the special fund, which LAPD liability payouts blew through a month into the fiscal year. Special funds are funds that were created to be used for specific purposes. For example, a special fund created for housing and homelessness can't be used for something unrelated to those functions like tree trimming.
Your Los Angeles City Controller, here to give you all more information about our report on Friday.
Yeah. Next steps are to get the departments in charge of these special funds and elected officials to push for these funds to be used based on the special fund's purpose. The unspent money. We analyzed the $5.43 billion held in 661 special funds and discovered 203 funds totaling $73 million with no activity for the last 2 years. We recommend the city put to use 51 million of these funds, including 10 million for housing and homelessness. This is from 2023. Yeah, I know. Oh my God. LA on fucking fire? What the fuck? Go send Ukraine $1 trillion to fast. What? Okay. In the long term, waiting for disaster to happen is more expensive, but in the short term, it is cheaper. And most companies nowadays are only focused on yearly profits and stock gains. No, quarterly, not even yearly. It's all short-term profit seeking all the way up and down, okay? And this is the predictable result.
And Tanner, what about you? Because I think you're from Minnesota. You're a professional storm chaser out of Minnesota. You happen to be there. You wanted to help as much as you can. You've seen a lot of different type of disasters, and you don't compare despair. Whatever disaster for the person's going through it is devastating. But can you put into words what you've seen compared to other things that you've seen?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've been storm chasing for 16 years, and I've come across devastation in towns and different things, but fires are just a different animal.
As far as local taxing goes, the Israel in this equation is the police department. Okay. I know everybody always likes to make the joke like, oh, another $10 trillion to Israel. But in terms of local funds, like state level and anything beyond state level, like city level funds, the Israel of the equation is the police department. Okay. Which is something a lot of you need to understand, because many of you make this joke about foreign policy, and it's true. Okay. But just remember that at your local level, the Israel of the equation is always the police department. An evacuation warning has been requested for additional zones. This time around the Lydia fire, which is at 50 acres. What the hell? That's like, that's further up north. Like it's another 50-acre fire that's even further up north from Eaton, the Eaton fire.
Yeah. It's just so erratic, and you're experiencing it all in real time usually. And so when we're out there, it's just the landscape shifts constantly as time goes on, and you're seeing people evacuate right in front of your eyes. You're seeing people tossing things in their car and leaving and stuff, and you're seeing just hearing all the different sirens and everything. It's just such a chaotic environment. But keeping a level head is really what helped us to stay calm and to really understand what we needed to do, and also just being aware of the factors of the wind and which direction we were. And I was always keeping tabs to make sure that we were in a safe position, and until the last second until we had to leave. So it was, it's unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal for us seeing it. I can only imagine what it is for you living, as you said, in real time, going through that. Gentlemen, thank you so very much thank you. Just thank you so much, and appreciate all that.
Of course, Donald Trump, where in the endless well of depravity and mania, we covered some people immediately rushing to be like, you know why this happened? Because the fire chief is a lesbian. DEI equals die, they said. I didn't get to the conspiracy angle yet, okay? Which is also, I don't think I have the mental bandwidth to be able to cover the conspiracy angle. I'm not gonna lie, but we will get there as well. Orbs, as always, are seemingly responsible. Luckily, I painted the roof of my house blue, so space lasers won't get me. But Donald Trump decided to once again, just like everything else, turn this around into a partisan issue. This time, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom is responsible.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fire.
Are you familiar with Kenneth Maya previously? Yes. I was I heavily favored him and pushed for him to win the comptroller position. Chatter. Kenneth is the man. Yes.
Fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on
Kenneth is a friend of the show.
California's Democratic governor. He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, he is the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here. Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell of The Washington Post, and Nia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg, and of course, CNN. What a day.
News scum.
I want to start with you, Tamara, because you cover the White House, the outgoing and the incoming, obviously. And there's no surprise here that Donald Trump's response to these fires, which are still very out of control, is to blame the Democratic governor. We saw when he was in office the first time around, when there were fires, he blamed him for different aspects, or the other governor for different aspects, including not raking the forest and so forth. Can you just kind of, knowing a little bit about this, put into context, never mind the sort of the politics and the questions of the timing of it, but the substance of his accusation? Yeah, so what he's talking about is an endangered fish that is at the center of a very long water war in California about how much water can flow out of the delta in Northern California and go to Southern California. Trying to explain water politics in California is almost impossible. It goes back generations, and this tiny smelt is part of it. I think that the larger issue here is that the future president is seemingly trying to start a feud with the governor of a state in the middle of a crisis, a crisis that is being driven by Santa Ana winds, and the fact that it hasn't rained. And it hasn't rained. It's been very dry in California. This is a dynamic that has existed in this state forever. It's why, it is a beautiful state, and it is also a state of tragedy repeatedly. I should say I grew up there too.
So getting to the water.
Hasanabi, you're just a liberal and don't know anything. I mean, you're right. I don't know anything. You're wrong. I am not a liberal.
Component. Absolutely. It's not just a California thing. It's an entire Southwest
We have a
thing.
California girl.
Kind of a really cynical question, but do you think these fires have destroyed Gavin Newsom's chances for 2028? I think Gavin Newsom's chances for 2028 were already destroyed because of the fact that a lot of people hate him for both, silly reasons, woke and gay California, and for good reasons, an exploding housing market crisis that has created one of the worst homelessness crises in the country. No, California is going to be eligible realistically in 2028. Yeah. Or and this is perhaps a much scarier prediction, a Californian will win, but it will be similar to the Californians that have won in the past. Two very notorious politicians from the state of California have become very infamous presidents, both Nixon and Ronald Reagan. California used to be a red state, so we could get a Californian president. He would just have to be a Republican, and California would turn Republican again, as it once was. Maybe the Republican that comes out of California will be Shaky Gurga.
Here we have a Nevada native.
Yes, there are absolutely politics involved in water control and how this water is used in California and elsewhere in these states that are thirsty, are very thirsty. But usually what happens, as we all know, when there is a national and natural disaster is that you reach out to the leaders of the state, you offer them public support and assistance, you say good things about them. Now is usually not the time for politics, but as we all know, we have lived through this once. That is not usually how Donald Trump operates. There had been reporting, even recent reporting, that said that during past natural disasters, when Donald Trump was in office, that he would ask his team how many people supported him in that state and what else they could do for him in order to receive federal funds and federal assistance. So,
And I just want to say, I did reach out to Governor Newsom's office to see if he wants to respond. It would not be surprising if he didn't. He has a huge crisis on his hands. He was at a press conference last night talking about the gratitude he has from President Biden, still the current president, who has offered federal assistance as much as he needs.
Yeah, and the question is, on the campaign trail, I think it was in October of 2024, Donald Trump was saying that if he got reelected, that he could.
Karen Bass gets cornered by Sky News. Oh, damn.
Citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning.
Dude, what's up with Sky News? They got some daggers out there, man. They did this in like NOLA too. This is the second time I'm seeing Sky News just absolutely eviscerate a local authority on Maine. They always have the most aggressive, like Scottish sounding guy you've ever seen be like, "What do you have to say? What do you have to say about the people who've lost their homes due to your incompetence?"
Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor?
Woohoo! Goddamn! Goddamn! Do you regret it? Huh? Do you regret it? What are you doing, Karen?
Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering
Okay, but I mean, that's Elon Musk. Who cares?
your position?
Oh my gosh, she went nonverbal, chat. Hey, yo. When you're getting eviscerated by the Scottish reporter, so you go nonverbal, hit him with the INTJ stare.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Okay, how was she supposed to know that? That part is like, people are like ripping her, but like, I mean, she's back, you know? It's just, I'll be fair. Listen, I think it's totally fair. I think it's totally fair to rip her about, misallocation of funds or whatever. But, how is she supposed to know? That last part is like, wrong place, wrong time type situation. She went so nonverbal, she didn't even communicate with the other person. She's like, is she a powerful mayor? I mean, yes, when you're the mayor of Los Angeles, you are a powerful mayor. How much taller is the journalist than Karen Bass?
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
Oh my gosh, she's running away. She's pulling the fire alarm, dude.
Madam Mayor, just a few words for the citizens today as you return to deal with the catastrophe. Can you take this down?
David, as you say, she wasn't very keen to answer any of your questions there. And fire chiefs are also admitting that they just don't have enough personnel to take out the fires.
Yeah, they're fighting all sorts of challenges. They're talking about a water shortage. There are reports of fire hydrant failures. They've been unable to use firefighting aircraft for much of the day due to the smoke that is billowing ominously from the hills where the wildfires are raging. And I suppose despite that political storm, this is, of course, at its heart.
How much longer until you think we go back to private fire brigades? I mean, they exist. I'm just saying that, like, they're not super commonplace, and they're usually just for like the omega wealthy. Kanye West used one famously, if you remember, in Calabasas a couple years ago. But while we already have them, I'm saying like they'll become mass. They'll be implemented for mass use, which is ironic because that's how it started. For those of you who don't know the history of the fire departments, back in the day, there used to be fire insurance, and you had private fire brigades. Do you want to know why they stopped that process and made it entirely publicly funded? Because homes that were not covered by fire insurance, if they caught on fire, would end up wiping out the entire city block where there were homes that were covered by fire insurance. That's just kind of how this goes. It is probably one of the oldest, I would say, cliche at this point, in terms of explaining the necessities of socialization. Here, yeah. Gangs of New York fire brigades.
We always liked a good fire in the points. You could generally pick up a little swag, and if the cops came along, then you really got a show. The municipal police fought the Metropolitan Police. The Metropolitan Police, they fought the street gangs.
Hurry up, man, before the Black Joe gets there!
There were 37 amateur fire brigades, and they all fought each other.
Okay, boys! Get the hose out! It's the Black Joe! Go get him, boys! Give those Bowery boys help!
Quick, before there's nothing left!
Go back to the Bowery, you bum!
Stop them, for God's sake, they're taking everything!
In your next time of trouble, ma'am, call on Tammany first.
But it's not too late. You can still save my house.
School.
I thought you said you was hungry.
The looters! They're going into the fire! The looters! Where is the police? Nobody's fighting the fire. All they're doing is looting the house.
Grab what you can, Johnny. Let's get out of here. May I point out that this building is burning to ashes? And may I point out that this area is the province of my own America's Fire Brigade, and that you lot belong only in the Bowery. May I point out that you're outmanned, outmaneuvered, and in a moment, outfought. Am I?
Finally, capitalism can bring this back to us. Honestly, this is what we need. This is what we need.
There's a black zone! Let's take him out of Domino's! First person not a bird! Bye, Johnny, have a nice mass! Clear the way for Bill the Butcher! Okay, boys, to work!
What's the point? The fire's near burned anything of value inside.
Boys, forget that one! Next building over! Mustn't let us spread! Take what you want from that one!
What are you doing? What are you doing? There's nothing wrong with this one. This is my house.
Johnny! Help! Johnny! Help! 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 Come on! Come on, Johnny, get up! Leave that! You two!
Chat kissed me under the burning floorboards. It's crazy. Interesting ancient Rome fact. The richest man in Rome actually owned the fire brigades and was able to purchase homes who were on fire and use that to become tremendously wealthy. That's sick. Why don't we have industrious individuals such as that? Why do we have to punish industrious titans of industry like that? It's because woke. That's why. If you want to know the answer to that burning question, it's because woke. We used to be a nation, a proper nation, where firefighters could duke it out in the marketplace. Messed up to see what it's become. Hopefully we can get back to that.
Hold federal funds from California. Obviously, he has a sort of a feud with Gavin Newsom, a feud with almost every Democrat governor and senator and Democrat in general. And I think the question going forward is, could that happen? Is this something he's going to actually do when he assumes office? Because he does kind of see the federal government and the budget and the monies as his own, as to dole out as he wishes to his friends. And so I think that's the real question going forward. But it is sort of sad that this is the same president we're getting again, that there are no lessons learned. There's no sense that Californians are Americans, right? That they are struggling in these areas. 2 people have lost their lives. These fires haven't been contained at all. It looks like they're probably going to get worse before they get better, and that he doesn't have any sort of empathy and understanding about, over what these folks are going through. People have families there. Not only, you might have families still there. I have family there and friends as well. So it's just sad and still shocking.
Literally, as you're speaking, what we're looking at are live pictures of neighborhoods in LA County burning. I mean, the roof there is literally on fire. And as we heard from local officials, LA officials in the last hour, they just can't.
Yeah, the only lesson Trump learned from the last time around is that he has to, 1, make sure that everyone in his corner is firmly within his corner. Okay, no more fake friends. And 2, there are literally no repercussions if you are popular enough and if you never back down. That's it. So he's going to be more vindictive and worse this time around.
Can't contain it. You can see the wind there. You can see how aggressive the wind there. I mean, just talking to people, you've probably been talking to your family there. The Santa Ana winds are so strong and they're so hot that it's impossible for them to contain now. At this point, it is just about taking cover and staying as safe as possible and as far away from that as possible.
Right, and hoping that the coastal layer blows back in eventually. Certainly in fires like this, they are trying to draw lines, but the lines are being crossed by the fire.
All right. Well, I assume we'll hear from President Biden at some point. It is definitely odd timing that he is there. As he said to Susan Page, our friend, he is awaiting the birth of his first great-grandchild somewhere in that area.
All right, we're going to turn now to the changes coming to Meta. The owner of Facebook and Instagram, founder and CEO Mark Zuckerberg, announced yesterday the social media company is getting rid of its fact-checking program. Instead, it will rely on users to correct inaccurate and false posts. Kelly O'Grady looks at what the change means for you and what could be driving it.
It's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram. The fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced a slew of changes. The company plans to eliminate restrictions on hot-button issues like immigration and refocus its automated moderation on illegal content. The biggest change.
I don't understand, like, what kind of moderation was already happening on Facebook, considering everything I know about how Facebook operates, what it looks like. Like, it was a primary source of radicalization for many of your family members over the age of 50. So, outside of severe censorship of issues that pertain to Israel, when were they actually super aggressively moderating right-wing commentary? Like, they only went aggressively after those who, you know, said things that were rather unkind about the apartheid state. That's it. So I don't know how. Maybe you said Hunter Biden. I guess they're still talking about Hunter Biden. Yeah. The most top of mind issue, Hunter Biden.
Change. An end to the platform's fact-checking program.
So what does this look like? Whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or Threads, you'll see a similar community notes label as you do on X. For example, this Elon Musk post, users added this context.
But critics warn removing fact-checkers could breed misinformation. The International Fact-Checking Network, one of the third parties used by Meta, tells CBS it's unfortunate that this decision comes in the wake of extreme political pressure. But some are cheering the move, including President-elect Trump.
Honestly, I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook.
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg not only met with the president-elect last month, he installed a Republican lobbyist as Meta's chief policy officer.
I think this is really Zuckerberg reading the room.
Wedbush Securities global head of tech research, Dan Ives, says this could be a good business move.
What does Meta have to gain with this change?
Well, this can increase advertising. This could be a positive for Meta, positive for Instagram in terms of engagement, interaction. And that ultimately is a positive for advertising. And when you look at the biggest threat here was regulation, the Trump administration. This is a little sort of waving of the white flag with Trump coming in.
Mm-hmm. And in this new Trump era, add UFC president and CEO Dana White to Meta's makeover. Zuckerberg has announced White, who is one of President-elect Trump's biggest surrogates, will be on its board of directors. And it's part of a broader shift we're seeing in the tech business community. Amazon is licensing a documentary on Melania Trump and others. Big tech titans, they're donating to the President-elect's inauguration fund.
This is the business decision. That's right. More, nothing less.
It definitely is.
Nothing more, nothing less.
That's what gets lost when it comes to these.
What do you mean? All matter of business is political. These are oligarchs. They're all bending the knee to Donald Trump and normalizing it. And no, the reality of the matter is the fact-checking operation wasn't beneficial for advertisers. I guess you could probably sell it to the advertisers that your platform didn't look like Twitter, for example. The issue, however, is that when Facebook makes this move openly, due to the interesting insular nature and the complete consolidated nature of all industries, but especially social media, other companies will follow suit. And basically what's going to end up happening is it will normalize supercharged right-wing misinformation. If I had a conspiratorial mindset around this sort of thing, I would say that these companies are not necessarily interested in free speech at all. Well, I guess that's not a conspiracy. We know that to be true. But instead, they want one of the few areas where you have access to correct information, especially when paired up with like decent mainstream journalistic outlets, to be gutted, to be destroyed. They don't want people like myself, basically, to exist on these platforms. They want these platforms to be controlled by people who look at wildfires and say, well, it's orbs. Because a guy like myself, if I reach, or other people like me, if we reach a certain level of prominence, then obviously that could become an issue down the line. We are now officially in the age where correct information is not beneficial to those in positions of power. It's infinitely better if you constantly you constantly tell the broader audience that these issues are caused by random things, look no further than the way that our systems are designed. I mean, look away from the way that our systems are designed. It's actually aliens, or sometimes illegal aliens. That's it. Yeah, I said this as well, but the vibes recently just feel like everyone has accepted Trump. The media doesn't want to challenge him. Social media is going to be all owned by suck-ups. The Democrats aren't putting up a fight like they did in 2017. It just feels like society's fully accepted Trumpism. Yeah, it's true. There is no value for the truth. There is no interest for the truth. And I think the real damaging impact of this will be that instead of advertisers fleeing from places like Twitter, if all of the social media platforms resemble Twitter and are recreated in Trump's image, filled to the brim with misinformation, conspiracies, racial animus, and the like, then advertisers will inevitably go back to Twitter and will continue funding platforms like Facebook. It'll normalize this kind of uninterrupted, unrestricted flow of right-wing mania. That is what I am ultimately fearful of. I think that's what these guys want. It's much easier to keep the population servile if they are all constantly worried, afraid of their own shadows, and worried about whatever they think is the appropriate target to get mad at. So that is the America that we are living in for the next 4 years. Truly terrifying prospect. Not good, I must say. Not good at all. Huh. What is this? Related? Image by Grok? Okay, stop.
All right, buckle up. We got a Fox News alert moments ago. Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, announcing they are changing their policies to focus on free speech. CEO Mark Zuckerberg saying this.
We're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes, similar to X, starting in the US.
Wow, this is a big deal. Changes include ending its third-party fact-checking program and lifting restrictions on topics such as immigration and gender identity.
Well, is there anything more important to talk about? Also, until now, Meta used automated systems to scan for violations, but found they resulted in too much censorship. So, from now on, they'll focus on tackling illegal and severe violations like terrorism, fraud, to name a few.
And joining us right now to name one, a Fox and Friends exclusive, Meta's Chief Global Affairs Officer, Joel Kaplan, joins us live here on the couch. Joel, welcome.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Steve. Great to be here on the couch on Fox and Friends.
It's great to have you here. Okay, so you are announcing these big changes as of 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
If you're making big changes, does that mean you were doing something wrong before?
Look, this is a great opportunity for us to reset the balance in favor of free expression. As Mark says in that video, what we're doing today is we're getting back to our roots in free expression. There's a number of changes we're making, but if I could, and just highlight three.
Yep.
First is, as you heard, we're eliminating the third-party fact-checking system. Well-intentioned at the outset, but there's just been too much political bias in what they choose to fact-check and how, so we're just scrapping it entirely.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder why there was too much political bias in fact-checking, dude. I wonder why. Also, that didn't stop these people from consistently stamping on the so-called principled free speech stance that they're now exhibiting when it comes down to anything that is like remotely pro-Palestinian and sent to be being expressed on these platforms. So,
You mean you?
The fact checkers.
You set up they're yours.
Well,
right?
So the idea was they're independent fact checkers, but they've just been too biased. And so what we're going to do instead is adopt a system like X has of community notes. So we're just going to rely on our own community of users to provide people more information about what they're seeing. And we think that's going to work
So
great.
give us an example. If the headline is Donald Trump won the presidency, then anyone in the community can write notes underneath it?
Yeah, great question. So somebody can write a note, and then the way it works is different people on the platform can sort of vote on that note. And if you get people who usually disagree, who all say, yeah, that sounds right, then that note gets put on the post and people see it. X has been doing it for a while. We think it's working really well, and we're going to adopt that system.
And what are the other ones? I know you want to go.
Yeah, thank you. So the second one is about the rules that govern content on our platform. They've just become too restrictive over time about what people can say, including about those kind of sensitive topics that you mentioned that people want to discuss and debate: immigration, trans issues, gender. We want to make it so that, bottom line, if you can say it on TV, you You can say it on the floor of Congress. You certainly ought to be able to say it on Facebook and Instagram without fear of censorship. So we're changing those rules. And then the last thing, if I could, we're also going to change how we enforce the rules. And we're going to make it so that there's way less over-enforcement and way fewer mistakes that actually make up the vast majority of censorship that people experience on our platforms. So big changes, all in service of getting us back to our values of free expression.
So, Joe, I guess the big question is where are the changes coming from? Because, I mean, it's hard not to notice there's been a change in Mark Zuckerberg. You've seen him as, you know, respectfully, the nerdy kid, change over to the jujitsu. He's put on some lean muscle. His viewpoints have changed. His posting content, when he does speak, he's taken a meeting with Trump, taking a different stance on certain things. Are these changes coming from him or from what the public is saying?
There's no question that the things that happen at Meta are coming from Mark. But there's also no question that there has been a change over the last 4 years. We saw a lot of societal and political pressure all in the direction of more content moderation, more censorship. And we've got a real opportunity now. We've got a new administration and a new president coming in who are big defenders of free expression. And that makes a difference. One of the things we've experienced is that when you have a U.S. president and administration that's pushing for censorship, it just makes it open season for other governments around the world that don't even have the protections of the First Amendment to really put pressure on U.S. companies. We're going to work with President Trump to push back on that kind of thing around the world.
So, Joel, why now?
Oh, my God.
I know you said it's a change, but did you feel...
Oh, my God. They're going to actively undermine pre-existing hate speech legislation by American mandate to ensure that fascist commentary, overt fascist commentary, because fascist commentary still very much exists in these countries, but out and about overt ideological fascist commentary is going to thrive. Oh my God. Oh, brother. Who still uses Facebook? Billions of people around the planet still very much use Facebook. Normies use Instagram and Facebook. It's over. The failure of neoliberalism is also leading to the only aspect of liberalism that was actually better overall than the Republican reactionary nonsense, which is even aesthetically trying to protect marginalized identities. Because that was the only thing that you could point to with liberalism, it ended up being the only thing that they can undermine further. Fascism supercharged, dude. It's not just fascism either, by the way. It's just like straightforward. It's just straightforward, violent sentiment being expressed. It doesn't even have to be like ideologically fascist. And it's going to be so much misinformation. Like so much unrestricted, unfiltered misinformation. Because that already very much exists on Facebook. What I'm talking about right now is already something that very much exists on Facebook. The problem is when the top of the company is openly stating his desires to accelerate the spread of this misinformation, what you're going to get is just what you're going to get is an algorithmic boost on some of the most nonsensical, some of the most insane things you ever heard. Facebook is already a graveyard of AI, some of the craziest AI accounts dedicated specifically to showing you how stupid the AI slop is on that platform. We are cooked. It's also the beast killing itself, honestly. This is like the monster that is destroying itself in an effort to engage in endless profit seeking. Ironically enough, because I think this will ruin American society. What remains of like American normalcy will go away.
Feel restricted over the last 4 years, and this is the first time it's in your business interest to express this quest for freedom?
Well, there's no question that there's an opportunity here with a new president taking office, as I said, who really believes in free expression. And that's just going to give us the space to get back to those values that Mark has talked about for a long. Mark gave a big speech 6 years ago at Georgetown about free expression, about these values. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of political and societal pressure here and around the world that have pushed away from those values. We've got a real opportunity to reset, get back to them, and really provide a space for free expression.
How was the Biden administration putting pressure on you specifically? Were they calling where they didn't like a post? What did they say, take it down?
Yeah, so Mark talked about this in a letter he sent to the House Judiciary Committee a few months ago. That sort of outlined the way in which we got a lot of pressure around COVID in particular to take down more content, even things like humor and satire about the pandemic and about vaccines. So, we did experience that kind of pressure. The decisions we made ultimately were our own. But there's a real opportunity here with President Trump coming into office with his commitment to free expression for us to get back to those values and really provide space for people to have the kind of discourse and debate they want to have.
Would you do what X did, and that is unleash independent journalists like Matt Taibbi and Bari Weiss and Michael Schellenberg onto forensically go through what you guys are actually repressing, shielding, shadow banning over the last few years? Wouldn't that be part of this cleansing process?
Matt Taibbi.
So we've had an opportunity to do a lot of that with the House Judiciary Committee and Chairman Jordan over the last few months and years, and he put out a really thorough report on the experience that we and other companies have had. Honestly, we're pretty focused on the future and the opportunity we have right now with the changes we're making today to really open up the space for debate and expression.
Is the idea to get out of politics totally and focus on just the enterprise of the free market, people debating things? Or is it for Mark Zuckerberg to become like an Elon Musk and be influential as well, work with the next administration? Or a little bit of both? I don't know.
Well, Mark's always going to be Mark Zuckerberg, but I think there is a real opportunity to work with the new administration, both on free expression, but also on American leadership in technology and innovation. This is something we've seen President Trump is really focused on, making sure that we maintain U.S. competitiveness and leadership on technology, things like AI. Those are obviously super important to our company and our industry, and we'll look forward to working with the new administration to advance those goals.
Right. And Joel, when you talk about content moderation, I think a lot of people watching right now are going, well, it sounds better if they're not taking instructions from the federal government, the Joe Biden administration, saying, hey, this is wrong, take that down. So people like the idea that they're going to have a say, where you can add the community notes going forward. But ultimately, is this one of the things you're doing as a company to make sure that Meta and the other social media companies aren't regulated by Washington? Because that's the last thing you guys want.
Yeah, I think when it comes to expression, especially in the United States, we got a long tradition of the First Amendment, and we think that the right thing is for individual users to have the ability to decide themselves what to say. Look, there's bad stuff that people do online, like they do in the real world, and we want to make sure we don't have that. So we're still going to be enforcing against terrorism and drug sales and child sexual exploitation, things everybody agrees have no business being on our platforms.
What about bullying? All the young little girls. I remember Mark. He was.
Yeah, when they say terrorism, they're talking about Israel, by the way. Like, that's why they hyper focus on the terrorism aspect of it. They're not talking about like ISIS and stuff, although that is a part of it. They're certainly not talking about white nationalist terrorism. They're talking about, you say anything about Palestine, you're clapped, you're gone. Facebook is so bad with their censorious practices in terms of censorship over anything remotely pro-Palestinian, that the Human Rights Watch has written reports on it. Luigi Mangione is another one too. Expect things like that to also be suppressed. I like this lady being like, oh, what about bullying? Not the undesirables, of course, because what you're talking about is literally supercharged bullying of trans people and gay people, undocumented migrants and whatnot. But what about bullying, cis teenagers?
On the Hill, and he had to he kind enough to turn around and apologize to the families, but all those families have lost their kids from bullying. I have a 9-year-old, so I'm starting to get concerned because eventually when she's in high school or even after, she'll be faced with these situations. So what do you say to those families?
Yeah, well, I'm a parent of 2 teenagers.
Gosh, so you're in it.
Yeah, I'm in it. So, these are issues that I take really seriously, and that a lot of my colleagues who are also parents at Meta and those who aren't parents take really seriously. We got to make sure teens are protected online. We launched a few months ago a product called Teen Accounts that really puts parents in the driver's seat and makes it so that they can see what their kids can see and do online, who can contact them. We put kids in sort of built-in default settings, the most protective settings we have. And then if you're under 16, you can't change those settings on Instagram without your parents' permission. We think that's a really good innovation and something we're hopeful. It's an area
How do
where
we
Congress
do that
can act.
setting? How do the parents find that setting on the phone before they give it to their child?
Yeah, well, so we'll send notifications basically to the parents to let them know that this opportunity exists. And the kid can't sign up for Facebook or for Instagram without being put into a teen account, and then their parent gets a notice and says, "Hey, your kid's trying to sign up, and if you want to change any of the settings, you can do it here."
So, Joel, what you got to do is reestablish trust. I mean, people remember the Zuckerbucks into those key areas in 2020 that were
Dude, you can't be a serious journalist. This is one of the most popular news programs in the entire nation. And it has one of the hosts saying Zuckerbucks. Perhaps further evidence of our demise, of our societal regression.
Deciding what state, what candidate was going to win what state. And one of the reasons you're trying to do that is, number one, making this announcement here. The other thing is changing your board to let people know maybe by the people that you're hiring, that you asked to join, that their agenda doesn't match maybe the 2020 agenda. What have you done?
Well, we made a big announcement yesterday, put 3 new board members on, great board members, including Dana White, the president and CEO of UFC. The guy's a legend, an incredible businessman, incredible entrepreneur, marketing genius. Super excited to have him. A couple other great board members with real deep business experience that we put on the board. So those are important voices. Mark is
mean right hook. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it on camera. Mean right hook. I mean, he's Mr. Equal Opportunity Hands, okay? You need a guy like that. You need a guy like that. Listen, you need a guy like that in power to demonstrate said power. I know his wife has seen it. Oh, yeah. What's that? Equal Opportunity Hands, baby. Equal rights, equal lefts. There he is. That's the guy. That's the guy you're like, oh, that's a legend right there. That's what he said. He said the words, "That's a legend right there," about this man. Notorious wife beater. America's totally fucked. Yeah. Yes, it is. It is. Absolutely. It's cooked. It's been cooked. It's just going to cook even further. America was already cooked. It's just getting cooked further. That's it. And in more visible ways. And in more damaging ways as well. Sometimes literally we're getting cooked. Here, let's check back in on the LA fires.
And what the day will be like tomorrow.
I assume a lot of those schools will be closed. I know you had a chance to visit some of those schools today in your district. I want to show our viewers right now, Alberto, some photos you sent us. Do you have a count, first of all, on the number of schools in the LA area, in your district, that have actually been destroyed?
Yes. So as I said, we have 1,000 schools. The ones most impacted are the schools in the Palisades. We were able to evacuate school communities in collaboration with our remarkable first responders yesterday, but 2 elementary schools burned completely to the ground. These schools are attended by over 700 students. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary, and then a high school, Palisades Charter High School, providing educational services to over 2,000 students, sustained serious damage. In fact, when I visited, there was an ongoing fire consuming about 30% of the school. It is burning bungalows and portable classrooms, as well as athletic facilities. The old legacy building was still pretty intact, but we lost 2 schools valued at millions of dollars, and about 30% of Palisades High is being threatened as we speak. That's why we are working with Sacramento, our state leaders, our federal entities, utilizing our channels to FEMA to achieve the necessary reimbursements for the reconstruction of these sites.
Our hearts go out to all those kids and their parents. Alberto Carvalho, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for all the important work you're doing, and we'll be right back.
Kobe believed in himself at the youngest.
Always been great about getting different perspectives so that we sort of cover the waterfront of ideas and perspectives that we want to make sure are getting fed into the process.
Joe, is this, can you?
No water in the fire hydrants, no money in FEMA. This is what Joe Biden is leaving me. Thanks, Joe.
You tell the audience and the world that this is not a temporary stance. And what I mean by is this just because you got...
Wait, what is this? All right.
Fire, all the other fires. I was just discussing with my boss the other day. I was like, why did they raise my insurance? I'm not even near a fire zone, we just feel thankful and blessed that everybody's safe and out of here. This is surreal. We left about 4 o'clock in the morning and never even expecting, and just because of a little bit of my wife's prodding, we took some little extra things that, like our pictures are all digital and stuff like that. So we were able to take all that stuff with nothing great, nothing of a great loss, and all our documentation we took also.
You said you left. Your houses were all standing.
Yeah, no.
You just came back in, and this is what you saw.
Right. Yeah. I have a nonchalant feeling about the whole thing, because it's like I'm looking around, nothing's happened, and just as we're leaving out the driveway, my son looked up. We saw some smoke coming over the top, and inside that smoke, we saw some embers. As much as I thought, but we had called some neighbors.
Be more chalant, bro. Be more chalant. I'm sorry. You are too nonchalant, my goat. He is the goat of nonchalance. He's like, yeah, I just casually left the house, saw some embers, realized that my house was about to burn down in its entirety, and you can kind of see it right behind me. The house is gone. Poof. What do you think about what Zuck said about forcing other nations to stop censoring American speech? No, they're not talking about China, Russia. They're talking about Europe, chatter. They're not gonna touch, first of all, what do you mean China? What Facebook exists? Does Facebook even exist in China? No, they want right-wing sentiment to thrive in Europe. That's what they care about.
That's 35 miles per hour, and it's those gusts that really cause concerns for the firefighters doing that incredible work in those fire zones. Hearst Fire, also those winds in that 20 mile per hour range. Again, there too, those gusts go in that 30, 35, 40 mile per hour range. They could just kind of pop up at any time, something to keep an eye on. Also, the Eden Fire, there too, we're looking at 40 mile per hour gusts, those steady winds in that 25 mile per hour range. Now, here's a great view of how those fire zones are looking. We can see the areas in the red and the purple. Those are your real areas of concern. Those are the higher wind speeds, over 40 miles per hour up around the Santa Clarita area, down towards the Malibu Hills, pushing 40 miles per hour for those wind gusts as well. We can see one small pocket of no concern, but everywhere else, again, the strong winds. And notice, too, it's that Santa Ana profile, that northeast kind of winds, bringing that warm air along with those really strong winds. Still strong tonight into tomorrow, so you have to watch all the areas of Southern California. As I mentioned, some areas going down as far as red flag concerns. So here's kind of an overall view how they're kind of starting to subside. Some good news for us. So we're looking at 20 mile per hour winds around Pacific Palisades fire. We're going to stay right in that range till tonight, right about 11 p.m. And then tomorrow morning, look at this, thankfully, we start dropping down to single-digit wind readings for that Palisades area. In terms of the other spots, like the Eaton fire, same kind of idea setting up. Winds are still going to be fairly strong tonight into the evening hours, but then by late tonight, early tomorrow morning, now we're back down single digits. So there is some relief as far as the winds are concerned, but this is concerned too, how dry things are. Teens and single-digit humidity readings. So this is very, very dry conditions. That's all over Southern California. No one really getting any relief, even especially on those coastal spots where you'd think you'd get more moisture in the air. Look at that, Santa Monica at 7% relative humidity. Now, as far as the air quality, that's, of course, as you might imagine, bad, especially in the fire zones. That red indicates unhealthy air for everybody. So certainly in those spots, especially, just really be careful. Take the precaution needed for you. And so these are the concerns now. So, yeah, a little relief is coming our way. But, of course, Dallas has more updates for you at 4 p.m. on ABC 7 right now. David, Ellen, yours.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
No,
what is
LA
that
County
audio?
and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster.
Everybody's just in shock right now. I don't think it's really hit anybody yet. It's just complete devastation.
We thought we were going to have the opportunity to come back to a home, and this is what we come back to.
An unprecedented natural disaster in Los Angeles County. Multiple wildfires
We
burning
can't
at once.
necessarily say the
all
same.
of them fueled by fierce Santa Ana winds. Lives and homes have been lost. Entire neighborhoods are burned to the ground. We're working around the clock to bring you up-to-the-minute information about these fires. Everything you need to know, including where exactly these fires are burning, who needs to evacuate, and how to get help. A special edition of Eyewitness News at 4 starts right now. Thanks for joining us. I'm David Ono.
And I'm Ellen Leva. You're watching Eyewitness News at 4, live on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. We're expecting an update from fire authorities in Pasadena at any moment. First, let's take a look at where these fires are burning right now. There are 3 big fires that we're keeping an eye on. The Palisades, which is the biggest, was the first to start yesterday as the Santa Ana winds picked up about 10:30 in the morning. Hours later, the Eaton fire started in Altadena. 5 people have been killed in that fire, sadly. And the Palisades and Eaton fire have burned over 25,000 acres combined. There's also the Hearst fire in Sylmar, and that fire is holding at about 500 acres.
All right, it is sobering. It's incredible. The sight from above, when we're finally getting a glimpse of how devastating these fires are, is basically, you just can't describe it. So let's go to Chris Christie overhead in the Palisades fire right now, who is watching the firefight continue. Chris.
Yeah, David, we're back up over the Summit neighborhood in the Pacific Palisades. You're taking a live look at a new house fire. It's going to be at the end of Calle de Serra. That's going to be the 1600 block right there. That just caught on fire. But I want to help you get your bearings here. As you widen out a little slowly, first of all, I want to show you how it is really a hit and miss situation along this block and in this entire neighborhood, where you have a couple houses that have been touched and some that are still standing. But this is at the end of Calle de Serra, right next to the Summit Club at Palisades Country Club, which is right there on the right side of your screen. And you can see the way this wind is blowing the fire and blowing the smoke, that entire clubhouse and neighborhoods point south of there are in imminent threat of this fire. Again, there is no structure protection in place here in this part of the Summit. In other parts, we have seen some fire trucks trying to keep the fire at bay from neighbors who have been spared. But right now, it is really a precarious situation here in the Summit, where there is still quite a bit of active flame and very heavy winds continuing to blow through this neighborhood, guys.
All right, Chris, thank you. We're going to check back with you as this fire continues to progress. We want to take it now to the other fire of major concern, Altadena. Sophie Flay, you're right in the middle of it last night. What's it look like today?
David, the wind is not as strong as it was last night, but it is still moving these flames quick. All around us here, we are on Lake Avenue at Topeka, where you can actually see law enforcement is shutting down this part of Lake Avenue now. They are directing traffic. We know so far that at least 11,000 acres have burned in the Eaton fire. But again, we are awaiting that press conference to get the latest numbers. We know that there is an evacuation shelter at Pasadena Civic Center, which is where that press conference is expected to take place shortly. We also know that the Pasadena Humane Society has taken in more than 100 animals, and they're actually asking people to reach out to them if they are willing to donate bowls for food and water, and also asking people to reach out if they're willing to foster a dog or a cat for at least a week. We went over to Pasadena Waldorf Private School, which unfortunately we witnessed with our own.
Ryan Sinna's stream marathon got canceled because the Airbnb may have burned down.
Guests lined up. We've got an Airbnb. We got it decorated. We got. I'm gonna start crying because I'm getting really sad. Stop it! I'm actually gonna cry. I'm so sad. Okay, we're so excited. This is starting tomorrow. That's right. Why would you say that part? Okay, Sinna, now tell them the bad news. Now I'm gonna start crying. The bad news is the house burnt down. Okay. Okay, no.
Okay, no, but in a not joking way. The house
serious.
is very, very close to burning down.
Okay, serious. On a real note. On a real note. Okay, LA's on fire. Okay, there's actually like thousands of homes being burned down right now. The air quality is hazardous. You can't go outside. There's actually a lot of people that were supposed to come today to this stream, but I was like, stay home, don't go outside. Roads are blocked. Roads, it's chaos.
I think they messed up. I think it would have been extra content to do a marathon stream in the house that is on fire. That's right. It's called Initiative, chat. Missed opportunity. A Kick streamer would. Actually, I'm kind of surprised a Kick streamer hasn't. Weird sense of humor, but okay. God damn, bro. I can't even make a joke about my own backyard lit on fire. Holy moly. Motherfuckers in Ohio are getting upset at me about having gallows humor about my own backyard. Hey, man, I live here. I don't know if you know this. My grandparents had to evacuate, you know? Let me throw some fire jokes in the mix, all right? Like, you know, I know plenty of people. Naperville Andy's in the chat being like, listen, this is, how dare you? How dare you, sir? Yeah, it's like when everybody knows people from Florida make jokes about, you know, water killing them. And if you live in California, you got to make jokes about fire. That's how it is. No joke, says me, from a country and area that rarely experiences these disasters. Yeah. Keep Naperville out your motherfucking mouth. I would also like to see them stream inside of a house that is on fire. Okay. Now you made it weird. Any thoughts about Karen Bass being Africa during the fires? Apparently she was in Ghana. I see a lot of people upset about that on socials, but like, how was she supposed to know that there was going to be a... Like, that part I don't understand. What, like, if you're the mayor of Los Angeles, you're never allowed to travel? If you are the mayor of Los Angeles, you're not allowed to travel because, like, a massively consequential natural disaster could happen. It's not like she saw the fire and flew out like Ted Cruz. You know what I mean? Like, Ted Cruz is bad because he knew that there was a massive crisis in his state and he flew away to Cancun. Karen Bass was already in Ghana. I don't know what the hell she was doing in Ghana, but it's not like she escaped to Ghana, you know?
There's rushed to the scene.
Like, I think there are valid things to criticize Karen Bass on. Her hyper focus on public safety initiatives that keep giving more and more, keep funneling more and more funds to the police department. You know, mismanagement of funds in that regard is a valid thing to critique her on. Okay? But as far as like her being in Ghana while the fires were ravaging, they got you defending Karen Bass? No, you have to remember, I never defend politicians. Okay, I defend the truth. I think that there is valid criticism against Karen Bass. I am not a fan of Karen Bass. Get out of here. I despise Karen Bass. I despise all of the Democrats. Well, most of, if not all of the Democrats in California politics. Okay. What I am defending in this instance is just the truth. My dumb take is that any mayor must never leave city limits, keep them stuck there. That's kind of funny. I like that. Sure. Yeah. How was Karen Bass supposed to know that there was going to be the most consequential wildfire in California history in January? Okay. This is the time where it's not supposed to happen. We are not in wildfire season. A captain goes down the ship. Is this the environmental disaster you predicted? No.
We will not
This one doesn't count.
We will heal.
I mean, it definitely counts as far as like catastrophic climate change related disaster, but my prediction happened while it had already started. I didn't know that it was going to get this bad, but I knew that it was bad already.
Next, I'll invite
Technically,
LA County
this is
Supervisor
the, you
and
know.
our Supervisor, Captain Berger.
Captain Berger?
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney who's issuing a press release and is going to make
What
sure.
is happening? Like, what do you mean? If you want to go up there and loot, like, Like, how is that the first priority? Who's thinking about that?
Thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. And I think it's important for us to note that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their business.
How dare she be in Washington, D.C. when these fires were happening? Karen Bass is in Ghana. She's in Washington, D.C. What did they know?
Is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make...
Will they actually rebuild these homes? Seems like they don't build much of anything with respect to housing. Yeah, they must respect the housing market. So when fires like this happen, you must not rebuild, okay? God forbid. Please do not rebuild any additional housing, because then the existing housing prices go up even more. Okay? It is illegal to build a house. What is a house? Okay? It's the grossest thing to build. Absolutely not allowed. They should not build anything else, okay? Houses rise and fall naturally, Chad. It's just a part of the circle of life, yeah. They don't rise naturally, but they fall naturally. And then you must never rise anything in its ashes, because God forbid you build additional units, okay? That would be terrifying for those who currently are house owners, myself included.
Up in the San Gabriel Valley, and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many
At least
calls.
Judy Chu is a U.S. representative, so her place of work is literally D.C. Karen Bass has one job, just to be in L.A. to conduct her mayoral duties, which she epically failed at. I think it's really funny that she was in Ghana while this happened. Like, she already epically fails at everything that she does. It's just that, like, it's additionally funny that, like, she happened to not be in L.A. while this occurred. Like, I am not a fan of Karen Bass. I still don't think that she's supposed to predict these things, you know?
Want to make sure that
Just
you
bad
all
timing.
are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time. So please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you
Stop moralizing a policy choice. Homeowners are perfectly moral. Dude, I'm a homeowner. What are you talking about? I'm joking when I said do not build any new houses by any means, okay? This will be disruptive to the existing housing supply in a negative fashion, which is a joke.
We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down, and these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained. But it is going to take time, and so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation, and for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we're going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers. And please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them.
I think you should laugh when you are joking. There are a lot of normies who are not autistic, Lamau. What? What does that have to do with autism? My family's all evacuated. My dad's restaurant burned down in the Palisades fire. I want to cry, but I just fucking can't anymore, man. I feel broken right now. It's going to get better, chatter, I promise. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Hassan, you missed the police doing a random show for us? What? Dude, I'm not watching this. Okay, maybe I am watching it. No, I'm not watching it. It's 58 minutes long. It's too long. Yeah, the reports of the Palisades fire has leveled up to 75% of the Palisades, according to ABC 7. Hassan, they're saying your house burnt down? No. Breaking. Streamer Hassan Abi's house is fortunately burned down in the Pacific Palisades fire in LA. I mean, it's not. This stuff used to pop off way, way harder. What is this? In all seriousness, pray for all those affected. I have made a donation because of my joke. Has Hassan donated, lol? Praying for everyone out there. Wait, what? There are dudes that I don't even know exist on the planet that are just like, that are just simply speaking ill upon my name. No, if he needs a place to stay, he can stay with me, thank God. I'm sure he has multiple properties worth millions. E somehow made the fire about you? Yes, I saw. When I originally saw this tweet in the morning, I thought it was not real. I thought someone had made this. Like, I thought that someone was like making fun of Ethan. And then I found out that this is a real thing that he tweeted, or not tweeted, posted on his Instagram. Outside our window is closed, but we're safe for now. Wind is blowing away from us. Hassan for sure hoping the fire takes out my computer. I don't know what to say about this. I hope him and his family are fine. I hope their house is fine. It's just, I don't know how you stare down like a wildfire and in your mind think, I'm sure Hassan is hoping that I die or something. I don't know. That's crazy. What about their computer? I hope his computer is fine too. Yes. Ethan Klein, while his family's under the threat of evacuation or worse, can only think of Hassan and the impending video trashing Hassan that he soon to release. I think we can all safely say Hassan is not thinking about Ethan right now. What an absolute ghoul. He's probably joking, but even though, how can you say this? No, I know he's joking. I think he's just trying to do guerrilla marketing for his fuck Hassan video that he's going to do, not realizing that this probably makes him look really bad for the uninitiated. I don't know. He's just trying to promote his video, man. Don't give it any attention to this. It has 43,000 likes, man. Bro, you joked about the entire thing and somehow that doesn't make you look bad? Wait, what? What do you mean? Anyway, I hope like I said, I hope he's doing all right. Oh, it is a little bit, yo, do you still just make shit up, then accuse you? What? Yo, do you still just make shit up, then accuse you of it? What? I don't even know what is that. Dudes will just make shit up and be mad at you for it. Oh, people really want you to be performative right now? Performative about what? Anyway, way to try and, get more excitement around this, like, inevitable content nuke about Hassan, which has existed in perpetuity. It's, there's a million of them. Anyway, where were we? Oh, now let's talk about drama farming off of wildfires, depraved, gulag, all those creatures now. I mean, let's just move on. Okay? Let's get back to what actually matters, which is what caused this wildfire to actually take place and actually occur. Now, one might think maybe it was a cigarette butt, a lit cigarette that someone tossed outside of their car. But I think TikTokers and hopefully Facebook content creators as well with the new meta policies, we will arrive at the actual truth of what truly mattered.
One caught what appears to be a fucking orb flying down through the fire and smoke in California. You can clearly see it. It goes woo, look like fucking Goku flying on a motherfucking cloud. A lot of talk's been going around about this fire and what started it, and nobody got answers. But like I said, this thing was caught on live TV. And multiple people said they seen it in real life. So my question is, what is it?
Where is the orb? Who are the multiple people? Who are the multiple people that have seen it?
Y'all tell me what the fuck this is. Look. You see that shit? Look like Goku flying through the sky.
Okay, let's entertain this for a second. If Goku was flying through the sky to light it on fire, why is this after the fire has been lit already and has been going for hours? Was he just simply going back to light the fire again at night as well? There's much to... Wait, Jason is calling. Hello? Yo, what up? You're live.
Yo, Hassan, you busy, big bro?
Yeah, I'm live right now. What's up? What's happening?
Oh, I'm live too. Nah, I was wondering if you knew what Friday was.
What's Friday?
Friday? One of the biggest events of all Twitch and 2025.
What is it?
It's the first ever Jason and Ween concert.
Yeah? Are you going to sing Depp Guy?
Yeah, I'm going to sing Depp Guy, and I was like wondering if you wanted to pull up, you know what I mean? You know, we got VIP access, and I was making my VIP list, and, I had to put you on there, Unc.
Yeah. Where is it? And what time?
It's in OC.
It's in OC? Okay, well, you're going to do the podcast the night before, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll see if I can pull up.
Just say you hate me.
I'm saying I'm down. OC is kind of far. We might be on fire by that point.
Don't say that.
Okay, well, the fire bars you're going to be dropping. Am I right?
What the fuck? Hassan?
And what?
You leaked.
What? What did I leak?
You're really old as... Nothing. Okay, but yeah, what? Friday, I better see you there.
All right.
I'm going to be singing Depp Guy live. Everyone's been asking.
I've been asking nonstop.
Everyone's literally been asking. When's the first Jason and Ween concert?
I've been thinking, like, when will Jason do a concert finally to do Depp Guy live?
Mm-hmm. Thank you,
Oh,
bro.
I leaked that he's on the pod? No, I didn't. It's fine. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see you. I'll see you later. I'll see you Friday. Yeah.
I'll see you Thursday for the pod.
Oh, Thursday. Yeah, obviously I'll be there.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Good luck.
All right. Bye.
Bye. I'm old. Who is this? It's my nephew, Jason the Ween. I'm watching a press conference on the Eaton Fire and YouTube chat spams DEI for every speaker and calling the fire chief gay. Oh, Jason immediately said, you ain't showing P. What? I leaked that the bars will be fire. Anyway, let's get back to Goku, which we all know is responsible for why these fires started, but perhaps more importantly, why these fires continue to do fires.
I seen the slowest comment ever talk about, oh, that's just a plane trying to fight the fire. What fucking plane do y'all know that goes that close to the fucking fire and can do an angle like this through the fire like that? That low to the floor. I'll wait.
What do you mean? First of all, that is precisely what the
through the sky.
Like, I don't even know if this is is fake or not.
This is.
I don't know if this is fake or not, but it looks exactly like one of those firefighting planes. Like literally, that just dump water. That looks
look. You see that shit?
Exactly like a firefighting a plane that dumps water over. They go dive into the water, grab the ocean water, and then fly back and fly low to the ground and dump water onto it. Now, having said that, I don't know. I don't even know if this footage is real. It's just like grainy. I don't know where it's from. Or it's a bird. Yeah, I doubt it's a bird. Do you know how large that would be? Do you know how large of a bird that would be? Don't be a sheep, bro. It's Goku. You're brainwashed by the liberal media. Okay. There's a DC-10 actively dumping water. This dude's an idiot. That's what I think as well, but it's wild. But hey, guess what, dude? It's not. Okay? It's not. You know what it is? It's Goku. Or an orb, an alien orb.
That shit look like Goku flying through the sky. I seen the slowest comment ever talk about, oh, that's just a plane trying to fight the fire. What fucking plane do y'all know that goes that close to the fucking fire and can do an angle like this through the fire like that?
I mean, that angle and that all is consistent with those planes that dump water over the fire. That not saying that what we are watching on that screen is a plane. I don't even know if it's real footage or not, but if it is, it's most likely a plane.
That low to the floor. I'll wait. A fuck? Who the fuck they think they kidding? Chelsea Clinton?
Chelsea Clinton. It's far more likely it's a drone. No, it's not. No,
tell me what the fuck.
Chatters is not far more likely that it's a drone. Do you see how do you see how big it is?
Look like Goku flying.
Look how big it is. Look how big it is. Look how fast it's going. What are you saying? Could be souls. When we passed, we were able to go anywhere. I had an outer body experience while I was flying, floating, and I seen people, a woman washing clothes. She couldn't see me. I had many experience. The fire is like Lahaina, but not nearly equal to the death toll. LA have roads to evacuate. Lahaina did not. Sustained winds and low humidity will cause fires to break out. So stop the conspiracies. Oh my God. Someone speaking sense in a TikTok comment section. Look, if y'all live in SoCal, you'd know Allie Carter ain't smarter than the rest of us. We have wildfires every year. Allie Carter said there would be fires. Who's Allie Carter? I see the video you talking about, bro, and my kids see something like that goes fast. And else, some moments like the sky turn blue in the nighttime. Magician on TikTok? Wait, you're telling me that there is a magician on TikTok by the name of Allie Carter.
Okay, for those of you who are familiar with Allie Carter, right, and all of her allegations, we know she's been discredited on a couple. But do you guys remember her saying, wait till the fires start, in reference to covering up evidence of the tunnels? And it's crazy out by LA right now. Absolutely insane.
What?
I'm not saying that this is a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying that these kind of things are what give validity. Just not in fire season. Things have been said. Bad timing. Thoughts on this? Okay, for those of you who are familiar.
What are you going to do for the next 365 days different than what you did before? What's new? Talk about the children. There's going to be these explosions that lead to fire that burns evidence. There's going to be 2 new deaths, whether they're fake or not. You know how the court system is going. You can see what the authority are doing.
Bro, what is going on? Yo, listen. Like, meth heads have always existed, right? The problem is people just go, yeah, that's a position of authority nowadays. Like, how do you look at this video and go, oh my gosh, she predicted it. 2 new unalives, whether they're fake or not. Saying that there's going to be fires in California is like saying that, you know, it's going to rain in Seattle, okay? It's going to rain. That doesn't make me... The artists in your community are hilarious. Okay. This is so bleak, dude. Oh my God. We need to keep talking about the children. Also, what children? Like, what are they talking about? When I say a Evergreen truck pulled next to me in Houston traffic, I got the most chilling feeling. Where are the children?
You're doing. We've already done Hawaii with the blue roofs getting burned. We've done New York. We've done with the cats and dogs being eaten. We've done it all. So what are we doing about the children? We got the drones in the sky. We got the aliens out. We know that our celebrities are guilty. Okay. What are we doing about the children?
Okay. Here's the situation. Remember back in the day when I said, like, when you go to a subway station and you see like a person just like screaming from a soapbox and you can kind of tell that there's something wrong with them. And that's like a way for you to avoid listening to them and taking them seriously. Whereas the anonymity online has made it so that the people that have that exact same perspective can just kind of present themselves as like normal human beings. And that's the reason why so many people get duped into conspiracy theories. I was wrong. It turns out you can see someone and basically recognize that they're not all there. And yet still tens of thousands of people go, oh no, she's speaking the truth. Hogwatch is becoming just frightening. It is not fun anymore. That last guy was a faker. This is a true conspiracy TikToker. And by that, I mean mentally ill. I mean, I think there's a lot of that going around, dude. Oh my God.
What's different?
What is this?
The children. What are you going to do for the next 360?
Why don't people critically evaluate? I don't know. What can we do? Like, these people have already decided that like children are being harmed and taken. Okay. They've already decided. They're like, what can we do about it? Talk about the green containers all over the place in Europe. What? Thank you, Allie, for your determination to get the word out. Stay on it. You're a really great soul. Please stay safe. Sending love and prayers to you. When? I'm tired of waiting. She's absolutely beautiful and she's always right because she knows the truth and had lived and experienced it. God bless you, sweetheart. What is happening? Hollywood equals Hamas. Wildfire conspiracy. Lots of celebrities' houses are on fire. Are the fires to hide the evidence of tunnels? What tunnels?
The whole entire hill's on fire. Shit.
Allie Carter said and watched the fires, and sure enough, yes, she did. And California's in debt. Who is Allie Carter? I stand with Allie Carter? Bro, who is this woman? I've never heard of this person, and it turns out like this person is popping on conspiracy talk. I'm going to look up Allie Carter wildfires. Wait, Allie Carter wildfires.
Guys, hear me, please. I pinky promise you, and you should look in my eyes and know better. From everything that I talked about, put two and two together. I need you to listen right here, because there's a lot of shit about to happen. Everything is about to change, and there's no running from it. Everything is about to change. Hear me. I'm not holding back any secrets, baby. Everything is about to change. So I need y'all to please listen to me right here. Don't comment. I love you. Please give me support in a second if you want.
Bro, this has like 400,000 views or 600,000 views.
Do that. You're so sweet. Thank you. But I don't even need that right now. I need you to hear me. That's the only thing that I need you to do right now is just hear me in this live, please. I don't want to have to turn the comments off. I want y'all to please just hear me. Everything is about to change. Everything.
What? She didn't even say anything. She just said everything's about to change. What? Allie Carter is the GOAT? She's a big deal in Australia? Wait, what? I can't tell if this chat is being serious or not. She's just doing a bit about making very broad predictions, I think.
Everything.
The March for the Children is still on this weekend?
Your story and message have never changed. No, it's not, because when it's the truth, it won't change. Thank you for being here. Now, usually we get backed into a corner sometimes with situations like this. You want to know why? Because we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. If we don't say anything, it continues to just snowball into bullshit. If we do say something, then sometimes it can create clickbait. Sometimes it can create negative
Yes, this has been predicted in astrology with my spirit team. We've been in a battle of light and dark, and the light is winning, from chaos to ushering the golden age.
Attentions brings views. So if you go onto YouTube, don't watch that shit. If you do watch it, I'm sorry. But if you have watched it, I want you to think how many hours has been taken.
They're saying there's pedophile tunnels for Diddy under the Getty Village Museum, and that's why the LAFD was trying to protect it from being burned down. But Diddy's in jail. Why is he diddling children under the Getty house or Getty mansion? Like, why is it Diddy? This is the problem with like conspiracy theories. Like, I mean, there's a lot of problems, but one of the problems of of these sorts of conspiracy theories is like it's so narrow focused and so the last thing I heard. Like, it's obvious. It's obvious that it's like why? Okay, what's happening with Diddy? Oh, they're saying it's pedophile tunnels, not specifically Diddy. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but that mugshot of Diddy is not him, Lamau. There's supposedly a Starbucks in the LA tunnels that somebody worked at and made a TikTok about. Dude, what are you guys talking about? What are you saying? She claimed Obama sexually assaulted her and she was trafficked as a kid. What tunnels? There's Starbucks in the tunnels? What?
Watching footage from the California fires, I am going to need somebody to explain to me, like I am 2 years old, what this thing circled is that we saw on the live stream coming out of the fires. I have a video, I'm going to play it. I have my ideas, but y'all, I want to know your ideas. There has to be a logical explanation, right?
Dude, I always want to laugh about conspiracy theories, and then I'm reminded that there's a lot of people who operate like this, bro. It's Goku. We already solved this problem. We know what it is. It's Goku. That TikTok was satire. Y'all motherfuckers are so gullible. Los Angeles has secret underground Starbucks locations for celebrities. A video circulating online suggested a secret pathway called the Octorbahn ran underneath the city. Wait, it was a comedian's TikTok?
You could talk about this. You used to work at a secret Starbucks. Is that right?
Yeah, there is a Starbucks
So your NDA
that is like
is expired, and you could talk about this. You used to work at a secret Starbucks. Is that right?
Yeah, there is a Starbucks that is like above reserve, like a Starbucks no one's ever heard of or been to. All right. Have you ever wondered while driving in Los Angeles, how come you've never seen like Will Smith stuck in traffic on the 405?
That's so dumb. It's because these people, I mean, obviously this is a joke, but if you encounter an information like this, if this person was like being sincere about this conspiracy theory that he's presenting, the answer is very simple. It's because there are hundreds of thousands of commuters every single day, and the likelihood that you will see Will Smith at a certain point on the 405 is fairly high. You're just not going to see him all the time. They expose your Starbucks? Wait, oh my God. I mean, this is satire anyway. It's satire, but they put the dangerous conspiracy music on it so people think it's real. It's more real than anything you can find.
405.
Yeah.
I've never seen a 1%er just in their car stuck in traffic.
Why is that?
That's because there's a series of intricate tunnels underneath Los Angeles known as the Octorbahn. I'm not kidding. Like, they get access points to move through the city without ever having to be in traffic. You can come up in LAX. You can pop up at Dodger Stadium. Underneath there in those tunnels is Starbuckses set up at different locations to allow them to get coffees while they're driving. All of them. Seinfeld.
You've
Oprah,
seen Seinfeld down there?
Bono. I've seen Seinfeld down there. Dude, almond milk latte, 2 shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was he a good tipper?
They don't have to pay.
So this has been underneath Los Angeles for a few years now? I mean, how long has this been there for?
I mean, it predates me. It seems like the city was built on top of it. So, I mean, I think this goes all the way back to the 20s.
This doesn't seem real almost. This is crazy.
I imagine how I sound saying it to people.
Then you had my brother on.
Oh my God. Bro, I'm everything like that guy's a comedian, right? Like that guy's a comedian. This is obviously a joke. Ali Carter said the same thing. Who's that? Almond McLatte, 2 shots got me dead. I've seen many celebrities driving in LA traffic. Sorry, I need some proof. I see celebs in traffic all the time. Doesn't Seinfeld live in New York City? Like, this is obviously a joke. And people took this seriously. And there's a person with a top, like one of the top comments. Ali Carter said the same thing. Apparently the account got blasted
NDA.
for God knows what. I'm one of these guys now. I'm one of these guys that says comedy should be illegal. Bro, this is why legalizing weed was a wrong decision. Now everyone with schizophrenia has a TikTok. Wait, what? What does that have to do with weed? Check this out. One has 2 objects during live streams, 2 different Gokus. Breaking. Fast-moving objects seen over SoCal fires. People online are observing strange projectiles coming in and out of the SoCal fires. Missile, firework, UFO, arson. Are we under attack? If you see this, please share it and repost it. Might get buried with everything else going on tonight. This could be a national security threat. Continuous tankers drops. Yeah. This is so sick. Like, these guys are dope, dude. They're cool as hell.
Oh my god, the wind.
Look at the wind.
What? I don't want to get dragged because I don't believe the conspiracy or whatever they're talking about. There's millions of miles of tunnels under the United States as a whole, including a shit ton under LA. It's fact, unfortunately. What are you talking about? Yeah, there are a lot of tunnels under every city. It's called the sewage system. There's also like flood prevention. What is happening right now? Yeah. And in some cities they even have what is known as a metro. Ali said she was trafficked as a child at Diddy parties and CPS provided the children. She said they used the tunnels to get into the parties. If this happened, she is probably traumatized. Wait, what? What do you mean if this happened? There are utility tunnels, Hassan. You haven't researched them. Others have. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not real. Okay. Chatter, what do you think is happening in these tunnels? Like, beyond infrastructure, beyond power lines, beyond the sewage system. Like, what do you Diddy parties? You think Diddy parties are happening in the tunnels? Dude, they're not lying. I stumbled upon a portal of some secret tunnels under LA. It was crazy. There were voices playing speakers down. It was kind of wild. The sign said Metro, but obviously it was just a front. Okay, you joke, but there's people who take it seriously, please. Like, these people are so funny because they think that, like, sex trafficking needs to happen under tunnels and not in broad daylight. Okay? That's what's so crazy about it. It's like assuming that, like, there is a shadowy group of very wealthy, powerful people that get together in cigar smoke filled rooms and secretly design the world. It's like, no, that's just the G10. Okay. This is a Davos summit, the World Economic Forum. Like, it's in broad daylight. They openly are doing it. It's called capitalism. Okay. It's not like lizard people. It's just people just like you and me. Okay. There are some cool secret spots in LA tunnels, but it's like literally gutter punks and anarchies. Oh my God. Here's proof. Ali Carter, but 4 years ago. Okay, stop. Also, none of that factors into why these fires are happening. Good cover, Hassan.
Here he comes. Jesus.
Oh my god, the wind.
Look at the wind.
Did you attend a Diddy party in 2017? Did you attend a Diddy party between May 12-14, 2019? No. What? We need to leverage our military to build bridges and fight fires instead of invading countries, bro. Imagine all the AC-130s dropping fire retardant on wildfires instead of napalm in villages. Look how much of a crab angle the plane has in that clip. The winds are crazy. Yeah. Look, bro, he's just floating away. Brother, you have to watch this.
All right, we got this crazy wild situation over in California with the fires. And I understand that the fire came very near the Getty Villa. Well, once upon a time, a little birdie told me, the little birdies that hang around me are special little birdies that know special things. Once upon a time, a little birdie told me that there is an aspect, a largely physical aspect, that embodies the essence of the black goo, that is kept and contained inside of a frequency pin, basically, underneath the Getty. So when I saw that the fire was going near it, I thought, what would happen if the Getty burned? What would happen to our friend who's locked underneath, contained in a frequency field? They cannot let that burn. They cannot let it burn.
This woman has 6 phone chargers and a 2 big purse and none of them work.
Burn, because she will be released. And not for nothing, but I think she's on our side at this point.
This lady fantasized about a black Venom style goo monster that's trapped under the basement of the Getty Museum and is firmly committed to the belief that that Venom monster is actually good and that the Getty family house being burned down is going to finally release the black goo monster. How do you live like that? I don't understand. The Getty Villa says its collections are safe so far from the Palisades fire. Here's how the museum is protecting itself. What about the goo? Will this article reference the goo? She should Getty job, lol. I think we have a serious problem. Hold on, I'm gonna Google. Okay, not one mention of the goo. What about goon? What about aliens? Okay, what about the word black? Wow, they didn't even use the word black in this article one time. They're really trying to get us off the smell. They're really trying to get us off the trail here. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Ally Carter claims to be Tupac's long-lost daughter.
Pinnacle of all the thoughts. Now this is the next level with this new.
Tupac's daughter, Ally Carter, spoke out in 2023. Guess nobody believed her story either. 108,000 likes.
Seeing where things led and who I really was and what was really going on, because things didn't make sense to me. Everybody kept my baby picture from me. Nobody wanted to show me my birth certificate. People kept things from me like it was a huge secret. People treated me different. And I have one baby picture, just one, that we found. They told me at St. Bernardine's Hospital in San Bernardino, California, that the reason why my father wasn't on the birth certificate was because it was shift change. And that the nurse had to sign for me because it was shift change.
What? Her real mother is trying to get her to go back home?
I lost mother.
Oh, really?
I am.
Okay.
Her father, her brothers, Tupac is not her father. Her father lives right here in Moreno Valley. He's remarried, and the way if I have to take her to court, which is what my plan is, I will be taking my daughter, Tori, to court. I will be taking Shelly to court. Shelly has never adopted my daughter. All of these affidavits and paperwork and all that crap is fake.
I don't know if this is real either. I don't care about this Ally Carter lady, man. What the hell? The nurse filling out the birth certificate and her shift ended before she could write down the father's name. Yeah, that's what happened. She was supposed to write Tupac Shakur in the birth certificate, and unfortunately her shift ended, so she couldn't. Okay, now we're down this like insane rabbit hole instead of looking at cool ass planes. Why is mainstream news not covering the Ally Carter predictions?
That 5 people have died in this fire. Tragic.
So tragic, Giovanna. We know that 10,600 acres have burned in the Eaton fire. It's at 0% containment. And we just heard from the Pasadena fire chief saying that there are 750 firefighters working on this fire. We know that somewhere between 200 and 500 structures have been damaged or lost. And there are also mandatory evacuation orders in place right now. We are at Lake and Topeka here in Altadena, and you can see that law enforcement are really trying to make sure people are heeding these evacuation orders and staying out of the roads. So,
bro, look at the Pacific Palisades from this drone shot, dude. God damn, dude, that is crazy. That is utter madness, dude. Fireflight planes do insane maneuvers. Sometimes it even goes wrong because of how risky it is. Here's a clip from Greece where one crashes. It crashes behind a hill so you don't see the direct impact. No, I'm not going to watch that right now. Hope you're safe, brother. I am safe.
And what's so surreal is look down the block. It is block after block here in this area in Altadena. I mean, there's a huge fire there, burning several houses. Any other time, there would be fire crews blocking off this entire area. But there's just too many fires, and they've just got to...
I'm not gonna lie, I think Anderson Cooper is getting cancer after this. Like, every time I see this man, he's got no mask on, okay? Like, I feel like this dude has no care for his own safety at this point.
We are, because there's so many engines tapping the grid and multiple grids, we're basically just taking all the water out of the grid.
So what do you do? I mean, you want to fight at these fires.
We do have water tenders, vehicles that shuttle water to us, that carry 2,500 gallons of water, but again, they're stretched thin as well, so they have a lot of demand placed on them.
So on a scene like this right now, what can you do?
We are looking at houses that we can save. So things that we can do, we can clear brush away from fences, things that we can do with our hands or with tools. and we just helped some homeowners get out. So first thing is rescue operations. We want you out. Houses can be replaced, all that. Lives cannot.
Lives cannot. That was just around the corner here earlier today. We're going to, I just want to show you what's happening right now. So this house, as we talked about, is burned down. The house next door has not.
It makes no sense. My man is way too rich, bro. He's a Vanderbilt. What the hell is he doing this close to the fires? Is he trying to, I feel like he's like, I'm done. I want to die. I've done too much.
Stop this house from being destroyed by this fire because embers coming. I mean, when you see the flames from here licking that house, so they're trying to keep that roof wet. The captain was saying earlier, they really look at the attics. If smoke is pouring out of the attics, if the roof is on fire, if it's gotten to that point, if it gets into the attic, then the house, if they don't have enough water, then the house is going to go. Gavin Newsom was in this area.
Bro is covered in soot. Look at him, bro. He looks like one of the miners in Twin Peaks.
Just complete and utter devastation. I've been in a lot of these fires, a lot, going back to Paradise, and this approximates Paradise. It's not a numeric, it's just a feeling, sense of loss, place, belonging.
Still no containment.
No, we're at zero containment. The winds have been a little bit more favorable, as you've seen in the last few hours. So we've got the helicopters back up. We've got some fixed wing aircraft. Out on the coasts, it's a little different. It's pretty intense. We have 23 aerial assets just at the Palisades, but a lot of them are not operational.
I hate Gavin Newsom so much. He just sounds so fake, even here.
We've depleted.
I don't know why. I just he just gives bad vibes, dude.
On Sunday. Hundreds of personnel.
Am I wrong? I feel like he's like
dozers,
happy, kind of,
engines,
because he's in front of a camera or something. I don't know what it is.
And now we're getting the mutual aid system, the EMAC system. Governors from all across the country are calling. Oregon sending a few dozen engines, and Arizona, Utah. We're just grateful for all the support.
A lot of these firefighters I was talking to on the street, they've been working, 26, 27 hours. Are they? That's just going to continue. I mean, there's enough folks here.
Yeah, I mean, we got a few thousand.
Gavin Newsom looking at all of the burning houses, licking his lip, thinking how wonderful this will be for the housing market. He's excited. Look, on mute. He's excited at the prospect of the housing markets, the housing market going up even higher than ever before. Gavin Newsom will not rest until upper middle class managers are also homeless. Do you understand? He has one goal in mind. He wants to make everyone with the exception of like mega millionaires, like 100 millionaire plus, everyone underneath the $100 million net worth line has to be homeless permanently. He loves it. This is just what it is. He enjoys it. This is his only goal in life. Okay. I'm telling you right now, nothing else.
When you have a system that's not dissimilar to what we've seen in other extraordinarily large-scale fires, whether it be pipe, electricity, or whether it just be the complete overwhelm of the system. I mean, those hydrants are typical for 2 or 3 fires, maybe 1 fire. You have something at this scale, but again, that's going to be determined by the local
authorities. Were saying part of it is the gravity, that it's these giant tanks on top of the mountains, which...
Yeah, well, they're going down. We were just with the team. They're getting the tenders down to Pasadena, filling things back up, coming back up. So it's just
our aerial assets.
They all sound like RFK Jr. because they've been just eating smoke all day, dude.
Wind's been up a little bit earlier, but out on the coast it's been a little more stubborn because those winds, those winds are swirling. The challenge is, it's you can see that they can fly. It's not a question of turbulence or anything else. It's just the mitigation's flying all over the place, so it doesn't have any benefit necessarily. So we've got National Guard working the rattlesnake teams out there on the line. We're also trying to bring them in to supplement some of the law enforcement efforts as well. It's all hands on deck across the spectrum. The biggest thing, though, Anderson, that happened today, sincerely, and you can appreciate it in a community like this, to get that direct individual assistance with the major disaster declaration within 36 hours of this incident from the president was a game changer for this community, for small businesses, et cetera. So not that we're thinking about the next phase, but we have to be thinking concurrently about the next phase is how we rebuild this community. But right now we're in this mitigation phase. We're in the public safety phase.
I hate to even ask this question, but the president-elect chose to attack you, blame you for this.
One can't even respond to it. I mean, it's people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. families completely torn asunder, churches burned down. This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say. I won't. I stood next to a president of the United States of America today, and I was proud to be with Joe Biden. And he had the backs of every single person in this community. He didn't play politics, didn't try to divide any of us.
Finally, your message to the folks here, to this community.
I mean, we have their backs, and we're going to be back, and this is going to be a long recovery process. But look, we have residents moving back into Paradise, California. I've seen remarkable recovery efforts. I've seen remarkable sense of community, purpose, resilience. So, I'm not just playing the politician role of optimism. I really am long-term optimistic. But the devastation to hear people wailing and crying, concerned about their pet, their family, they're just bewildered about what they're experiencing. And again, not just experience. I was not talking past tense. This is happening in real time. 0% containment.
That was Governor Gavin Newsom. Spoke to him about an hour ago, literally just up the block. He was out here with fire crews, talking to fire officials, trying to assess the damage, figure out next steps. I also ran into a woman just around the corner. We saw her out on her lawn with a watering can, pouring water from a watering can, trying to keep the lawn wet to save her house. Miraculously, her house is still standing. There's about 4 or 5 on that side of the street which are. And I just want you to hear from her.
Maybe 3 a.m. we heard how your phone has that terrible alert, and we just, no lights, just the lights from everybody's car, headlights in their driveways, and everybody on the street just cramming their possessions and pets and kids into cars. And then we went to my husband's sister's house, and then you can't find any news. There's no way to know if your house burned down or not. This is the best neighborhood. Everybody knows each other. Everybody helps each other out. Before he left, our neighbor Brad here, he was putting out little fires on, before he felt like he just had to go, he was putting out little fires on our property, and who knows, maybe that saved our house. But that's the kind of neighborhood we have, and it's, most of it's gone now.
Especially those I want to go to a press conference. Mayor Karen Bass. Let's listen in.
Breaking for you, and we stand with you. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering.
Yeah, she saw it from her plane landing from Ghana.
With county, state, and federal officials. I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time.
Oh my gosh, he's ass covering.
We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles.
Oh my God.
Thank you to our first responders who waited in the flames, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines.
Libs of TikTok needs a lobotomy, dude. Anne? Anne? Yeah, what was that? That noise. Oh, okay. Has Hassan seen the good new I'm a great grandfather thing from Biden? No, I have not. Yeah, Greta Thunberg was warning us about climate catastrophe while politicians were reacting with total indifference and bragging about escalating fossil fuel production. Yeah, the Greta Thunberg take from Ifartlo. Has Greta Thunberg taken her cafe off to address the fires in LA? Or are there too many Jews living here for her to be concerned? Ifartlo. Wait, what did he say?
Notification yesterday their home was probably burned.
They got notifications yesterday that their home's probably burned to the ground, but the good news is I'm a great grandfather as of today.
Today.
Yeah, he was in LA because his great granddaughter was being born, I think.
I'm not sure. The good news is I'm a great grandfather as of today. I have a granddaughter.
Yeah. Clap for me, Jack. My granddaughter gave birth to a fire that erupted in flame, took out thousands of homes. And I let that fire burn. I said, keep it coming.
And not baby girl, baby boy. So remember this takes.
Everything that, I mean, this is a cliche at this point, but virtually everything that's come out of this administration and everything that will continue to happen in politics at the global stage is basically another Adam Curtis documentary B-roll, okay? Literally every single thing that has happened in the last 4 years is just B-roll for an Adam Curtis documentary. I swear to God, this line, camera pan out, just everything. We did a gender reveal fire, got a little out of control. But guess what? I'm a great grandpappy.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you so much. Make your way out. Make your way to the cars. Please go this way.
Adam Curtis, doc, you lost me. Hypernormalization. 10-pound baby girl, baby boy. He clearly appeared to correct himself at the end, but it's not clear which version is correct. Reporters are seeking clarification. Good news is I'm a great grandfather as of today. That's what I put in my TikTok this morning. His ospreys flying overhead to go see his to watch him to ship him over to watch his great granddaughter be born, or great grandson, I guess. Here's my TikTok of the event.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Hell World, the hell that is sunny Los Angeles, California. Wildfires are happening right now. It's pretty crazy. Palisades is on fire. Malibu's on fire. I'm in West Hollywood, so it's not as bad, which means that we are not in a mandatory level 3 evacuation zone or even a level 2 evacuation zone. Even though everything is orange, it's very Dune-like. And this morning I had the brilliant idea of going out to play basketball and also take Kaya to the park, because
those are the ospreys that fly after these helicopters.
The gym was obviously closed, and now I feel like that maybe wasn't the best idea, because I have I feel like I inhaled a lot of coal. That's what it feels like to me right now. Also, a quick shout out to Karen Bass for cutting the fire department spending by $20 million in this past year and increasing the police department spending instead. Now, obviously, it's a tiny, minuscule percentage of the overall budget, but, you know, it's good to set our priorities straight. What's up, everybody?
Rain chains, yeah. Not a waitress, but I'll take his tip. Baby, I'm scared. Hold me. Not the shot of you being the only person at the park. I'm scared, Pookie. Have you seen what the LAPD's doing? LAPD right now with their millions of extra budget helping firefighters. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna pop off big time, dude. Also, this is such a classic LA apartment right here. This looks exactly like one of the apartments I used to live in. Hey, Hassan, it's me, Steve Gutenberg. Longtime watcher, first time chatter. Stay safe, brother. Mask up. And tell the LA Hasanabi heads to leave their keys in their cars if they must abandon them. Wow. Is that Steve Gutenberg? Famous 80s and 90s era actor from Police Academy? That's fantastic that you took the time out from moving cars around so in order to make way for the emergency services to chat in the chat. I love Police Academy, sir. Will do, Mr. Gutenberg. Yeah. They're glazing your dedication this morning. Hassan is insane to go outside. You know how runners run at high altitude to train their lungs under low oxygen condition? Hassan did that. He's so tough. It's true. No, this is what the cops are doing. The world is literally burning around us, and the SMPD is still out here giving street sweeping tickets. There ain't no... Dude, that's amazing. It's like 3 blocks down from where this ticketing process is happening. There is a mandatory evacuation order. That is awesome. That is so sick. No days off for these guys, let me tell you, okay? Imagine you're about to escape. You're about to escape. Your house is probably going to burn down. You get into your Acura and you immediately notice something outside your windshield wipers. It's a ticket. You got a ticket. This is your 8th ticket this month. They put a boot on your car. You just decide to die in the fire. You just decide, you know what? I'll let the flames take me. It's fine. Whether it be 3rd-degree burns or suffocation, I don't care. I don't want to live in this world anymore, okay? Oh, no. I do love the street sweeping taking place with the cloud, with the dust and ash smoke right behind. Those streets might literally just be completely destroyed tomorrow. Lawful neutral. Would the ticketing would they start ticketing all those abandoned cars that were bulldozed? I hope so. I mean, you can't let these criminal scum get away, you know? Is the worst over by now? Potentially. I'm not making any predictions, but well, I mean, to be honest, the worst is always yet to come.
Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation.
If we're being real, the worst is yet to come, okay? There's 0% chance America will get better and 100% chance that it will get worse. Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles urged people to pack a bag to evacuate and said people should conserve water. We want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water, she said. Mayor Karen Bass of LA said that there are more evacuation orders that may be issued tonight, but she did not specify where. Trump made a statement.
In other words, we gave it to him
Where
for
President
nothing.
Trump's
The most
speaking.
expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively speaking. The most by far. We lost 38,000 people. They gave it to him for $1, and then they charge more for our ships. It's not going to happen. And China's running the Panama Canal. That's not going to happen either.
Mr. President, on California, Mr. President, during the pandemic, you often said that you didn't believe that you should bail out blue states, that you believe were being mismanaged. Given your criticism of Governor Gavin Newsom, are you willing to work with him?
Okay, they're trying to make drama, dude. That's a journalist that's not asking this question with real journalism in mind. That's a drama question. Yeah, no, he's not going to abandon the state of California. Come on. I hate Donald Trump. It doesn't even matter what he says here. Okay? Natural disasters took place under the Trump administration. And yes, there was mismanagement at the federal level across the board. That's just like a universal principle in general. But I don't think, first of all, California has like 4 million registered Republicans. What are we talking about? Okay? Like 4 million people that voted for him directly. California is so large that it has more Republican voters in it than like 4 Republican states combined. Okay? He's going to say something snarky, and then people are going to run the media cycle for like a week being like, Trump is going to let the Californians get killed.
Do you believe that federal aid should be provided to California for as long as it takes?
Well, it's very sad because I've been trying to get Gavin Newsom to allow water to come. You'd have tremendous water up there. They send it out to the Pacific because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called a smelt. And for the sake of a smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing. And we're going to get that done. It's going to finally be done. I got it done from the federal side, and he didn't want to sign it, but it's not going to happen again like that. There's no reason. Can you imagine? You have farmers that don't have any water in California. They have plenty of water. They don't have a drought. They send it out to the Pacific, and it's crazy. So what's happening in California is...
He withheld millions of dollars from Puerto Rico and routinely asked his advisors for demographics in affected areas. Not a ridiculous question. Yeah, there's a difference, okay? Every administration has destroyed Puerto Rico. It's understood that no government cares about Puerto Rico, okay? California is like the 4th largest economy on the planet. If California was a nation state on its own, it would be the 4th largest economy on the planet. Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States of America. It's a territory that we mistreat with regular frequency, regardless of who's the president. He literally did that in California? No, he threatened to withhold wildfire aid. He didn't actually do it.
A true tragedy. I know those areas very well. I have many friends living in those houses. That is a true tragedy. Nobody ever thought. I mean, virtually Beverly Hills and areas around Beverly Hills are being decimated. The biggest homes, some of the most valuable homes in the world are just destroyed. I don't even know. You know, you talk about a tax base. If those people leave, you're going to lose half your tax base of California. This is a true tragedy, and it's
I think one of the most annoying things that's going to happen under the Trump administration, aside from all of the regular violence and regular cruelty, is that remember the likes of like Michael Cernovich and you know, Jack Posobiec. Whenever Trump would like say something stupid, they would hit the actually what he's saying is a brilliant 5D chess move. Now that Donald Trump is more normalized, I think you will start seeing mainstream media do that as well. Like think pieces that from Vox.com being like, Trump said smelt is a massive problem in California. Here's how he's actually correct. Meanwhile, it's classic Trump. He just like picks something random and decides to hammer that in as though that's the major problem here. And I'm willing to bet that so many more outlets are now going to start entertaining this silly nonsense that he says. Yeah, in the same vein that the New York Times does for liberals, exactly. But they will do it for him as well because he's now a normal Republican. Okay, remember, he is considered a normal Republican. Donald Trump's vendetta against windmills might be a personal one at first glance. Here is how windmills might be contributing to the whale suicides. Okay, just wait. Donald Trump's statements about shower pressures actually tell a much larger story about when environmental regulation goes too far. I'm Mike Barbaro, and this is The Daily, okay? Just wait.
The mistake of the governor, and you could say the administration. They don't have any water. They didn't have water in the fire hydrants. They don't have water. And yet they have, the water comes from, you know where? Up north. And it comes down at levels, they give millions and millions of barrels of gallons of water.
Okay, bro, you look weird, man. Is this guy all right? What's happening? Dude, this is a crazy take. Climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people. Some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters. And now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind, dude. This is a statement that is so utterly insane. What is going on, dude? The chief said it. Yeah, the chief said there are not enough firefighters to fight 4 massive wildfires when there are 80-mile winds that are blowing the fire. It's impossible to contain it. That is normal, okay? Because what is going on is abnormal. The proper preventative measure would have been to train and hire more firefighters, but that would require money beforehand, okay? More money to be spent on training firefighters beforehand. That is a real problem, okay? What is crazy, and remember, 30% of firefighters that fight these wildfires are literally slaves in the prison system in the state of California. California, woke California, remember that. So, like, even under normal circumstances, they don't have enough people. You're late to the party? Some publications are doing exactly that. What is E&E News? What? Trump seizes on California wildfires to roast endangered fish. Dems. The president-elect has long begrudged efforts to protect the Delta smelt, siding with critics who argue that water flows would be better used by farms and cities. In comments posted to Truth Social, Trump criticized Governor Gavin Newsom over state and federal efforts to bolster water flows for an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. Trump has long begrudged efforts to protect the tiny Delta smelt, a 3-inch fish that lives in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta in California, siding with critics who argue that flows from a major state water source would be better used by farmers in major cities rather than environmental needs, including wildlife habitat. They are very tasty. How come they don't use water from the ocean? They do. They do use water from the ocean. Even though salt water is obviously very damaging to the infrastructure. But at that point, you know what's more damaging? Fire. But they do use water from the ocean. We watched them take water out of the ocean and dump it. The smelt is important in that it is an indicator for the health of the system. The smelt go, that means the whole watershed is in a downward spiral. If that happened, way more industries would be screwed. When ecosystems crash before they've taken out too many Jenga blocks from the web of life, he'll say, who knew that smelt was important? Just a 3-inch fish. No one had any idea. He just hates the fish. He just hates this one tiny fish. I don't know. I'm not I'm not a scientist, okay? But everything that I know about the environment is that it's held together by ticker tape, okay? It's a very delicate ecosystem. Eviscerating an entire species from said ecosystem will probably have genuine consequences, like really bad, really negative consequences, I suspect. Once again, not a scientist. What is this?
And they asked for additional resources. So right now we've had, this has jumped from a very small fire in the backyard. It ran up a ridge. Once it hit that ridge, we had these erratic winds, and it just had an ember cast that just pushed this throughout all of Palisades.
So they think the fire started in a backyard. It was like a tiny fire in a backyard. The upcoming nuclear clock will say doom due to climate change, probably. Oh, if you put that in a filet-o-fish, you would care. Hello, Azan. You are safe, not burning. No, contrary to what my haters want, I am not burning yet. It's honestly irrelevant what started this fire. The conditions could have led to a single cigarette starting these fires. Yeah, I know. It's more so the incredibly dry winter we've had so far. What is this? Watching video after video of invasive plants exploding like fireworks in what was once a resilient fire-adapted landscape and thinking about all the apologists who are like, what does invasive really mean, man? That's just like a construct. What is the invasive, what are the invasive species here? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I thought these were all, naturally occurring. Are palm trees invasive? I thought palm trees were natural. I didn't know. I thought palm trees were naturally occurring in California. Like, I thought they were native. No, they were all planted. Look at the invasive species. Not at all. Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought palm trees were native. Joke, right? No, I wasn't joking. Chatters, I am not joking. They're everywhere. I literally thought that they were. I understand why. Obviously, putting invasive species of plants in areas can accelerate fires. I mean, look at Israel. Israel's another great example of this as well. Like, you're not real, Unc. They might not be native, but they aren't invasive. That means two different things. They lived to about 100. Most of them planted 100 years ago, and the Olympics are coming up, so there's a city council debate on what to do about it. Where there are palm trees, the land was colonized. They are everywhere because they were planted by white people. There are palms native to LA. Don't listen to chat. Besides LA, where have you seen palm in America? The short, stubby ones are native. The tall, skinny ones are not. Eucalyptus. It's nice that you're so cute. Okay, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about native trees here. All California invasive species. We got nutria? We got nutria in California? I didn't even know. Fishes, invertebrates. Okay, what about the invasive, not species, but invasive, not wildlife? I'm looking for the trees. The eucalyptus imported from Australia, they're filled with oil. Palm trees require so much water and only last 100 years, don't even provide shade. There should be controlled burns that stop when we exterminated indigenous. There should also be controlled burns that stop when we exterminated the indigenous folks. Where is this map from? Also, this is palm tree range. It doesn't say if they are naturally occurring or not. This just says like they can live there in this habitat, which we know they can. Not palms that you would recognize. Basically, most are not native. Same that eucalyptus are not native. Well, I always thought, okay, people are going to make fun of me now. But it was, I thought that it was like, what's the desert that has the cacti, the cactus that looks like a palm, kind of. Joshua tree. Like, I thought it was like in that same region. You know what I mean? Desert style tree. So I just assumed that it was always a native tree. This is what trees are supposed to be like in California. Okay, this is different.
Old-growth coastal redwood
This is the best of the best.
trees are. This tree completely burnt on the inside 3 years ago, and it doesn't give a fuck. This tree is so fire resistant. The bark is over 4 feet thick. Look at this bark right here.
I mean, these trees are incredible.
That's its shield, Mother Nature's fire control. This thing didn't even fully burn, and it was burning for multiple days. Beef. These trees are fucking gangster. You gotta start protecting this real shit. Completely burnt in the inside, it's still alive. And these two branches are fusing together, grafting into a fused stem. This is why they survived the fire. Look how thick this bark is, bro. That thing is fucking huge, dude. It's like a fence
This guy's awesome because he has like maximum tree autism.
post, but twice as thick. That real shit. You can see the layers where it burnt. One layer burnt, but the other layer is good. Every year they just add a new layer. So this bitch gets like 4 feet. Look how big the root is, dude. That's a root right there. You see, it's not that deep. It stretches the car because his homie's gonna help him hold it down. But he's trying to reach that water. That's why they look at the root right there. Do the branches and roots in the water. Oh, that water's so clean. This is salmon habitat too. Based. It's a riparian habitat. That's why these trees get so fucking big. The roots go straight in the water, dude. Look how big those roots are. It's so sick. They burnt 3 years ago. 0 fucks given. The largest redwood tree in Sonoma County. This tree's over 1,400 years old and over 300 feet tall. It's fucking beef. Almost all the old growth in Sonoma County got logged. It's one of the very few areas that got protected because humans be fucking shit up. But this is that real shit. This thing is so huge, dude. One of the coolest trees in the world, and so you can tell.
There's a famous story about a tree. I think it's from the redwoods that they just cut. It was like the largest tree on the planet. And they chopped it down because people just didn't believe that it existed, only to take it to a world fair, right? Am I messing up that story? I feel like I messed it up a little bit. It's like it's a super sad story. And people still didn't believe it. That's not the story. What was the new fire directly north of you? Vegetation fire in the hills like 3 minutes ago. Wait, what? Bro, chill. Oh no, what the hell? Uh-oh. There's a vegetation fire that's 10 acres that is directly on the, oh my God, that's right on top of Runyon Canyon. Oh brother. Breaking, a new fire is just sparked on Solar Drive in the Hollywood Hills. All right, well that might be, now that is not good. Okay, that is like on the top of, that's basically on the top of, hold on, I gotta send Willing Caroline a text message. Make sure you have all your important documents. It's fine.
Bonita Avenue, Vista Street. It is time to evacuate now. This fire is just about 100 feet from the end of Curson Avenue, and this entire area is going to be evacuated momentarily. You saw that fire helicopter fly through the shot. It gives you a little bit of the idea of scale because that helicopter was a dot when it flew through the foreground of that fire. This is a large fire that is spreading exponentially here in the last couple of minutes. If we can widen out a little more, you can see it now taking more of a vertical position up the canyon from top to bottom. It's spreading in multiple directions. It's moving uphill with the terrain, and you have spot fires being blown towards Hollywood. This is a fire that is literally right in the smack dab in the middle of the Hollywood Hills, due north of Hollywood Boulevard, no more than a mile off of the boulevard, and it's already spotting. Look at that, a big spot fire right there in the middle of your screen. Go ahead and push in right there.
And that spot's
big flames
growing
right there. That one spot is going to go up and grow exponentially here as we keep an eye on it, and it's going to continue to blow. These winds are going to continue to blow this fire towards the city of Hollywood. This is something we have to really watch closely here.
Okay, I have my documents and stuff.
Go ahead. Let's start getting some more of the streets, Lucas. We need to get people out of this neighborhood. We need to get people out of this neighborhood.
This is devastating to watch. We've already seen so much destruction. I just can't imagine. I can't process having another fire in another swath of homes in danger. But I just want to take a moment to announce that LA Unified Schools, all LA Unified Schools, will be closed tomorrow. So we want to get that information out there.
All right. So can we get the satellite view? Is it possible for your camera person to give us that satellite daytime view just for a second, so we get a sense of
the overlay, the overlay. Give them the overlay if you can. If not, no big deal. Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mark. It might not be available right now. I apologize. But just look at that spot fire. Look at that spot fire that sparked up 30 seconds ago, and look at the size of it now. It's over 200 feet right now. It started as a little speck. Go ahead and push right in on that fire, right there, middle of the screen. Go push right in there. That spot fire is already exponentially growing.
Wow. Yeah, it started as a pretty small spot. We all saw it erupt there, and it is growing. Let's give the street names again, if we could. Curson was one of them.
Widen now, Lucas.
And
Waddles Drive, Curson Avenue, Curson Place, Curson Terrace, Bonita Avenue, Hillside Avenue, Vista Street. Go ahead and push down a little bit. Just tilt down slightly.
You
so
mentioned
we can show
Bonita
some more of the
Street too. Yeah, Bonita.
Sierra Bonita, Franklin Avenue, Gardner Street, which is where the fire department is responding right now. Almost certainly they'll have LAPD going door to door here to start evacuating this neighborhood. Stanley Avenue and Nichols Canyon Road. This whole section here between Vista Street and Nichols Canyon is under the gun right now.
And so heavily populated, so many apartments and homes very close together.
We are in the heart of Hollywood, guys. This thing is spotting and growing by the second. I can't emphasize it enough. There is no way to dramatize this. This is real and happening in real time, and it's happening fast, just in the last 10 minutes.
Excuse myself so we can go ahead and start to strategize and move towards mitigating this additional major emergency in the city. Thank you.
All right, that was Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, I think, excusing herself. It's what I believe is happening. So that she could address this fire that we're watching
here. The reason she knows about it is because Chris Christie spotted the glow in the sky. He was over, right? You were over the Palisades fire. You saw the glow from this one, came over to investigate, and discovered the fire.
That's exactly right. It started as a speck, in the distance. We weren't even sure. I couldn't even believe what I was looking at, to be quite honest. And as we got closer, it became very apparent because it was growing and flaring up right before our eyes. And it only took us a couple of minutes to get over here. And just in the last few minutes that we've been on the air, I can tell you it has at least quadrupled in size.
And with these winds, even though they have died down, and we've been hearing that they were scheduled to die down a little bit after 6 p.m., they are still blowing. They're still blowing. And even if it's 10, 15 miles an hour, the embers can fly and start new fires very easily, as we've already seen when you showed us that spot fire. Chris.
I'm sorry, one more time, Giovanna, I apologize.
It was not a question. I was just commenting that it is such a dangerous situation because the winds are still blowing and embers will fly, and it is just so easy. We've seen over the last couple of days how easy it is for embers to fly to different areas and start spot fires and set homes on fires. It's just a very scary situation.
And that's exactly what's happening. And that's why it's already, look how close it is now to Waddles Drive. There are houses on the other side of the fire. We are now slightly on the west side, looking more towards the east, and it's already starting to encroach on the end of that street. I can't tell if SkyMap is exactly lined up. I'm trying to match those lines up with the lights in the neighborhood. I'm not sure if the power is out down there, but you can see there's a few house lights.
The fire is significant and moving uphill with potential explosions in the next 5 to 10 minutes per incident command.
Is continuing to spot in the southerly
it's
direction.
Moving in the direction of the valley. It's moving in the opposite direction,
really
it seems.
We want to give people in the area who
fire appears to be 10 acres in the canyon and is being pushed south by northern winds 10 minutes ago, but it's now saying fire significant and moving up the hill.
Basically, it's Waddles Garden Park kind of is where this area is. This is Curson Avenue that you were talking about.
I have watch duty, yes. I'm monitoring it from watch duty.
Place here.
No, it's going south.
Off here to the left, Curson Place, and going down, and all down here, that's Hollywood. What we're seeing, essentially, from your position, I got to widen it out. I think I lost it. Is that
it will spread, dude? Get ready. It'll be
blowing in the direction.
I'm ready to go. I have my stuff packed.
Where those flames are, of course, that's Hollywood. You're talking about a lot of apartments, as we've been saying, a lot of residences, a lot of homes, and they are all kind of in the path of this fire right now.
I am prepared.
Of the fire department, Kristen Crowley, having had to excuse herself from that press conference she was dealing with in order to deal with this new fire. And we saw one drop, right? Are you seeing other resources that are arriving on scene?
I can tell you they are now attaching a number of units from all over the city, as well as the San Fernando Valley, and LA County Fire is now dispatching a number of units to help out.
Dude, that's crazy.
LA. Resources are stretched so thin that they are requiring all hands on deck for this one. Anybody available is going to be heading to this fire as it's continuing. Just in the last few seconds while you were talking there, Mark, look at this thing blowing up. It is blowing up and spotting ahead of itself as the wind is literally shoving it south. I mean, these winds are still coming through here at a decent clip. I don't have an exact reading.
You don't understand. Like, this is not what the hill looks like, okay? The amount of houses, the amount of houses that are there, the amount of apartments that are there is crazy.
Enveloped by that smoke. Look at that plume of smoke being blown from north to south, and the entire section of Hollywood that we're looking at here is about to be blanketed in thick smoke.
All right, we're just getting word from Dallas that the wind right now is blowing at about 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts at 28 miles an hour, which is enough, certainly, to send embers.
I'm live.
You know.
Yeah, and we're still obviously under the red flag conditions, which we have been talking about. Those are going to stay up for at least another 24 hours. The view on the left is from our LAX camera, and the view on the right, of course, is from Air 7. Chris Christie in Air 7, monitoring this fire that has broken out in the Hollywood Hills, just above Hollywood. It's in a canyon, a recreational area between Runyon Canyon Park and Nichols Canyon Road. And it is basically the upper Waddles Crest Trail that kind of intersects this area. It is burning south toward Hollywood. It's burning both north toward Mulholland, driven by the terrain, and pushed by the wind south toward Hollywood. You're looking at the streets there. SkyMap is showing you the streets. that are in the direct path of this fire: Curson Avenue, Curson Terrace, North Vista Street, Runyon Canyon Road, Hillside Avenue, and then down as you get into Hollywood, Franklin Avenue. Chris, what are you seeing in terms of, we saw that one helicopter from the LA, we believe it was LA City Fire, that actually made a drop earlier. What are you seeing in terms of other resources? Are you seeing police officers? Are you seeing vehicles leaving?
Mark, I can tell you, I'm going to jump in here, Chris. I can tell you County Fire was asked to join this firefight. They're sending mutual aid now. We understand Fire 1, 3, and 4 are now over the fire.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, guys. Jovan, I've got to interrupt you. Go ahead, widen out, Lucas. You've got police on Runyon Canyon Road. Go ahead, tilt over to the left, and now a new spot fire. A new spot fire starting at the end of Vista Street, right there. A small little speck right now. Let's see what it does. I do not know what kind of fuel is around that fire, but we can only assume the worst.
That's it. That's where the houses are.
That little fire right there is shooting up embers at the end of Vista Street with the winds blowing in the southerly direction. That spot fire is about 100 yards away from the initial fire, 100 yards south, 100 yards closer to this neighborhood. Now only about well under a mile from Hollywood Boulevard.
What would you save in a fire, bro? Nothing, just my dog.
Right now is how a small fire can become a big fire. This is how all of these fires that we've been dealing with, that are now thousands of acres in size and thousands of structures have burned, this is how they grow. Driven by the winds, pushed along.
This literally is how fast it happens, by the way. We just went from, brush fire on Runyon Canyon to everyone in this area, like 20, 30,000 people. This area is all, I'm telling you, this area is all apartments right at the ass cheeks. Right at the ass cheeks of Runyon Canyon is all apartments. Will and Caroline are most likely going to come here now. They're evacuating here. But I told them, like, we might have to evacuate as well, potentially from here, if this spreads even further. I don't think so, but you never know. Bro, are you going to play Marvel Rivals tonight or chat acting out again?
And watching this or getting
That's crazy. That's a crazy question to ask, dude. The answer is yes. We'll be playing Marvel Rivals right now on Fire Edition.
But this has now spread. This fire itself is at least 50 acres as we look at this in just the last few minutes. Go ahead and widen out a little bit, and you can tell, Mark, just in the last few minutes since we first came now, you can see the size of this fire from top to bottom there, now paralleling Curson Avenue, getting closer to Sierra Bonita Avenue, closer to Hillside Avenue, closer to North Vista Street. That's where that spot fire is, just to the north of North Vista Street.
All right, and what Giovanna was trying to mention to us earlier is that the city of LA, LAFD, is asking for 15 additional engines from the valley or the city. They are just arriving on scene now.
This is so chalk.
This
is so unimaginably good.
In there as quickly as they can, because this is a nightmare scenario for the fire department. Is at another canyon.
It's not just any canyon either. It's like if this turns to Pacific Palisades, there are a shitload more people that are right there. Curson Avenue, Curson Place. Like, this is an incredibly populated area. I can't just run and people panic and run before evacuation starts, then roads get clogged. Yeah, I'm not gonna get out until I have to, but as soon as I saw the fire, I was like, I texted Will and Caroline. I was like, you need to get out right now, because they haven't actually given evacuation orders yet, mandatory evacuation orders yet here, but like, this is going to happen. I'm still far away.
Chris, stand by. We're going to begin Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock right now.
It's throwing spot fires, brother. You should not feel like there's any certainty in direction or safety right now in the general vicinity. Chad, there is chatters.
I'm David Dono. The latest fire broke out a few minutes
chatters.
ago in the Hollywood Hills.
There is miles of concrete buildings between me and this area. That's why I'm saying I'm sitting and waiting. There are not miles of concrete buildings between this fire and where some of my friends live. There's actually no buildings whatsoever. They are the concrete buildings between this fire. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I think at this point, you should probably understand that, like, I have a decent understanding of where things are in Los Angeles. We watched this happen in real time.
60 acres directly towards Hollywood Boulevard. You're looking at several of the neighborhoods that extend into the hills here, just west of Runyon Canyon Road. We're talking about Franklin, Vista Street, Curson Avenue.
Aren't there
Waddles
three
Drive.
fires? Yes, there were 3 fires. Hearst Palisades and Eaton. This is new. It's on Runyon Canyon. This just started literally 10 minutes ago. We watched it happen. We watched it start as a tiny spark into what you are looking at right now with spot fires. With spot fires going all the way down to the where people live, basically.
This whole fire extends and parallels Curson Avenue.
The way the wind blows through those canyons, it's really a travesty to watch this because it's just a matter of seconds as we've been watching. This fire has exploded in size, and the topography of this mountain and the hillsides, it's going to be really difficult for those people to all evacuate in an orderly manner, which is it's always a tough time.
And just to let you know, Chris, Philip in our weather department is working on a map. We're going to try to put that up as soon as it is ready. But we're going to show you the proximity of this fire and these communities that you've been talking about that could be in danger right now and may need an evacuation order. But go ahead, continue your coverage while we prepare that map.
Yeah, I'm just looking for any sign of traffic. Anybody who's self-evacuating at this point, looking for any sign of that. Right now, you don't see a lot. It's actually somewhat of a quiet night over here for the most part. As I look up Hollywood Boulevard, traffic is pretty light. I would love to see more people coming down and out of that neighborhood. But right now, we don't see a lot of car lights or headlights coming out of there just yet. Hard to see. It's very difficult with the sun going down, but just trying to decipher any signs of movement that we can.
Dude, that is insane.
As
that
you
is
can tell, the smoke is
nutty
already
mode.
starting to obscure our view over this section of Hollywood. Earlier, we had a perfectly clear.
This is
nighttime
Hollywood,
view
chat.
of
I'm
the
still
area
further
north of
down.
Hollywood Boulevard. You can see those house lights very clearly. Now you can see a large plume of smoke enveloping.
It's technically not West Hollywood. It's actually Hollywood.
Again, this is all happening.
To the right of where this is Hollywood. Behind it is the valley, or where it's like near the Hollywood Bowl.
Precisely Fuller Avenue. Let's say between Stanley and Fuller, this whole section needs to be evacuated. And LA City Fire is pouring everything at this fire. But as much as they are trying to get into place, right now we have seen a total of 1 water drop, maybe 2 or 3 that we didn't catch, but very
Between this fire and the neighborhood that I live in is approximately 5 miles worth of concrete.
We're going to set that map up now. It is ready. And
But this is definitely a lot closer. I mean, and there are people who live literally right there. Like, look, you see this?
You can see it burning. That is what Air 7 has been showing you. But it's burning down the hill, and look how enormous that community is. And we'll put this up on the touchscreen map as well eventually to show you the tremendous amount of property that we're talking about, all the homes and businesses. But Hollywood and Highland is there. If anybody has been through Hollywood and Highland, which is most of you, you know how congested and populous.
This is what it looks like on the street level.
That's how close this fire is, and it's moving really quickly. So the concern is what's going to happen if this fire continues to burn down the hill and reach that very populated area of Hollywood. And this is exactly, Philip is kind of showing us the direction of the fire and who is in danger. And there are a number of different neighborhoods, homes, and streets.
All right, mandatory evacuation order is now in place.
Right now, Chris.
For Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west, to Mulholland Drive on the north, to the 101 freeway.
A little bit of a west side of the fire. You can push in right there, Lucas, and you can see a new head to this fire almost. So you get the southern head right there. Over to the right, if you tilt over to the right, you can see another head to this fire as it creeps up this hillside here, which is just blanketed with very thick fuel.
There are probably chatters in here that are literally right next to this, like live right next to this.
You're getting a better idea of just how close this is now to Curson. Curson Avenue was the closest street when we first arrived. Now Curson Avenue is in the thick of this. What I'd like to do, Johnny, if it's possible, can we get over to the west side to see how close it's getting over to these houses? I fear that there may already be houses that are within feet of the flames here, David.
Chris, I have another map for you that we could pop up. We could even split screen it if you want inside the booth. But here's the touch screen, and this is what we're looking at. I'm going to expand out a little. This Waddles Garden Park, this is where the fire is right now. It is burning in this direction. If I expand out even further, this is Curson right here. And look at the homes that are along Curson. But let's say, hypothetically, if this fire continues to burn in this direction, which is where it's going, look at everything that's in its way from these big properties, but getting down to Curson, and then you start getting into this massive amount of a populated area. And for perspective, we talked to you about Hollywood and Highland. I'm going to move the map over. Right over here is, let me expand out a little bit more. There's Highland, and Hollywood Boulevard is right here. So the fire is here. It's burning in this direction, and all of this populated area, Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, Highland Avenue going up and down, all of this could be in danger. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you.
That's right. You can see Air Resources pouring in here, trying to get water on this fire. They're going to start with the leading edge here, but that might have been just a recon flight. Not sure if he made a drop or not. I didn't see it. Did you see it, Lucas? I can't tell. But go ahead. Now that we're on the west side of this fire, you can see the distance between Curson Avenue and the closest flames here. So fortunately, the neighborhood along Curson has not yet been touched. The wind is blowing parallel to Curson, more directly towards Franklin and towards Hollywood Boulevard. So that's the main body of fire there. Let's go ahead and widen out again, Lucas, and show the proximity to Hollywood Boulevard from this angle. You're going to get a better idea of the geography here as that fire is being blown downhill through the Hollywood Hills towards Hillside Avenue, towards Gardner Street, where LAFD is responding, towards Vista Street, Sierra Bonita, and ultimately Hollywood Boulevard is now no more than 3/4 of a mile, maybe only a half a mile.
That is crazy.
Fire. But it's not spreading like a normal fire. It's spreading like a Santa Ana fire because it has been spotting for the last half hour steadily.
Dry brush there, so much fuel there for it to burn. It's incredible, Chris. We're going to bring in Margaret Stewart from LA City Fire on the phone to let us know more information on this. Margaret, are you there?
Hello.
Hi there, Margaret. It's Ellen and David Ono. Yes, what can you tell us about this fire, this one that has broken out in just the last few minutes?
Yeah, so we need to get the word out to all your viewers that we have an immediate evacuation order in place in the Runyon Canyon area. So the east border is the 101 freeway, the north border is Mulholland, the west border is Laurel Canyon, and the south border is Hollywood Boulevard.
Can you say that one more time? I'm so sorry, but one more time. We're slowly writing it down, but yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And we are working on a map as we speak, and so we'll have that up shortly. So on the right,
Chatters, calm down, okay? People from right at the ass cheeks of this fire are coming here to evacuate. You're being ridiculous by telling me to evacuate right now. I'm not near it, okay? It is definitely much closer than all of the other fires, and the direction of the fire is like there. I don't know how to describe this. There are 10 miles of concrete apartments in between me and this fire. You're making it seem like I'm literally on fire right now. I'm already prepared for evacuation if need be.
I'm sorry, I got you.
Please leave your house with doors unlocked.
On this particular fight, what are you putting on?
So we have over 20 additional fire engines that are en route right now and on scene. I'm sorry, this is a very dynamic situation.
Worth a try, man.
7 fire companies assigned to this incident, and we have Air Resources that have redirected. As we mentioned, this is obviously an explosive fire that is just blown up.
So looters do exist. Looters are going to have a hard time when they come in here and realize that I have nothing of value, like except for cameras, I guess.
I'll repeat it again.
Chatters be like, come on, bro, please leave. Please leave your house unlocked. It's like, what are you going to take? My Zin towers and my, toys?
To the south is Hollywood Boulevard.
And I will say to our view, go ahead.
I would say we understand that this is a heavily populated area, so we ask people to grab exactly what they need to get out the door. This is not a time to delay. This is not a time to try to use a garden hose to protect your home, as we've already seen what can happen in the Palisades. We need people to swiftly, calmly and safely exit the area.
Your
And
PCs are pretty
currently,
awesome.
just head south.
Okay.
Okay, head south. That's good information. Okay.
Even my 4090, which is like one of my most prized possessions, I guess technically, is now completely worthless because of the new AI backed technology that the new GPUs came out and made it worthless. Okay, so it doesn't even matter, chatters.
News. We will very shortly have an interactive map that will depict the evacuation zone.
LAFD.org/news. Okay, Margaret Stewart, thank you so much from LA City Fire.
Thank you.
Wow, this is incredible. Now, I'm sorry, I might need a little help.
Don't
on our
leave
map
your
over
dog
here,
if you
but,
evacuate. Damn, that's crazy. I was planning on leaving her in this house fire. Thank you for letting me know not to leave literally the thing I care about as much as I care about my mom, basically. Thank you, chatter. Like, I got my mom and I got Kaya, okay? You think I would leave either of them behind? Yeah, it's like telling me not to leave my mom in the fire. 5070 is showing only one stat and claiming that it's 4090 is kind of laughable. See, even in the process of all this, there's still a guy, there's still a tech nerd in the chat being like, we don't know.
Go out live on our air just seconds ago. There is an immediate evacuation order for this entire swath of Hollywood in the Runyon Canyon area. This is happening fast. It's happening in real time. This fire has exploded, and I mean it has exploded tenfold, at least tenfold in the last half hour. It is exploding as it makes its way towards the south, towards Hollywood.
Fast this fire has spread, and again, to reiterate Margaret Stewart saying that just take what you can, whatever you need, immediately get out. Just take your medications and just get out of the. We've seen too many times people getting stuck in these canyons and in these windy streets and not being able to get out in time.
Leave Murat. Murat can take care of himself.
Just a devastating
Murat's
sight.
not with me. Murat
Devastating
is also literally a volunteer firefighter. He knows how to deal with this stuff better than I do. What? Take what's your most valuable thing from home. I mean, your gold, silver, dollars, and you can go to the goddamn bunker. Kaya and mother to go in the car. I don't have any of those things. You guys have a very different view of like the lifestyle that I lead.
South and blowing that fire directly into this neighborhood. The smoke is already covering up the neighborhood. The flames are not far behind it. Push in on Vista Street, the end of Vista Street, right there at the end of Vista
Also,
Street.
you forget there's the Diddy tunnels, the Achterbahn that I can escape to as a multi-billionaire, an incredibly famous person. All right, well.
Large this fire is. That on your left side of your screen is a shot from our downtown camera looking at the Runyon Canyon fire. I guess it's called the Sunset Fire now, and just how fast that has grown.
I am stunned by the speed. We should expect it at this point. It shouldn't be shocking. We can only be grateful that this is starting tonight and not last night when those winds were much faster. Things have tapered off. But they've only tapered off moderately, guys. We are in a major fire danger until Friday. These winds are still blowing through here. And if you live in a flat area, or if you even live in the San Fernando Valley or areas across the basin, and you walk outside right now, it may not feel super windy. You may feel the breeze. But in these neighborhoods,
I have so much protein.
The hills alone
I have so much protein and bottled water and like, you know, just 2 pairs of undies. Okay, that's all I need. And also my backpacks, obviously. The IRL backpacks.
Things were exceptional last night, but if you lived in the hills, they were downright scary because it felt like an actual hurricane moving through the area in the middle of the night. Right now, things have tapered off, but you can see the direction.
Don't worry, Trump will come through a paper towel. Nice.
Smoke in a lateral direction from the north to the south directly into the city of Hollywood. As I look out now, go ahead and wide out now. You can see a lot more traffic forming on Hollywood Boulevard to the right side, Lucas. You can see Hollywood Boulevard coming up.
Take pictures of expensive stuff for insurance. I don't have anything expensive.
Starting to make their way through here, but I think they are kind of
except for my car.
Onlookers that are trying to catch a glimpse because they're stunned about what they see as they look up into the hillside here. Those roads need to be used by evacuees and fire crews to get into this neighborhood and start fighting this fire somehow, some way.
Yeah, on the best of days, those streets are crowded and congested anyway. So
you should learn about autophagy and protein. Maybe you learned that as long as the energy is adequate, protein is another way you've been brainwashed. Dude, I could literally be on fire in the car, driving away from the fire behind me, and there would be a chatter being like, actually, I think you need to really reevaluate everything that you've learned about, you know, diets. It's true. Chatters will never, you know what? Respect, dude. You're a lot less spendy than I thought, to be honest. Respect is on. Like, first of all, even if I had a bunch of expensive possessions, why would I tell you on stream? But I don't, regardless. But think.
All right, Chris, we're going to
also, if I had like a shit ton of expensive things, like if I had so many expensive things, like why I spend all of my time in front of the camera. You would have seen it by now. You know what I mean? Like people always talk about my jewelry. It's nothing. You know what I mean? It's like this.
This is Hollywood Boulevard, right down here. Sorry about that. Let me move it up. This is Hollywood Boulevard.
What about your clothes?
It comes right along here. That is the south side of the evacuation zone. So everything above it is being evacuated. Let me expand out a little bit more, move it over a little bit more. Laurel Canyon, which is right here. This is Laurel Canyon. That is the western edge of the evacuation zone. So anything on this side of the Laurel Canyon. And then if we get to the top, Mulholland Drive, which is right over here. So it's basically this area right here. So I know this is a little bit complicated, but let me just...
I think that's one of the best ways to not get robbed in general is just to not own anything of value.
Achilles Drive, Willow, and then Nichols Canyon, Waddles Drive, and then all the way to...
For fun, though, if you had to save one piece of clothing, what would it be? I don't know.
So this whole strip of homes right here, look at all of these homes that you're talking about that should be evacuated. And if they haven't heard about the evacuation and you somebody lives there, get a hold.
I ain't going no day. This bitch must be the loser. Now she thinks she perfect.
Uh-oh.
Evacuate now. Look at this fire. Look. It's over our hill right now. It's on the other side of the hill. This is on the other side of the hill right now.
Let me get through Twitter first. Shit on purpose.
He's like, yo, line my shit up, dude. I took the dreads out. My hairline is suffering. I need to line my shit up first, okay? The fire can wait. All right, got another notification from Watch Duty. Evacuation order level 3, go. Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west, to Mulholland Drive on the north, the 101 freeway on the east, down to Hollywood Boulevard on the south. Los Angeles Fire Department has officially sent a level 3 immediate evacuation order. No, not for us, Mom. For you know, the area where it's far. It'll be all right. I hope. You never know, you know?
Drier, when normally at night the humidity goes up a little bit, but that is not happening in this situation. So this fire, driven by terrain, of course, initially, as Chris noted, starts moving up the hillside, but then those winds come over the top of the hills, out of the north and northeast, driving the fire toward the south. Red flag warnings are going to stay with us. When you look at the wind profiles right now, they're pretty much as we thought they would be this time yesterday.
Lily Pichu was evacuated,
but it's still a Santa Ana wind blowing through those canyon passes. You can see Santa Clarita there at 25, not 45, thank goodness. Up in Pasadena, they've dropped off to about 10 miles per hour in the city. And of course, no wind down in the South Bay of any significance. But even in the Palisades, we're getting 15 to occasional pulse winds. up to about 30. Now, where the winds are really howling tonight, stronger because they're closer to that area of low pressure, are out in the IE. Look at the winds being recorded right now. Out at San Bernardino, we saw wind gusts of 45. Their humidity, 14%. Also through the canyons.
Dude, this is hell on
Orange
earth.
County,
It's
we're
crazy.
still seeing winds up there, 25, 35, even 45 miles per hour. Humidities again at about 10, 15%. Here's kind of an overall view of how dry the air can be.
We don't
in
know
these
how
canyons.
this one started, Chad. We don't
10%.
know.
That's at Burbank Airport, and as I mentioned, 8% up in the canyon. Really, really dry.
Yeah, this
air,
is when it first started
which
20
is
minutes ago.
typical for a Santa Ana
Now
event.
it's
The winds
this.
are blowing from the landmass, the continent, out to sea, so you don't get any moisture from the ocean at
Dude,
all.
there
We'll
are a
continue to
lot
watch
of
this
people.
for you.
I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of people that you know live in this area. Okay, a lot of influencers that you know live around this fire, like very close to this fire. You will, you know.
And it looks like
That's
they're
the
starting to
Sunset
call this fire
Fire,
the
the
Sunset
Runyon one.
Fire. I hope I'm not in error about that, but it looks like that's the name they're giving it, is the Sunset Fire, Chris.
You are correct. It is now the Sunset Fire, and it is getting closer and closer to this neighborhood along Vista Street, just north of Franklin Avenue. Fire helicopters flying through the shot here, and I'm paying particular attention to that
Chad,
brand
I'm
new
monitoring it
spot fire.
actively. I'm not even in the secondary evac zone yet. Okay.
Anyways, but that's a brand new spark that just happened a moment ago. That means those embers are indeed flying through the canyon in the southerly direction.
What's up, brother?
towards
How you
Hollywood
doing?
Boulevard.
You good? You
and
got
the
out?
fire is starting to kind of leapfrog itself closer and closer to
Okay.
these homes. Fortunately, at this juncture, we have not seen any homes or structures touched, but we are mere minutes away unless they can put out that spot fire and kill the leading edge of this fire. And even that will only delay things because you have large flare-ups like the one near the top of your screen right there. See that big flare-up right there, guys? That is creating a huge amount of embers that are continuing to blow through here and continue to creep south towards Hollywood Boulevard.
And you can see how fast that wind is going. You can see that smoke just going south very quickly.
I know it's difficult to
unbelievable.
see because it's dark there, but how close to homes are you right now, Chris, when it comes to the flames?
No more than 100 feet. No more than 100 feet there. Less than 100 feet if you live along Vista Street. If you live along Vista Street, there are house lights in the shot, and there is fire practically in the backyard.
Okay.
Right there, that's a new spot fire, literally in somebody's backyard, I think, as it continues to spot ahead of itself. 2 spot fires. You see that tree on the left and a new tree or shrub or whatever on fire now on the right. Again, the embers are continuing to create new fires little by little by little. In fact, is there a flame on Vista? Is that a headlight or is that a city? That might be a house light. Okay, that's just a house light. But you can get an idea of the proximity to those houses now that this fire is getting closer and closer.
Chris, traffic-wise, are you seeing any kind of strings of cars trying to get out of there, or I worry the word is not getting out that they need to leave?
I worry about the same thing, David. I don't see any traffic coming from this neighborhood. Hollywood Boulevard is now suddenly coming to a standstill, and you can see why, because basically people are catching wind of what's going on here. They're driving through Hollywood, and all of a sudden they're in a cloud of smoke and catching a glimpse of the bright fire up on the hillside here. So that's Hollywood Boulevard on the right-hand side of your screen. Lots of brake lights, lots of headlights as fire crews try and make their way through here. The one good thing here is that we're seeing more helicopters arrive on scene, and we are seeing more water drops. But look at all those flashing lights. Those are all fire trucks making their way into the neighborhood and hopefully getting into position. I presume, even though it's dark and we can't see this very clearly, I presume they're already in the process of trying to set up for structure protection in the neighborhood just north of Hollywood Boulevard. Now, the evacuation order, as I understand it, extends to the south up to Hollywood Boulevard. That's for now. If this neighborhood catches on fire, expect that to grow. And I mean, if this becomes an urban fire in the middle of Hollywood, you know, God help us, but this evacuation area could grow and could grow in short order, like within the hour. So let's keep a close eye on this and see how they do protecting these homes right here. But once these embers start flying into that neighborhood right there between Sierra Bonita Avenue, Hillside Avenue, and Vista Street along Franklin Avenue, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, then we have real problems. We'll see. It's getting closer by the minute.
Showing on the left side of the screen the traffic on Hollywood Boulevard, and you can see the palm trees there really blowing there. So we could give you just an indication of those winds are still very strong. We do have a point of origin that CAL FIRE is talking about. It's a 2300 block of Solar Drive in Hollywood Hills, and that acreage right now, they're saying 19.8. Of course, it's been growing as we watch, so it's more than that, of course.
And Ellen, I have actually
a new spot fire right there in the middle of your screen. A new spot fire getting closer to Runyon Canyon, where fire crews are now manning Runyon Canyon Road. There's a new fire right there that's grown pretty quickly and is now getting closer to Runyon Canyon. What I'm looking for, guys, is for that fire to jump Runyon Canyon Road based on the direction of the winds here. The winds are blowing that smoke and fire in this direction towards our shot here, and we will see if they can keep this fire from jumping Runyon Canyon Road, but it's going to be very difficult with those embers flying through the air.
Right. Okay, so we know where this fire at least was reported. This is Solar Drive right here. This one street, I'm going to expand it out a little bit further. And the reason why I'm showing you that, the point of origin, 2300 Solar Drive, that could have been where somebody spotted it and reported it, or it could have been where it started. But this is Solar Drive, okay? So now I'm going to kind of push out a little bit and give you a better idea. So this is the point of origin. And then we're showing this fire went all the way down this canyon, and now all of this is on fire. As Chris was just saying, Runyon Canyon is in trouble right over here. All of this is now on fire, and this is a matter of minutes we're talking about as it continues to go in this direction south. So for some reason, it started right there. Ellen, I'm going to throw it back to you.
All right, we got to tell everybody that we're going to stay on the air here on KBC7 or ABC7 and not go to World News tonight with David Muir because of the nature of this breaking news. So you can stick around and we'll find out more about this fire that is rapidly growing. And so we want to keep a close eye on this, of course.
All right, Ellen, thanks. And we're going to stay on top of our coverage digitally.
On the air until 7.
On the air until 7 o'clock.
Even that's
as
growing.
We continue, and let's throw it back over to Chris Christie with more as this fire continues to spread towards Runyon Canyon Drive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the further the fire continues to spread southward, so does that smoke, and you can already see it more and more by the minute. A lot of that thick black smoke now drifting right over the Hollywood area. This entire area is now being blanketed by really thick and unhealthy smoke. Obviously, it is time to get out. If you live anywhere in this area, you can take a look at Hollywood Boulevard along the left side of your screen here. Lots of traffic starting to build up there, and even on Franklin Avenue, as those are more than likely evacuees. Those are probably folks already trying to get out of here.
Yes.
Some of it is pass-through traffic. Some people use Franklin Avenue as a shortcut through Hollywood.
It's complete gridlock already.
But you can see traffic up and down Franklin Avenue is now bumper to bumper as folks try and flee away from this fire. Camino Palmero Street and Franklin Avenue is the closest major intersection to this fire. Vista Street is the closest known residential street to this fire. And I actually see a little bit of a flare-up on the other side as well. Go ahead and widen out for me, Lucas. Widen out and push into the top right-hand corner now of the fire. That's going to be the end of Carson Avenue, where I want to focus just for a second to see if there's any structures that are being threatened here. We're going to come around here. You can see some of the houses at the end of the neighborhood we've been talking about here. We're going to get a better glimpse as we come around the north side. So now we're on the north side of the fire, on the San Fernando Valley side, over Mulholland Drive, looking south with the fire and wind blowing away from Air 7. And right along the right side, as we come around this ridgeline, you're going to see Carson Avenue, and we'll see if there's any sign whatsoever. It looks like the wind is actually helping these folks. It's reaching the top of the ridgeline right there, and then it would have to go downhill, which is not convenient for the fire, right? Everything's blowing in the other direction, and fire likes to go uphill. So the folks along Carson Avenue have the luxury of being below the fire instead of above the fire. So Carson Avenue on the right there is down the hill from that flare.
Did Will make it to my house? No, you would see him if he made it to my house. He's literally stuck in traffic right now. He's stuck in a goddamn jam as these fires are getting closer and closer to their place.
From somebody's backyard. Go ahead and widen out a little bit. You can see a home right there. Let's go ahead and throw up go ahead and throw me the parcel. Show me the parcel, Lucas. we want to get some addresses out there. It's going to be
Hollywood is, of course, bumper to bumper. Look at this.
Curson Avenue here along the 2000 block of Curson. You can see the home, 1984 Curson Avenue with fire.
FaceTime him for some content? No, I'm not going to do that, you freak.
Okay, so I've been able to isolate Curson Avenue here on our touch screen as well. You can see where the fire is burning in this canyon here. This is Curson. This is the street that Chris is talking about. And you can see all the sizable homes that are along Curson Avenue as the fire continues to creep towards these homes right here. These are the ones in imminent danger right now. But as that fire rolls in different directions, of course, there are other communities in danger as well. As you can see, highly populated. The further the fire goes down the canyon, the more homes that are going to be in trouble. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you as you watch this fires progress.
Yeah, we're going to continue to kind of wrap ourselves around this, watching it spot not only to the south now, but also spotting a little bit over towards the west. So we're going to keep an eye on Curson Avenue, but I think the focus here still remains on Hillside Avenue, Vista Street, and Franklin Avenue right there. That neighborhood on the right is now under threat by that fire on the left because the wind is blowing
okay. Of course, man, of course. Oh, I got a shitty camera, bro.
There ain't no way he's doing a meet and greet right now. Are you serious?
All right, bro. All right. I'll see you. Take care, brother. Thank you.
Where is he?
Yeah, my house is burnt down.
Bro! Oh, he's in. Okay, he's fine because he's not near the fire. His house is near the fire. Okay, I was worried. I thought he was like, it didn't look like he's passing out flyers for his concert. Phase Boys are still in the house. Yeah, he's passing out flyers for his concert. But that's the
fire that is on the move very, very quickly, a brand new fire, and they're trying to get as many resources on that as possible.
Yeah, this is one of those areas that we know would be prone during these kind of storm events. But again, this area is so highly populated. I'm curious to see when we're going to start seeing that mass exodus trying to get down Laurel Canyon or in the Cahuenga neighborhood area where they have to get down, because there's really only two arteries outside of this area. They're going to have to go Laurel Canyon, or they're going to have to go down to get to Cahuenga. But again, this is one of those areas that there are so many homes dotted along this area. This is exactly what none of these homeowners want to see. But again, at least it's right now in the brush. And we do know that LA County Fire, they have also been asked to join in this firefight. But again, you can see this. Thank goodness the winds seem like they're slightly calmed down compared to what we were seeing hours earlier, when, you know, the flames would start and then they would be horizontal.
I already have all my important things packed up. I have a passport and protein and water.
I'm not sure. Again, I know you've noticed earlier to see,
and also a bunch of batteries.
Cars making their way through this area. I'm just curious, because we know how heavily populated this area is. I don't see a huge amount of traffic, or maybe we're just so high up.
Don't forget the Zins. Yeah, I mean, the Zins are right here. Bro, if there were 80-mile winds right now, I'd be a little bit more worried about my situation. I'm still worried about my friends that are near the fire and trying to leave.
Trucks now with Boulevard, so it's really difficult, if not impossible, to get through here. And if they don't already, I would imagine there's somebody down
all my friends are texting me like, bro, are we cooked? Are we dead? Are we gone? What's happening?
Prevent access to the neighborhood. I encountered last night when I Hearst fire in Sylmar, but right now it looks like you see some traffic now. That's a good sign right there. Those are folks along Camino Palmero Street that are.
I can't wait for the Waymos to malfunction in the middle of all of this and create massive traffic jams, by the way. Get ready for those situations to occur too. Everybody told me, Hassan, you're wrong. Waymos are sick. Waymos are the best. Waymos are the future. Guess what, dude? You're way more likely to experience traffic jams when you got artificial intelligence robots on the freaking roads. Don't bring that into existence. It's called foresight.
What we're talking about now, I'm going to expand out. The color's going to go away so you can more clearly see the homes that are in trouble. And as we expand out, this is where the fire is. And then you see Outpost, You see Runyon Canyon right here, Nichols Canyon right over here, Jupiter Drive and Hercules right over here. All of that, if you live in this area, you need to get out. Willow Glen, Carmen Crest, Cahuenga Boulevard, even parts of Cahuenga Boulevard are being evacuated, but the fire is heading in this direction towards Hollywood, this being Hollywood Boulevard. And as I'm going to expand out again, and you can see the tremendous amount of people that live and work right here in Hollywood Boulevard. This is where the fire department is staging structure protection right now and trying to get as many people or units involved in this firefight as possible. Now, let me point this out because I'm getting some texts and emails as I'm going to shrink it a little bit. This is the fire area we're talking about. Now, if you live north, like towards the valley here, towards Toluca Lake, towards Burbank, you're okay because the fire is going in this direction. It's not going north. It's this area south of the fire that is in trouble. The hills right now of Hollywood and just south of the hills, that's the area that we're most concerned with right now as this firefight is well underway. Colleen, I'll throw it back over to you.
Yeah, David, we're taking a very good look at that map. Is really, really helpful to kind of give an idea of where this fire is located, because we know the Hollywood Hills, they are very, very congested, and that's the luxury and the wonderful thing about living in the Hollywood Hills. You can see Hollywood Boulevard right there. You can see all those cars. It seems like, you know, fire officials have been saying, please stay off the roads unless you need to. Be on the roads, and this is one of the reasons why. You never know where a fire could pop up, and then you have evacuees trying to get out as quickly as possible. I'm not sure how many people in this area decided to be proactive and get their ready, set, go plan in place. But again, this is one of those areas where I'm always concerned about. I know many of us have lived in these areas. A lot of us currently live in this area. It's very close to everything, and that's why this area is very congested with a lot of homes. But again, Runyon Canyon, we all enjoy Runyon Canyon, and you can see Runyon Canyon right there is on fire, and it's wonderful to see the air support allowed to help in this firefight this evening, because we were not so fortunate last night to have air support. And yes, Chris, actually, we do see your sky map on, which is great to see. I know I can hear you ever so slightly, Chris, but we're looking at the manual.
These are some of the evacuation, the orders that are now underway because of this Sunset Fire. We just want to highlight some key areas. If you live near Laurel Canyon Boulevard to the 101 freeway, Mulholland Drive to Hollywood Boulevard, those are the borders of the evacuation zone. It's largely around the canyons, up in the hills, and then south towards Hollywood Boulevard. That's the area we're talking about. If you live, in those hills particularly, that's where there's a lot of fuel, and that's where this fire broke out, and it's consuming property really, really quickly. Although, if we can check back in with Chris, to this moment, though, you haven't seen any buildings on fire yet.
No buildings that we have observed, but there are now two major flare-ups. There's one in the foreground here, right there in the center of your screen, and if you tilt up just a little bit, Lucas, you can see on the other side of the ridgeline, there's another flare-up on the backside, on the other side of that ridgeline. Those tall flames are what really create the most danger, because that is creating embers that are already flying at a higher altitude than lower shrubbery and things like that. So you have really tall flames starting to flare up as the fire encounters some thicker brush. Hopefully these people have some degree of brush clearance, but in these winds it really doesn't matter. I can only say that, again, thankfully, if this was 24 hours ago, we would already be in trouble. Now they have a little bit more time to prepare to get out, and the fire department has a little bit more time to try and get in front of it. But it is a wait-and-see game at this hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, we are going to be talking on the phone with Phil Mercado. Phil, we understand you are being evacuated right now. Where do you live in this area that is in the evacuation zone?
We are just off of Curson Avenue, north of Hollywood Boulevard.
How did you find out about this and how quickly did you have to react?
Well, the crazy thing is my husband and I have 3 kids, and I was out with 2 of them, and we were on our way home, and a friend over in Nichols Canyon called us and asked if we got the warning to evacuate because she saw fire on the hill across. And so I called my husband and our son, who they heard some helicopters, but they thought it was L.A. They didn't think anything of it. And I told them that they had to evacuate.
Yeah. And were you at all, when you saw the Santa Ana wind event about to happen over the last few days of monitoring it, did you at all put together a ready, set, go plan or have any bag or anything? Or is this one of those things where, you know, many of us live in this community and then you kind of just hope that nothing happens?
It was a little bit of both. You know, we just knew that we needed, you know, laptops and phones and some personal stuff that we kind of had at the ready, and we backed all of our cars in case we had to make a speedy exit. And, you know, I thought actually through the evening we would probably have to do it just because the winds were so crazy. But luckily nothing happened last night. And unfortunately now it's happening. Yeah.
And this is a brand spanking new fire that we were hoping wouldn't happen. We have enough to deal with, obviously. I'm assuming you then got out and you're safe right now. And what was that experience like getting out? Did you run into traffic? Is the rest of your community responding?
Yeah, so, you know, we're all on a good community WhatsApp up here in Crescent Canyon, and everybody, it was just basically blowing up and telling everybody to get out. And, you know, I was a couple of blocks from home when I got the call from our friend. So I was able to see the fire, which is crazy. We got our pets. We took our cars out, and we evacuated.
Thank goodness. And you have a place to go?
We do.
Okay. And by the way, that does beg the question. We don't know if there's an evacuation center set up yet for the folks in this community. As soon as we get that information, we'll, of course, turn it over to you. But the first and foremost, they're trying to fight this fire. What if this fire is not contained soon? What are we going to lose up in the hills where you live?
Well, you know, sadly, it's fairly concentrated, and, you know, we are perched down here at Ogden and Sunset right now.
I'm good here where I'm at.
Pretty good view, and you can see the planes dropping.
But I might go and pick up Will in a second. I haven't figured it out
yet.
yet.
All of a sudden, you'll see some other areas that, you know, spark up again. So sadly, our street, which is right off of North Crescent, they were dropping water on our neighbor's house, so I'm sure our house is affected by this. And you can basically see all of Runyon Canyon just glowing right now.
No kidding. That's so eerie to see. What about the weather where in your area? Are you feeling the winds kicking up in this area? We know how sometimes night comes, the winds kick up, and you know these areas, they take on their own weather as well.
It seems like the winds really did pick up. I mean, this afternoon, things seemed to calm down, and then the moment the sun was starting to set, it seemed like the wind started picking up, and it's pretty windy right now and chilly.
And how are your kids responding right now? Being
well, they're resilient teens, and they are all surviving because they have their devices, and they're checking in with all of their friends that are asking if we're okay. And so they seem to be doing okay. And you know, we keep telling them that as long as we're all okay, it's just stuff. So we're you know, as long as we have each other, we're okay.
Amen. One last question for you.
Sure.
Did you live in that? Have you lived in that home very long?
Since 1997.
Oh, wow.
And this is the second time that we've had to evacuate. There was a small fire up above us years ago, but easily contained, nothing like this whatsoever.
Wow. Well, I'm sure there's lifelong memories in that home. Hopefully you'll stay safe. Phil Mercado, thank you so much for talking to us.
Chat. If I go pick up Will,
perfect. Have a great night.
And Caroline, I'm not going to pick them up from their house, where obviously I can't go there because they can't get out of there.
Situation going on right now, and
I'm going to pick them up from
those winds and how powerful they are.
If I do go pick them up, I'm going to go pick them up from.
The good news is they eventually will. Right now, though,
like a place where they're walking.
Set up here, or where the producer Philip Wilburn really keeping an eye on these things for us. So the Hollywood fire here, the one we're talking about right now. At the moment, we're seeing the wind still in that double-digit range, although in the lower end of that 11, 10 miles per hour through the next few hours tonight. We head towards midnight. Now we're knocking it down to single digits, 4, 2 miles per hour. These are those winds that come through, but those gusts that come up, those are the ones you really worry about. As Chrissy has been showing us, that fire can move very quickly because those winds, the gusts pick up, grab those embers and move them to other spots and start yet another fire. These spot fires that go. So we're seeing that going on that way. So, for example, we're showing you the wind showing up right here around that area. We're seeing the northeast winds, 15 miles per hour. Again, that double-digit range I told you. And then the gusts that show up in that 25 mile per hour range. And you can see right there, there's that Hollywood Highland area, the much populated Hollywood area. So that's going to be an area of concern to watch out for. So there's that fire zone as we've been showing you. There's those winds going from that northeast profile and that true Santa Ana look that pushes everything towards the south and southwest, right towards that very, very populated area here. So we're seeing that's why the major concern is this thing is essentially doubled in size. When Chris first found it, it was like 10 acres or so. Now I think we're pushing around that 20-acre range, so we're still seeing that. And then there again, the Palisades fire. Same kind of idea. Again, those winds come on the northeast, blowing towards the south. There, too, the winds are quite strong. The Hearst fire also 20-mile-per-hour winds with those heavier gusts as well. So we're seeing those fires all still very active and still very concerned. Hence, that red flag warning in effect now until Friday in most spots. So, David, Colleen, we're seeing more of this, and we're tracking it continuously throughout the nighttime, of course.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Danny. Let's talk about our team of eyewitness news reporters. They are fanning out following these fires. Let's go to Tim Caputo. Tim, you are in Hollywood. Where exactly are you located? And obviously, we see a lot of cars behind you.
By the way, there is an 8-second delay for Tim, so bear with us while we throw to him, and he'll kick it in just a few seconds. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes. Yeah, cell phone service has been spotty, especially in the hardest hit areas. We're on Franklin Avenue. If you know this area, you know this street gets particularly busy, but nothing quite like this. Because of the evacuations, this road is absolutely smacked with cars practically in every direction. As we were coming in from the Glendale area, you could barely get up the street here, and now you have all these cars heading out. And you could see why over my shoulder there. We're obviously on the ground level and looking up into Runyon Canyon. You could see the smoke, obviously, and the fire glow in the night sky right now. And obviously from this vantage point, a whole lot of people are seeing that and figuring out where to go from here. We actually spoke with a young man just maybe 2 minutes ago coming down the stairs of this apartment building here on Franklin with 2 suitcases and a couple backpacks, and he said, I got the evacuation and I just had to get out of here. He didn't even really have a plan from this point. He just figured he needed to get away from here. Obviously, folks who have been watching for the last 2 days or so, seeing the Palisades, seeing Altadena, Pasadena, not really thinking, oh, we're in harm's way. Everything changed in an instant in the last 20, 30 minutes, hour or so. As you see behind me, that seems to be coming down the canyon. Now, the wind is obviously blowing it away from where we are right now. We're at Outpost, kind of near Sycamore. Outpost goes all the way up to Mulholland, and you can get to kind of where that fire is, but it seems to be moving in a more kind of west direction. So this particular area might not be specifically at risk, but I'll tell you, for the folks who are grabbing their luggage, for the folks who are getting in their cars, they don't care if it's a little bit that way, because if this is even remotely at risk, they are getting out of this area. And you see behind me all this traffic coming up and down the street. A lot of these folks, and there are hotels over here as well. We've seen a handful of people grabbing all their luggage. One guy told me he was checking out early because he just needed to get out of here, and rightfully so. We'll look to the left here in front of the hotel. You have a number of people who are kind of grabbing their luggage, grabbing their things, and leaving here. As we look down Franklin towards Highland, it is completely packed with cars trying to get out of here. That's why you're even seeing cars essentially take every single route they can out of here, because if you're trying to get to Highland to get out of Dodge that way, it is packed, it is slow moving. So we have all these people essentially trying to get out of here because of the fire. And even if you're not looking right at the fire, you could actually see the glow coming off the smoke as you look up into Runyon Canyon. And if you know the area as well, it's not just homes here. While there are a lot of homes as you get up into the hills, these are a lot of apartments, meaning it's an awful lot of people. So once they get in their cars and they start moving out of here, you have this big influx of people getting into their vehicles and trying to leave. And that's why you have all these traffic jams here in Hollywood of people trying to get essentially any direction away from Runyon Canyon. It is slow moving, but certainly people grabbing their things and going. They're heeding those warnings. They're doing it early, but it's obviously going to take a long time for those folks.
All right, Tim, thank you. monitor the situation. A lot is going on, and we want to check back with you because that is tremendous, that traffic to get out of there. I'm worried about the gridlock and folks eventually panicking. We don't know. We don't want to happen today what happened yesterday when folks just decided to leave their cars. That would be a disaster, especially in Hollywood. Monitor the situation. We'll get back to you. One quick note. We might have said this
evacuation
before,
zones have been issued.
Is canceling all classes
No,
tomorrow,
we're not even in the
January
secondary
9th,
evacuation zone.
because of the fire danger throughout Southern
Evacuation
California, throughout
zones
Los
have been
Angeles.
issued.
So if you have a
The
child
secondary
in LAUSD,
evacuation zones have
you will not go to
expanded.
school tomorrow, and they are waiting. They will determine tomorrow on whether or not you are going to go to class on Friday. In the meantime, we do have a phone interview for you.
Yeah, with Hervé Levy, the general manager of Magic Castle. And thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Levy. Let's talk about it. You're really right in the area where the evacuation zone is happening, and you are right on Franklin. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
So it's a very scary situation here. We have been prepared to evacuate, for the last hour or two. And we also have a couple of people to try to water down the roof of the castle. The fire is definitely a fast-moving fire, and we are very worried that it's going all direction. We can tell that it's very close, maybe like a mile or so, if I believe what I see right here.
Were you having any shows taking place tonight? This is a really beloved landmark of Los Angeles. Everybody wants to go and see all the magicians there. Did you have a show and a dinner scheduled for this evening?
Well, luckily, because of the fires on the west side and in Altadena, we decided to close the castle earlier today. Make sure everyone, the staff specifically, to be safe. So we closed down, and we left the castle sometime this afternoon, and we found out later on that we had a new fire popping by. So it was definitely unfortunate, but it was definitely fortunate that the castle was already closed.
I'm amazed that you guys already closed it. So you have people there right now trying to put some water on the castle. What's the status of that situation right now from people who you know who are at the castle?
So we had a few security officers and a director of facility that is on site right now. I know it's trying to give a few directions to the security guards and make sure that we get enough moisture on the roof, but also on the greenery around the castle. Obviously, with the evacuation process, we don't want to stay too long, and I'm going to be asking the staff to move very soon, but we wanted to make sure that at least, we try to do something to save the castle.
Why didn't they stop the fire with their magic? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And David Ono, you
All
have
right, let's check where
the
Will
Magic
is.
Castle right there on that touchscreen to give people an idea of exactly where
we are all
this
good.
iconic LA landmark is.
Yeah, if we have 2 seconds, I did isolate the Magic Castle. It is right here on Franklin Boulevard. And let's first go to Chris Christie. Oh, here we go. So here's the Magic Castle right here, Franklin Boulevard. This is what he's talking about. And then if I expand out a little bit, then you can see this is right in the center of the evacuation zone. Here's where the fire is right over here. So as he said, it's very, very close. This is the spot of Magic Castle. This is where the fire is burning down the canyon right now. So yeah, very much this iconic landmark is in danger right now. And let's go over to Chris Christie, who is continuing to watch the progress of this fire. Chris?
Yeah, you're a firefighter. Yeah, David, we're just, I'm sorry, we're doing a couple things at once here. You got a whole bunch of fire trucks now making their way up Curson Avenue, a welcome sight for the residents who live in this neighborhood. Hopefully they have evacuated or were not home, but now these firefighters can start protecting those structures if this fire continues to spread to the west. In the meantime, we're more focused at the moment to the south as the fire, the leading edge of this fire, is continuing to create spot fires, albeit not at the same pace as it was about an hour ago. I'm losing track of time, but you can see that the forward progress is slowing. It has not stopped. There are new fires starting as we speak. In fact, that patch of trees right there near the bottom of your screen, that's a brand new fire, and it is even closer to Vista Street and closer to Franklin Avenue.
All right, Chad.
If you look at
I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to go pick him up.
slowed
you'll
down
see me in a brief
ever
moment
so
when I'm on the
slightly.
way
You
there,
see
okay?
The smoke blowing, but not exactly at the same clip as a little bit earlier. And maybe that is helping out the situation quite a bit. But in the meantime, it is still spotting, it is still blowing. They are still dropping water on this fire, trying to cut it off at the pass, essentially. But this entire neighborhood still should be leaving right now.
The reassuring thing is when on your past shots just a few minutes ago, they are hitting this thing from the air, which is something we didn't have access to yesterday. So hopefully that is making a dent, as well as all the ground crews that are moving into place. So what is your assessment, Chris, before we lose you? What is your assessment on how this fire is suddenly going? Because there was grave concern during the 5 o'clock hour when this first broke out.
I think the concern is very much alive. However, the forward progress is slowing. They have dropped a lot of water on the fire, but that leading edge, that group of flames right there, is very unpredictable and is still at risk of spreading throughout this neighborhood, potentially. But don't take any chances. Definitely heed the warnings.
Absolutely, and there's so much fuel. As you can see, tremendous amount of trees, and if you're familiar at all with the canyons, you know what the potential is if that catches on fire, which is it absolutely is. I want to go back to the general manager, Mr. Levy from the Magic Castle. Has the Magic Castle been ever threatened by fire like this before that you know of? And give us a little bit about the history.
So the Magic Castle was founded back in 1962, and we had a fire in 2011, but that was not a hill fire. It was a fire that was, from an accident, roof accidents, and some of the building burned down, but we were able to save a lot of the arts thanks to the firefighter at the time. They were able to secure a lot of the artwork and the pieces, valuable pieces that Magic Castle is famous for. But we never had any kind of other fires such as this one. This one is really scary.
Yeah, it's frightening. We get it, and so many other people are under duress as well. Thank you for heeding the warning, letting us know that you're taking this seriously. Any final words before we let you go as this fire approaches the whole Hollywood area?
Just stay safe. Don't try to be a hero. Really try to evacuate when the city asks you to evacuate. It is very serious stuff. So please be safe. Your family needs to be safe as well.
Absolutely. Mr. Levy, thank you so much for calling us. I was just there at the Magic Castle about 3 months ago with the family. It is a great time. And you've been there as well. They're calling. You've enjoyed yourself there. Thank you so much. The best of luck to you. We'll check back with you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, now we're going to go back to Tim Caputo. Tim, you're pretty close to the Magic Castle. You're on Hollywood Boulevard. Are you on Franklin?
And he has an 8-second delay as a reminder. So, Tim, take it away.
Yeah, so we're on Franklin, actually right at La Brea right now. We walked up the street to get a little bit closer. You actually can't see the fire as well as we go up the hill a little bit. You see a little bit of the glow, but I wanted to move to this spot specifically to show you the traffic jam and issues that are happening right now. In fact, LAPD, about 4 different cars just pulled up about 5 minutes ago to try to alleviate some of this gridlock coming down from the Hollywood Hills and from Runyon Canyon out into La Brea and on Franklin over to Highland, because the issue is right now, as people are evacuating, there's not enough room for all these cars to go. You see it behind me going up the street here. That's why we got a couple police officers really just trying to direct traffic to get them to come down the street. We're standing safely in the street right now because no one is moving. And we turn around here, Will, this is Franklin right now, and you're looking right down La Brea with all the red lights. Those are people trying to get away from the fire as far away as possible. Now, keep in mind, just about 10 minutes ago when we spoke with you, we were physically on Franklin, maybe 4 or 5 blocks in that direction towards Highland. That was jam-packed going that direction as well. Folks here trying to get out really any way they can because of the evacuation we see over and over again. Check out behind me, guys with backpacks, with duffel bags, with suitcases. They're trying to get out of town. Some people, whether they're leaving hotels or leaving apartment buildings, are trying to leave. We spoke with you a second ago. Can I ask you a question? You were staying here and you're leaving because of the fire?
Yeah, I mean, I live here. I've been here for 21 years, but yeah, it's time to get out, I think.
When you see the fires all in the other places, whether it's Pacific Palisades or Altadena, were you thinking, let me pack a bag now, or did that just come in the last couple hours?
It came in the last couple of hours, yeah. Even though, you know, I've been waiting for Runyon. I've lived here 16 years, this place, for finally have a fire, and I guess it finally happened.
When it comes to grabbing things, just essentials, personal items, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, like passports and checkbook and mementos. I've got some of my mother's things she passed about a decade ago, and other toiletries, I guess, in case I got to stay somewhere.
When it comes to traffic getting out of here, have you kind of navigated how you're going to get out of here, seeing how busy it is at the moment?
I'm getting out here on foot. My car's right there, so there's no way I'm getting out of this anytime soon, I don't think.
So you're going to walk out of here and figure it out, even though the wind is kind of pushing it a little bit farther west?
Yeah, I was watching you guys on TV, the live stream, and I'm like, I feel all right, but people are going to be, people will be mad if I don't get out of here. I don't need people from back home getting mad at me for not getting out of here.
That's the smart move.
Right,
I appreciate it.
right.
Thank you for your time. You know, interesting point, too, because some of the folks we spoke to out here said, yeah, the wind isn't pushing the smoke in this direction. You know, we were in Altadena most of the afternoon, and it's obviously been really smoky. Here, it's not that bad. You do notice a breeze out here. That's one thing I did notice right when we got out of the car here, is there is a pretty steady breeze. It's not windy, but it's certainly breezy, adding fuel to those flames, and that's why I think a lot of these folks, especially after the images we've seen over the last 24, 36 hours, people here are realizing it's not worth it to stick around or to hang around a little bit extra to maybe make it if the fire goes in the other direction. So that's why we're seeing this. But as you guys mentioned, we're looking down La Brea. Right across here, the cross street is Franklin, but we did have LAPD show up a short time ago to try to help with the traffic a little bit, because you have a whole lot of people in these cars especially coming down from the Hollywood Hills trying to get as far away from this fire as possible, in addition to the folks who live in the many apartment buildings right here off of Franklin and Hollywood, who are just too close for their own comfort and trying to get as far away from this fire as possible. Obviously, this is a developing situation with these cars moving. We're going to keep an eye as we see another police officer come up behind me to try to get the traffic flowing. The intersection behind me, and this is the problem, and I just want to leave on this note, because yes, there are a lot of cars. Yes, the roads are absolutely packed. This intersection is dumb because everyone is in the intersection, so no one can move. So the problem is everyone in every single direction is just jam-packed in the middle of the intersection, so no one's moving in any direction. There's no flow of traffic, and I think that's why the police just showed up a little while ago to try to get...
Hello, Chad. Can you hear me? I'm currently on my way. I am currently on my way to go pick up Willard Ebers, Savage Neff III, and Caroline Kwan. The lights are no longer working on the roads, which is not good. I feel like that's not a good thing, but the conditions are fine overall. You're in the car with me right now. One of the benefits of having an electric vehicle is, as a matter of fact, okay, bro, calm down. This guy's driving like a madman. All right, one of the benefits of having an EV is I just saw massive pylons outside of the gas stations. People are panicking and purchasing as much gas as possible. And guess what? You know who don't need that? The EV bandit, that's who. That's who. Okay, this is not the best. Let me tell you, the back roads are treacherous. The back roads are treacherous. There are a lot of people who are not necessarily abiding by the standards of the traffic laws. This area is entirely blacked out. That's why there's no traffic lights. Okay, that's what's going on. I was wondering what the hell was going on and why there aren't any lights here, but it seems it's because, oh wait, there's a house with lights on. EV supremacy, baby. Every time I see an EV on the road, I honk at them. I'm like, yo, what's up? What's up, big dog? I got you. You got me, I got you. Okay, not Teslas though, because that guy had a Tesla and he was driving like a madman. You can't see anything right now, but I'm about to pick up Will and Caroline and Farlito in approximately a second. People are driving in a very panicked state, which is not unique to Los Angeles. I feel like it's not that unique that Los Angelinos are driving like assholes, because they always drive like assholes. Whoa, what was that? Alrighty. Okay, lots of cars on the road, bumper to bumper traffic on the way back to my place, but seemingly noticing that there isn't any traffic on the way to the fire. I'm noticing this. Noticing that there's no traffic on the way to the fire. So that's good. That's not bad. It's a good thing. Ooh, I'm seeing the helicopters. You'll get better visibility once I pick up Will and Caroline. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give him a little call here. Hey, I'm outside of Astro Burger. Where are you?
Will, we're right outside the 7-Eleven because Will's grabbing a water.
Okay, I have hella waters. Don't worry about it. But also, do you know where the car wash is in the Astro Burger? I'm right there.
Okay, the car wash in Astrover. Yeah, let me get
There's a cop car passing us, or trying to pass.
Oh, I hear it. Okay, hold on. I'm a little bit turned around right now. Let me see. What street is it?
It's right outside of Plummer.
Oh, we're a couple blocks past Plummer.
Oh, you went in the opposite direction. You went more west.
Yeah. I told you we were walking west.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, there's a fire truck. Hold on. I'm gonna bust the Yui here, but there's a fire truck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for the fire truck to leave.
Yeah.
So that I can.
We're at Kirsten now. We're like 2 blocks past Bang.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Okay,
yeah, I can hear the. Can you hear him now? I see the ambulance.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, you just heard the ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm cutting in. Okay. All right, I'm on my way. I'm passing Gardner right now.
I know, baby. Come here.
Okay. Let me see if I can. So you're at the 7-Eleven outside of like DBA, old DBA.
Yeah.
Like next to Mammy's Italian Kitchen or something?
Let's see what we got.
That decadent Italian dining spot?
There's a big fucking truck that's blocking everything, but it's like
it's the 7-Eleven outside of old DBA, right? Like Doheny. Or not Doheny. What's the Fuckboy Lounge?
Just if you're on Santa Monica, it's like 2 blocks west from Plummer. So just stay on Santa Monica.
Yeah. It's the. Wait, what is it? What street is it?
Okay, Tootsie Boy.
Bar Lubitsch? Bar Lubitsch? Past Bar Lubitsch? Oh, more ambulances passing by. Wait, I think I must be right near you guys.
It's Kirsten. So if you see like Speedway.
Hold on, it's not showing me where Will's exact location is, so I can't exactly find it. Hold on.
Hey, Hassan's like right there. Wait, will you talk to him? Hold on.
Oh, I see you. I see the truck. I'm right outside in front of the truck. I found the 7-Eleven.
All right, we're coming over. I see you.
Okay, perfect. Oh shit, I'm blocking traffic right now.
Pull up a little bit.
I'm gonna pull up.
Pull into that little, yeah.
No, there's a Bronco coming out of the garage right now. Yeah. Oh shit. Is it not working? What the hell? All right, there it is. Here, you want me to pop the truck?
Yeah.
One second. Do I pop the truck? Okay. Trunk's popped.
Get in, Caroline.
Alright, you got it. Good.
Hello. How are you guys feeling? Traumatized a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh damn, it's got that nice smoky scent outside.
Are you streaming?
I am, yeah.
You're absolutely insane.
I'm an insane person. Anyway, let me put this here. We're good.
We're good.
Everything's good.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Thank you for coming to get us.
No problem. Okay.
Okay, unfortunately, I left my Pokemon cards, so we're gonna have to double back.
Okay, you got it. No, that's not a problem.
There's a lot of rare slabs in there, Hassan.
When we were initially evacuating, I was like, okay, hurry up because everyone's gonna be trying to go, so only bring what's important. And this motherfucker grabbed his Pokemon cards.
Yeah, there's a lot. Listen.
Whoa, chill out. People are driving extra crazy. I'm just gonna let you know.
It was apocalyptic when we were walking from where we had to leave, where we were.
Y'all smell like a
smoke cloud.
Oh, dude.
But it's like cool. It's like cozy.
No.
You smell like a cozy fireplace.
Dude, I don't know if our building's gonna.
survive it, it'll be fine. I think it's gonna be all right.
Thank you, Fire Warden.
Yes.
Oh,
It's gonna be all right.
Smoky Bear.
It's gonna
the
be all right.
Turkish
What are
Smoky
these guys
Bear.
doing? They're just waiting with their luggage on the corner of the street.
There were so many people who did exactly what we did, and they were like, okay, we're walking.
Yeah, we pulled in an auxiliary spot in our building and just booked it.
Honestly, better to be able to pull it into an auxiliary spot and book it on feet and then get picked up rather than, you know,
Yeah.
have the car be left
in
the side of the road.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but those guys who were it was starting to get crazy because somebody had just left their car.
Yeah.
And it was blocking.
That's what I said. I was like, that's why I said look outside, because I feel like there's probably a car, like there's probably somebody who just like left their car.
I feel way better now though, because Turkish Fire Marshal Hassan Piker told us it's probably going to be chill.
Okay, I'm not the Turkish Fire Marshal. Murad is the Turkish Fire Marshal.
Murad
and
called
he,
us.
yeah,
He did. He's so sweet.
As soon as I saw the running can, I was like, you guys gotta get out of there.
Well, it was crazy because I was like looking at all the fire stuff, and I was gonna go live in about 5 minutes, and then I got a text from my friend who lives about half a mile from us, more in the hills, and she was like, we're evacuating right now. Look outside. And so I went outside, and Will was streaming.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, babe, we might need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And this is before they had called, official evacuation. I was like, we need to go, because if they call an official evac, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here. And so then I was like, okay, let's get our stuff and let's go. And then when we were leaving our building, was like doing the thing where people who are gone but have their cats and stuff, they were like, okay, we need to get into like this apartment because so-and-so's cat is there.
Go. I don't know.
Because, everyone had to evacuate.
Is Farley nervous?
Oh, he's so distressed.
Hassan, he just ran out of a burning building.
He's fine. He's gonna be all right. Farley,
Farley, you hear that? Turkish Fire Marshal Hassan Piker
first of
says
all,
you should be okay.
Okay, listen. I think Farley's gonna be a lot more nervous when he has to share space with a
Farley,
behemoth.
what's worse? Do you know who you're going to go hang out with?
with a behemoth that uses him like a chew toy.
Yeah, that's true.
Farley's gonna be like, please give me back to the fires.
Please drop
send
me
back.
directly into the hell pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. This is like anything going west or anything going south right now is crazy.
When we were still waiting to try to get out of the garage, I ran out to the main street and I asked people, I was like, how long have you been sitting in your car? And they're like, 30 minutes. So I came back, I was like, okay.
That's the beauties of car-reliant infrastructure, baby. But here, like I was saying earlier, listen, we might not have the longest range. We might not have chargers readily available everywhere, but EV supremacy, ain't nobody's panicking waiting outside of a gas station right now. There are so many cars. Half of the pylons here are just bumper to bumper traffic waiting to get into a gas station so they can fill up their cars.
Are you doing an EV plug right now?
Yes, I am.
Well, do you have that water? Where'd it go?
Caroline, I gave it to you.
It's somewhere.
We're on the
I
grid.
put it in, oh, here it is. It fell in my bag. It's so crazy how fast it happened.
Yeah, no, I know.
So after my friend texted me and I went outside, I was like, Will, we gotta go. Then suddenly I started getting a flood of, like, you texted, and I got so many texts and calls, and everyone was like, hey, because I guess it was on the news at that point. My parents are they're on a trip together, but they're somehow not together, so they have been individually calling me. I was like, aren't you on a trip together? Like, I'd be on the phone with my mom, and then my dad would be calling me. I'd be like, Mom, I gotta go. And then I'd answer my dad's call, and then my mom I'd be like, Dad, I gotta go. Mom is calling again. I was like, aren't you guys in the same place? Can you please just join together so I can update you both at the same time? Hi, TT boy.
I still, in my mind, believe that this is all because Lovely got Platt. I think he opened up a new layer of hell.
This is the timeline that wasn't meant to exist.
I think that he broke something. He broke something. He disturbed evil forces.
Yeah. If
that
Cutie gets Platt, then
okay, no, we have to stop her. We have to go to her house right now and stop her.
The tides might shift.
No, Platt. How about gold? Or,
okay. Well, we don't have to kick her while she's.
Okay. How about silver?
Okay. Wow. She made silver. She's in silver 3.
Oh,
2.
that's devastating. Oh no. Okay, it makes sense.
Check the weather patterns.
It's making sense. It's making sense. Balrog from the deep crevices of hell.
God, I really do smell like just straight up ash and smoke.
It's gonna be not so funny when we also have to evacuate my place.
Yeah,
but so far we're good. So far
we're walking to Wubby's, baby.
So
Wubby,
far,
get a bed ready.
So far we're good.
Bro,
we're gonna be fine.
It's one of those things where you don't think that it's gonna be you, and then it is. Right? Like you're paying attention to the news and you're seeing everything, and
I'm
then
sorry.
suddenly,
I burped.
ew.
Son, we just evacuated that.
Okay, I hate you.
Son, please. Please. We should have walked. I knew
You know what? Well,
fart car.
we're walking.
This is not the fart car. That's the other car, and it's not really a fart car. It's just an old car. Sometimes they smell like that. It's a distinct Toyota Camry 2010 smell.
It's your ass.
No,
It's what your ass
it's
smells
famous. It's a famous Toyota.
It's falafel and Turkish delight. I know that smell.
It's fine.
Oh God,
it's falling apart. It's a famous, distinct smell from the Toyota Camry 2010 Sport Edition with the V6. You don't know about it because they don't want you to know about it because no one would buy the car if that was the case. Okay, that's what it is. Oops, I'm blocking the road.
Hang on, my aunt's calling me.
Oh Jesus.
Hey, Aunt Gay, we're okay. We got evacuated. We're okay. Well, yeah.
You think I'll get pulled over for riding on the bike
We're
lane?
okay. All right, I think we're like 5 minutes away. All right, bye.
Yeah, it's also like that thing when there's crazy events happening where people just are losing their minds. So as we were walking, there was shit going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like LA is already pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And then when you're,
Yeah. It honestly, at one point, it felt seriously apocalyptic with the smoke everywhere. We could see the flames, and people were like screaming at each other. Like,
it's wild.
Yeah.
That area near Runyon Canyon is I was trying to explain to the chat, like that is a very densely packed area full of, it's like having a massive wildfire in like Central Park near apartment complexes.
Yep. Oh yeah, I know, Farley. I know, baby. So one of my friends, Will, texted, and I was like, yeah, Will and I are okay. We're walking right now. She's like, did you bring your dog? I'm like, no, we left him.
Yeah, someone in my chat was like, oh, Hassan, you need to evacuate, but please don't forget Kaya when you evacuate.
No, I was actually going to, they're fine.
Man, they want you to bring Kaya to Japan. Yeah.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
No, dude. What?
Oh my God. We've lost you to the trains.
I'm just saying, that would be sick. It would be kind of sick.
No. No part of it. At no part were you correct in your answer.
Are you looking at the updated maps to see if like this?
Yeah, I am.
Tell me if we also, the area that we're in also somehow
so
get in.
So far, fine.
It's not even in the secondary evac zone yet.
It's
so
not. It's okay.
I haven't been too worried. Okay, bro.
Yeah, see?
Oh my God, what a fucking asshole.
This is, and we're, what, a couple miles from...
That's
like imagine how crazy people were acting right around there.
Like that guy could have killed somebody.
Yes, remember that Jeep that was just going like
100?
100 miles an hour?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get us off these roads
Please.
and take the back roads because this is wild here.
Yeah, I'm already feeling not super duper. Farley is just, I know, I forgot your medicine, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bubba's.
What medicine does he take?
His anxiety medicine.
He has I might have some leftover.
Oh, really?
Is it Trazodone?
Yeah.
I have Trazodone, but it's like probably big for him. It's for
I'll
Kaya.
read the dosage and
I have gabapentin and Trazodone for Kaya from her surgery.
Oh, baby. How was her surgery?
It's fine. You'll see. Oh, you'll see. She's recovering a little too good.
She got spayed?
Yep. And got a gastropexy too.
Oh, is that like a gastric bypass?
Yeah, because she was too fat.
What?
No, it's because big dogs get their stomach turned over, and it's a major cause of death.
Right.
For large animals in general, apparently.
Is she gonna put her on dog Zempic?
Yeah. No, that's what I'm going with. I'm like, oh yeah, it's like big dogs need to get it. Apparently, it turns out it's not that at all. I just want her to be skinny.
Well, if we want her to fit in Japan.
Yeah.
I don't think no amount of losing weight is going to cause her to fit me nor her in Japan. We're staying the extra days, right?
Brother, I just evacuated a house.
Yeah, but Japan's not on fire.
Hassan, I swear to God, ever since you took that autism test, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I feel like it's gotten
something
worse.
has happened.
I feel like somehow your neurodivergent is growing. You're becoming more neurodiverse. You're like a college pamphlet, how neurodiverse you are.
But we love you. Thank you for picking us up all the same.
No, of course. Also, you can use the second PC if you want to stream, Will. I know you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, if you want to stream, you can stream as well. I'm just saying. Okay. Or we can watch Lord of the Rings, Two Towers,
Cut.
Extended Edition.
Can we watch Nosferatu? He sucked the booby.
Wait, is that available already?
I don't know.
No, I don't want to watch it. I already watched it.
But he sucked the booby.
Yeah, but unless you want to see his prosthetic penis.
Do tricks on it.
I just watched The Apprentice.
Bounce on the dick. 1.
I'm down to watch a movie.
3 bounces.
Farlito.
All right, I'm gonna swap it over.
I feel so.
And then we shop it down to single digits overnight, early morning hours. And we can see how it shows up on our map, how these winds are still strong in spots, but coming down somewhat. But we're going to watch for those purple and red areas. Those are your stronger winds. Again, you can see the motion. Again, that southeast, northeast profile of that Santa Ana wind condition still running through Pasadena. Stronger winds up there to the north of that, blowing towards Pasadena area. And we can see here towards Riverside, San Bernardino. Again, those winds, those pockets of 50, 40-mile-per-hour winds are still prevalent in the shots all over Southern California. That's why that red flag warning I showed you. Now, as far as the air quality is concerned, as you might imagine, around that fire zone, especially around Pasadena, look at that. That's unhealthful air for everybody in the red, and so that's really a concern area. So, man, as best you can, stay indoors. Don't get outside if you don't have to, and just really be wild. Now, here's what's shaping up for us. We got this reason for all these winds. That low pressure to our east and our south, right next to this ridge of high pressure, you get those gradient winds. You kind of squeeze out those winds there, and that's what really ramped things up for us here with this Santa Ana event. Although now we're on the back side of it somewhat, but still all these areas, especially you see those reds and yellows, right there, you're going to see it pop up again by tomorrow at noon. So we're not quite done with this yet, and we can see them really ramp up through the afternoon, evening hours tomorrow. So please do not get very comfortable here, because those spots, still the fire areas and all around, we can still see it being really strong. So here's how it's setting up now. Accurate the 7-day look. So still those winds, the fire danger there for LA Metro and Orange County through tomorrow. Temps in the 70s. We start cooling down for the weekend. A little more of an onshore flow as sea breeze comes back, so we see things kicking in. But next week, we're looking at another concern with winds and low humidities back in play. As far as our valleys, Inland Empire, same idea, where temps are seeing that 70s range for Thursday and Friday, cooling down for the weekend. So fire danger still a concern for a couple of days here. A slight break for the weekend, and then again, cautious next Monday and Tuesday. More winds ramping up one more time. Beaches are going to have that fire danger still in place, certainly next couple of days. That offshore flow is strong. And then we go more of the onshore flow to cool it down somewhat Saturday and Sunday. But we're going to watch the winds kick up again to start next week as well. Mountain spots, certainly the winds are very strong there. There's mountain passes going 40, 50 mile per hour winds for a couple of days. Nighttime temps just really cold, teens and 20s there. Somewhat mild weekend, and then the winds back in play again next week. Same thing for the high desert. We're going to go 60s for the highs. Palm Springs, low desert in the 70s, but those winds also strong Thursday and Friday. Somewhat subsiding on the weekend, and then back in play next week once again. All right, David, Colleen, it's yours.
All right, Danny, thank you very much. Well, we're still following the Eden fire. That one really was dramatic last night. Leanne Suter, she's back on it. She has the latest details from Altadena.
We're going to try to give you guys a better idea of the extensive damage that we're seeing here in Altadena, and the best way to do it, we feel like, is to try to drive through it and show you some of what we're seeing. We're starting on Olive Avenue, just south of Altadena Drive, and right away on this corner, one of the first homes we see as we head down. The camera's gonna be moving a little bit as we drive along. Photographer Brian Miller is gonna try to show you some of them. Here's another house after house across the street as he moves. Here we go. Again, it's just home after home here in this neighborhood of Altadena, and it continues. It's hard to even count how many there are, and it goes like this for blocks. It's a scene that we have seen repeated time and time again in Pacific Palisades, but here in Altadena, much of the same. Again, here, more houses that are down. You can see some of the telephone lines that are down, and I see some residents starting to come out. And this way we're looking more homes that are down. I'm gonna see if we can make it this way and show you some of the homes. I know that there's an area here that was completely one of the streets.
All right, I'm back. We're back.
Looked like, I wanna make sure we clear everything and we're not in any danger with any of this stuff.
Holy moly, we're back.
All right, here we go. This is, again, we just turned on to another side street and you can see all of this damage.
Sorry that there wasn't best footage possible there
lost here. And
when I was driving and stuff, but I didn't have a second hand to.
That side we turn over here. Here's Wagner
I didn't have a second
Court.
hand to
Again,
point the camera or whatever.
There's more people. Let me see.
Arrow 55, thank you for the 50 bones. Goddamn. It's fine. We now know you have a fart car. It's not a fart car. It's not. It's not. The other car is a fart car, and it's not a fart car. It's just a normal part of the way that car smells. Okay, it's just an old car. Old cars have a smell like that. It's not a fart car. Anyway, we're good. We're good, I think. And yeah, that's it. We're good. We Will and Caroline and Farley have successfully evacuated from their area. Hollywood Hills is also on fire. How are you guys? I'm not in the hills, so I'm fine. We're gonna check in to see what the updates are on the latest. Bro has an EV car and fills it up with a different kind of gas. Okay, really funny, guys. Really funny. That's not funny. I'm lying. Chuck Dice, thank you for the 25. Alexandria Tonella, thank you for the 10. Houses near 101 are about to light on fire. Look at my message for the better link. Do we have Adrian Dittman's alt? Do we have a live update? I would like to see. I would like to see if there's you're not in the hills. Why are you broke? Excuse me. This is part of the reason why I'm not in the freaking hills, dude. You can't be out here being like, yo, you're not in the hills. What a hell.
Location for us to look at.
Guys, we've got some great news. A fire engine from Santa Monica Fire Department showed up and they put out the flames of this home. Not only that, but they saved the home next door. So where this was fully engulfed just a short time ago, the flames are almost entirely put out. Nothing.
This is one of the last images that the UC San Diego cameras captured before it went offline. Jesus Christ.
Of that imminent
the Topanga Canyon camera has some crazy imagery.
Cleared. Firefighters are now cleaning up. They're wrapping up their hoses, and you can see another firefighter coming out from between these two homes here. This is such great news, and what looked like it could have been yet another disaster has been averted. Great work, and this is.
Am I crazy, or is it wild to me that people are like, there is a limited number of hands readily available to help people, and in that situation, like, there's still cops that are, instead of working on recovery and relief efforts, they're literally working on like defending homes from freaking looters. Like, I feel like that is genuinely a crazy situation. We gotta make a collective effort to restore California's wildlife. This is so devastating. Prayers for all affected. Yeah, cops are out there shooting the fires. That's what they're doing. Anyway, Fox 11 still has heli above the Hollywood fire. Let's take a look.
In November, it was one fire to focus on primarily. Here we have so many fires across the area, and even those fires, and Alex, you mentioned this earlier, it's like the Sunset Fire. It's not like it's one spot. It's just several, like a cluster of fires kind of in a general area. I can't imagine how they strategize going about this, but I will say
the face house on our about to burn down. This dude Black Bank's getting a sprayed on hairline.
To air attack these over the course of the night tonight. We'll head back to you.
Saying that, we're seeing a live water drop, so great timing there. Adam, thank you for such a thorough report and forecasting. That was Ed Laskos there on your screen for a moment, but we want to give some new information about the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. Just a couple of things. The mandatory evacuation now includes the Dolby Theater El Capitan Entertainment Center and the
That's an L for Black Boy Max. That's why, listen, I knew, okay, you want to know what the real old head content heads look like? L for Black Boy Max. Let me tell you why, okay? I knew that there was a point today where I would have to potentially evacuate, okay? And I knew because I am a freak, I have my remote desktop set up, ready to go, locked and loaded in the car. And I have not one, but 2 backpacks, one with 4 modems and one with 8 modems, ready to let it rip. I used the new backpack, the 8 modem backpack, when I was going to pick up Will this time around, okay? Because I knew that the escaping of the fire would potentially make for decent content while I'm also, trying to make sure that my family is safe. Max tried streaming his evacuation with an Android but lost connection. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like a machine over here. Anya needs to knock some sense into your content brain. Okay. All jokes aside, I am very safe. Okay. I'm very safe. Like in terms of, I would never actually jeopardize any of, my loved ones for stupid stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. A machine, no empathy. How am I no empathy when I'm the hell? That's a dedication to the trade. Exactly. All I'm saying is I set it up ahead of time. So I knew that if I had to leave instantly, I could still continue filming the journey. You think, but you don't want to be walking on the highway. Okay. But I have a very low amount of stuff that I need to bring around. I'll bring with me. So it's fine. Your fans are taking you seriously again. It's so stupid, dangerous, because burnt house material is so full of everything you should never breathe, ever, ever. Stop woke scolding the young ones. Bro, you need to be safe, not get a clip. Sometimes a clip is more important than the safety. Okay? Sometimes.
I'm looking at all the fires and my heart just breaks. I'm literally in tears. It's apocalyptic looking out here and seeing everyone looking out.
I gotta go pee real quick.
Fires on the hillside, and we have over 100 beds ready right now. I mean, literally all night long we'll be there at the desk, ready to take anybody in. 2301 Bellevue Avenue, Los Angeles, California. I mean, we're just here to serve. We've been here for 30 years, and I've never been more heartbroken. I've never been more saddened to see. I can care less about the fact that I've been displaced. Really. I'm in my office and my family, my dogs, everyone. I'm looking at the fire and watching you guys, and I'm just in absolute tears. And all we want to do is provide solutions. And we got great old hospital rooms that we use for all of our volunteers that come, in the summer to serve. But it's already ready to go. We got 3 meals a day, showers, room, everything. We just want to love on LA and take in anyone that's in need and just be there for this city that has just been so kind to us. And hopefully we've been kind in return. But we're ready, we're able, we're willing. We have the infrastructure in place, and we're ready to go.
Pastor, sorry, are you saying that you yourself are an evacuee as well?
Yeah, I'm by the Altadena fire. I've been without power for 30 hours or so, and so I'm kind of the displaced, helping the displaced, but that's kind of the LA spirit.
Yeah, and your home is okay as far as you know?
So far. You never know with these winds changing, but so far so good, and I'm just here, and really all my eyes are all on the mission right now, and that is just kind of being there for such a time as this. And I'm just looking at I can't believe I'm seeing this hillside right now. It's absolutely stunning.
Let's talk about that because, this fire not all that far from you. Are you worried that you may have to evacuate the Dream Center? Any indication of that?
Not yet. I can't imagine it getting this far, but I think it could. I mean, I think all those things are out the window now, the way these things are flying around. But we're going to stay here as long as we possibly can. We're going to push the envelope as long as we can to be here for people until we're kicking and screaming out of here because we were born for this day of adversity, and we were born for this season, and we just, feeding people all day today, 9 to 5, coming by because people, can't go to work and losing a little bit of extra income and offsetting it by going to our food line that's open from 9 to 5 every day and just giving groceries. So it's the best thing we could do is just throw every resource that we've had over the 30 years. The LA has allowed us to have by their kindness and generosity and just making ourselves available. There's no, like you, 20-something hours a day on the air. There's no clock pushing or anything like that. There's no punching in and punching out. It's just it's all hands on deck, all hours of the day, all the time.
You know, we've been in touch with one of your colleagues, Clint Carlton, who had reached out to me when we first needed evacuation centers and said, hey, the Dream Center's open. So we have been providing that information to our viewers now for well over 24 hours. Did you, in fact, see some evacuees from any of these fires? Have you taken some in thus far?
Oh, yes, we have. We've taken many in. We've had one family lost their entire house. They came in. They lost everything. We've had individuals come in. We have people calling now. I mean, I really believe by tomorrow, all 108 of those beds will be filled. And the good thing about it is we'll just be there for them however long it takes. That's the whole Dream Center. We give people the luxury of time to really take their time to rebuild their life properly. And so it's, I think reality is setting in. The first few hours it was a little slower, but now day two, we're getting tons of calls. People are coming in now like crazy. Reality is setting in that maybe they just might not be able to go back for a while or come back to anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, if people want to help or get more information on what you guys do, it's dreamcenter.org.
Hey, Farlito.
If you can donate, it's a great way to be able to help people as well.
You can pull the chair
we
over
love
if you
what they do and endorse what they do. Pastor Matthew, and if you want to say that address one more time as well for people that may be desperate for a place to come to right now.
Yeah, it's 2301 Bellevue Avenue, Bellevue, Los Angeles, California, and people are right there at the desk right now ready to receive anyone who comes in immediately.
Is DoorDash still working? I don't know. I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm not brave enough to try. Okay, I feel like that's a wild thing to do at this moment. You know what I mean? Hey, hey, surf, brave the treacherous terrain for me, please.
Give me 5 minutes. I just
In the midst of all of this, yeah, it's not Kaya that's being a menace. Farlito is also being a menace right now.
He's, you know what? He's traumatized. Okay?
That's true. Did you look up the trazodone? It's on the counter if you want it.
Will? Okay.
For love for this city.
I just want to see.
Thank you very
I'm just
much.
looking at the updates.
Kaya has not Kaya, sorry. Farley has anxiety.
Who doesn't?
Yes, Marlon, it's interesting. Y'all were talking about world-famous Hollywood, world-famous Malibu here, also feeling the blunt of this firefight. We are on PCH up on the bluff. There's one of the many fires through Malibu, through the Palisades. We are on the western end of the Palisades, right near the line with Malibu, right below the Getty Villa. Kind of get your bearings on where we're at here. Several homes on that ridge have been burning the last couple of hours.
All right, they're showing Malibu. Show us Hollywood, man. Where is Hollywood?
That is Lecco Lane and Porto Marina Way, if you're familiar with it. And there's a home. Actually, it's a very large 3-story condo building to the left of where you see the flames. It's in darkness now. The power's been cut off there. But we see some of those engines over driving around, a lot of red flashing lights. They're trying to save that building as the flames are getting dangerously close on the eastern side of that flank of the fire. They've already lost, by my count, about 3 or 4 homes there in the last hour and a half, as many of these active fires continue to burn in the Palisades. We say structure protection up there, but we don't know if they have any water. Remember at that press conference a couple of hours ago, the head of LADWP saying the 3 large water tanks they depend on here in the Palisades, she claimed, were full to capacity as the fire broke out. But then
basically evaporating off the Pacific Ocean and moving inland. And right now, that is one of the ingredients that we need to help the firefighters and the water dropping helicopters and the Phos-Chek dropping, so that we increase the moisture and, of course, the vegetation, more importantly. It's still very, very dry at the surface, so it's going to be a long haul to actually get there, but at least that is a sign of improvement. We're going to see more of that tomorrow afternoon, but unfortunately tomorrow late afternoon, early evening, it looks like we are going.
Oh, this one? Yeah. Dude, look at this. Sunset Fire caught its first home, and it appears a resident came out of the home, extinguished the flames, and CBS filmed it all live.
Oh my God.
Dude, imagine
what?
Imagine your balcony is on fire and you just like bust out with a fire extinguisher. I mean, I got one
I'm
over
trying
there.
not to imagine my balcony on fire. I have one here.
Yeah, I have one back there.
A little baby fire.
We'll be fine. Please stay safe. There's a... Wait, what? There's a threat on West Hollywood now? No, there isn't. What are you talking about? Runyon Canyon is on fire. I've never seen anything like this. Born and raised in LA, all of West Hollywood and Hollywood is now under threat. Yeah, Hollywood is West Hollywood's under threat. Why? Because that guy said it. Yeah, I'm good. I think we're gonna wait on official confirmation. Considering that where I'm at right now is not even a secondary, in a secondary evacuation zone where like you need to prepare for evacuation. I'll be all right. A guy said it at 6 p.m. on Twitter. So also the problem that area is like both Hollywood and West Hollywood. That's why people are saying that. Hollywood is massive and West Hollywood is massive. Hey, Farlito.
Is that right now or?
Yeah, there's just aerial views and
live?
stuff. Wait, this is kind of funny. I just realized. Yeah, LA reporters on the ground during live shots are increasingly discussing themselves and the difficulty processing the fires, making comments about that fire's near my family, so I'm paying really close attention to that one. It's been 2 days of this. It's just a lot. Yeah, it's really interesting when it's your home. Yeah. Those very same war correspondents, when they go to Gaza, well, they don't go to Gaza, they go to Tel Aviv and talk about all of the, destroyed houses very differently. Now, of course, I still obviously have sympathy for people that are, directly in the crosshairs of this natural disaster. But I also have sympathy for, people directly in the crosshairs of another thing that is not a natural disaster, but a man-made form of violence, Israel's violence in Gaza. So that's just like really interesting to think about. Have you tried Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream zero sugar soda? What are you? Look at this. I'm literally drinking that right now. We were previously warning about the fire coming into the city via Santa Monica, or via the hills in Santa Monica. Now we should even be more worried about this new fire could come into the city via Hollywood and West Hollywood. Is very concerning, is what they're saying on ABC 7.
This is where the fire is right now. It is burning in this
They're
direction.
just saying,
if I expand out even further,
they're just saying in the worst case scenario,
Carson,
it might
right here.
seep
And look
into
at the homes
city
that are along Carson.
by way of the.
But let's say hypothetically, if this fire continues to burn in this direction,
yeah.
which is where it's
No,
going,
it's from
look at
earlier.
everything that's in its way from these big
probably worse
properties.
now.
But getting down to Carson, then you start getting into this massive amount of a populated area. And for perspective, we talked to you about Hollywood and Highland. I'm going to move the map over. Right over here is, let me expand out a little bit more. There's Highland, and Hollywood Boulevard is right here. So the fire is here. It's burning in this direction, and all of this populated area, Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, Highland Avenue going up and down, all of this could be in danger. Chris, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Was there public announcements about like fire risk in the days before the windstorm? Did somebody just not listen? Wait, what do you mean? They did say that there's going to be some really, there's going to be a lot of winds, which can open itself up to a risk of potential wildfires. But notice how everyone on television is saying this is historic. This is historic. This has never happened before. That's because this is historic. And that people did not suspect it ever to get to this degree. Normally, there are areas that are prone for wildfires. Okay. Every year during wildfire season, you know exactly which areas are have high risk of wildfires. View from behind the Runyon fire looking towards the city an hour ago. I cannot believe that we watched this when it was literally like this big.
It's insane how fast.
Like when it was a blip, the first thing I did was like, oh my God. Like the first thing I did was hit you guys up, and that was like it was like this much. And now a couple hours later,
it's because it's so fucking dry. It's so dry, and the combination with the winds, and it
was literally 2 small spot fires, and look at it now. This is from an hour ago too. Hassan, look at the Joe Rogan tweet from about a year ago about some firefighter claiming that this will happen because LA is too dry to handle this. It is insane. Yeah, I mean that's it's not a conspiracy. Ted texted me, "What's your plan?"
Nivison?
Yeah, ballin' tomorrow, brother. We were supposed to play basketball tomorrow morning.
Where?
At a park.
How do you do this?
I mean, it's just I played this morning. Why? I don't think
the air quality is terrible.
I know. I did.
I'm so serious.
I didn't realize that it was like that. I played basketball this morning, and it tasted like metal in my mouth.
Yeah, it is across Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Poor air quality. You're not supposed to go outside.
Okay, I'm not very smart.
No.
Like everybody knows this. I say it all the time. People don't listen to me when I say it. Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna actually play basketball with Ted.
Are
guys.
you kidding?
Yeah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not. I would like to. It depends on the wind conditions and where the fire is. Imagine if the wind moves the smoke away from where I'm playing basketball. Like, what are you going to do?
It is going to be so smoky tomorrow. It's all coming this way.
Yeah, women always shitting on your phone. True. Okay, I am kidding.
Yeah, you know
but
what?
I'll you know, it's more so like we're in a holding pattern. We're in a wait and see type situation. An evacuation center for a Sunset Fire has been opened at the Pan Pacific Recreational Center. Opened at Pan Pacific Recreational Center is now an evacuation center. Ladies and gentlemen.
See Slime's tweet where he's like, I'm gonna get arrested real quick so I can go fight these fires.
Oh, is he talking about? I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said I'm gonna go get arrested, incarcerated, so then I can go fight these fires.
Yeah. Here's a list of resources for shelter, animal boarding, free items, and distribution hubs. These places can also use donations, e.g. food, water, masks, and blankets. Oh, that's crazy.
All right, well.
You must ball tomorrow. What would LeBron do? LeBron would ball. LAFD says all fires in SoCal are 0%
LeBron would get on his
containment.
private plane and get the fuck out of here.
He would never do that. He would save Los Angeles. Just like he saved basketball. Just like he saved the sport of basketball, he would also save the city of Los Angeles.
All right, I'm gonna go to your mom. So just let me know if my place is on fire.
Okay.
Just keep an
I
update.
will let you know. Kai Cenat save us. Yeah, Kai Cenat's gonna save us with content. Caroline, you have
content
overtaken
is
as my
what
favorite
will save
podcast,
us.
formerly known as Fear Ann. You're
Oh.
stealing our audience. We're already suffering. What the hell?
Yeah, they want the.
This is a problem. You want to know why? Because we're not misogynistic enough. That's the issue.
Yeah,
if we were more
that's
misogynistic,
the issue.
we would never lose to women podcasts. We would never lose audience
You just have
members.
to give your opinions on pop culture, the misogyny.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep doing that.
Um,
That's my 5-head plan.
My mother's coming again, so
You're okay.
holler if there's.
I will let you know if your house is on fire. I promise.
Sunset fire yet again, and it looks like some embers.
This is from
may
25
have
minutes
hit a roof
ago.
there
4 o'clock.
for one residence. Could be an apartment. Let's go over to Gil Lavis. He's overhead in Sky 5. Gil.
Yeah, Mike and Cher, we're trying to get an angle on this. It looks like a fire on a balcony, possibly. Some of the embers got into a balcony, it looks like, or maybe it's a roof line. It's hard to tell. Actually, it looks like a balcony there that's caught on fire. This is off of Franklin and Vista, and that fire just kicking off just moments ago. We came around in an orbit and spotted it, and so that's the first structure that has caught fire here that we know of, and we're waiting to hear from the fire department if they are aware of it or not. We just started kicking off when we came around on that orbit, so that's a big concern for fire.
This is
Good news. The Sunset Fire is slowing down. Looks like it won't spread much more. There you go. See? No need to worry. No need to worry. We're all good. We're all good. You see that? I just don't understand why people don't just surround their homes with water to stop the fires like a moat, right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. See? Fire already on its way out. It's so last year, dude. Fire is a construct when you think about it.
And down to Sunset Boulevard.
Seems like
Absolutely,
basketball's
Courtney,
back
thank
on
you
the
so much
menu.
for
Let's
that
go!
update, and it is so good to see those water dropping helicopters, and for the water to make, look, 2 of them right there, to make it right on there. It's a very precise.
Hassan gets so manically positive in times like this. It's called Ultra Instinct, okay? My life is so boring and so the same every single time, every single day, that when there's a situation where I have to lock in and do stuff, it's like I get excited. Do not disgrace that term. You are remarkably chill for having a big fire like a few miles out from your house. I mean, it's fine. It'll be all right. Spot fires are still going. I know. I'm trying to maintain a positive. I'm trying to maintain a positive attitude throughout the situation because, you know, what are you gonna do? It's completely outside of my hands. It's completely outside of my power. There's nothing I can do. I can just only sit back and react to it and try to do my very best to, you know, improve my immediate circumstances. Sometimes that's the best you got. Sometimes it's the best you can do. This is what I meant. With these high wind fire events, we've observed fire jumping miles ahead of the fire line, like unbelievable fire behavior. These conditions are insane. Yeah. Breaking news. I saw on TikTok wood elves are doing this. Stay inside. Okay, I was going to go outside, but I think I'm going to stay inside now. Actually, that's not even a joke. I would go outside right now. Hassan, if you survive, Keizo said he'd do a gym collab. Shut up. Are you serious? That'd be sick. I watched a TikTok the other day of that one guy who like rates bodybuilders and stuff and like their bodies, and he was saying like Keizo might be a power lifter. He's got a power lifter build. Having defensible space around place helps firefighters save your places. What is this? Fox 11 newscaster was asked by a random man why the fire started, and his answer is sending me.
So the family with the poor little girl who was.
There's a fire happening right now.
Say that again?
Why is there a fire happening right now?
There are multiple fires that are taking place.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the news though. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, you know,
I think
winds.
it's all the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go. I got the,
That's right. He's like, and me, myself included, I'm about to go do some gay shit.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Gina,
That's amazing. Does this dude just ever shut the fuck up? What is this? Hey, at what point do we start entertaining the idea that this is an attack? Arson is a real possibility. Oh my God. We are so fucked, aren't we? Nah, we'll be fine. Nah, we'll be fine. Real men and women are out there fighting a fire. What the fuck are you doing except sitting at home with privilege, making millions from a tragedy? Dog, what do you want me to do? Learn how to fight the fires? Like, Chatter, what's wrong with you? It's literally in my ass cheeks. The fire is like one fart distance away from me. What do you want me to do? Fucking die? Why are you getting mad at me, dude? Learn to firebend, bozo. I did my very best. I had friends that were literally inside of the fire. I went and I picked them up with that Caroline chick. Okay, that's insane. They were literally in the fire, okay? Like they were in the range of the fire. They had to evacuate. You're mad at people who are that you're supposedly sympathetic to. What else am I supposed to do, bro? I can't fight the fire. I don't know how to fight the fire. If I did, I would. Is she 15? I'm 15. What? Ew. Why? Ew. I'm engaging with a guy with a pedophilia username. Out of all the usernames he could have picked out, he picked the one where he's like openly admitting to being a pedophile. What's wrong with me? Oh, brother, what's that, brother? Ugh.
Reservoir. It's a quick 2 or 3 minute flight. Once they get their water, they're back on scene, and it's making a big difference for the firefighters on the ground out here now. We're hearing that additional strike teams from LA County Fire have been set in to help the LA City firefighters on the ground here, as well as strike teams that are in place right now trying to get the fire.
Be careful, it's on face. Lacey says that people are robbing each other on the streets now, and it's the apocalypse in LA. I'll just say it like this. I don't think situations like this bring out the best in people, okay? I don't think that it's bedlam and people are just like robbing people, okay? But I will say that judging by, what I saw out there when I was driving around a little bit, it's definitely like Lacey said people are getting mugged on the streets right now. Yeah, people come together when it's time for recovery. While it's happening in the process, people are not great. If they're crazy on the road, it's worse on foot. No, it is really bad on foot. I know. Will was telling me. I think the situations like this bring out the extremes in people, both good and bad. Yeah. The one thing that's shocking to me is they actually move resources away from the rich people area to help to stop the fire in Hollywood. Yeah, there's so many more people in that area. Palisades is done. It's just done. It's over. Palisades is 75% of it is destroyed. What is this?
Is over the Sunset Fire yet again, and it looks like some embers may have hit a roof there for one residence. Could be an apartment. Let's go over to Gil Levis. He's overhead in Sky 5. Gil.
Yeah, Mike and Cher, we're trying to get an angle on this. It looks like a fire on a balcony, possibly. Some of the embers got into a balcony, it looks like, or maybe it's a roof line. It's hard to tell. Actually, it looks like balcony there.
Is it that one guy's house again, bro? This guy's house is slated to be, it's no matter what, he just keeps catching the embers, bro. What is happening? Or is that the same clip?
It's, caught on fire. This is off of Franklin and Vista, and that fire just kicking off just moments ago.
I thought it was the same house. Like, God hates this guy, man. The fire gods hate this man. They're just like, nah, dog, we're going to blow your shit up, okay? You've been bad, and I know. Final Destination house. That'd be funny if that was the case. I mean, it would be dark, but
It was orderly and respecting each other, but it took about 45 minutes to get out of the area.
my dad thinks the fires could have been started by Al Qaeda. I almost had a
I'm sure,
stroke.
of course, that you have a lot of friends, neighbors. Where did they go?
Dog, Al Qaeda is too busy literally controlling Syria. Okay, I feel like they got responsible governance and institutional development to worry about right now. They're too busy about that.
Scrambling and filling their cars. It really gives you that feeling of, intensity and scared. Scared.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jake.
I was just saying everybody was getting out as fast as they could. I'm not sure where everybody went, but.
Yeah.
All right. According to the LA Fire Department Helco overhead helicopter coordinator, the fire, the Sunset Fire that we're looking at right now, is approximately 50 to 60 acres. Okay? Libs of TikTok thinks the vaccine caused it. Don't you hate it when climate change appoints a DEI hire to run the fire department, gives away fire equipment to Ukraine, stops critical control burns, defunds the fire department, refuses to build more water reservoirs and store water, cancels fire insurance, mismanages forests and brush, and fires firefighters for refusing an experimental vaccine? Oh my God. I can't believe the DEI hire did so many things. It feels like she's a real upstart. You know what I mean? Like she was grinding. She was doing Sigma grind set. Except none of those things were the responsibility of the fire chief. You just literally slammed all of your personal... Like, can you imagine? The fire chief, the lesbian fire chief was like, finally, as the lesbian DEI hire fire chief of Los Angeles Fire Department, I can't wait to give away my fire equipment to Ukraine. Oh no, we're out of fire equipment. Like, is that what you think is happening in your world? What kind of manic, psychopathic shit is this? Yeah. Notice how she says Ukraine and not Israel, by the way, because if we gave all of our fire equipment to Israel, that'd be good. Bomb lefts predicted your valuable items 5 seconds ahead of time. A hard time when they come in here and realize that I have nothing of value. Like,
Dude, I'm running into his house and stealing the Zin towers.
Shadows be like, come on, bro, please.
He reads the worst shit, I swear to
unlocked."
God.
It's like, what are you going to take? My Zin towers and my, toys? You say you don't know how to fight the fire, but you know how to rake the forest? Yeah, everything was so much better when white men ran the country. Like, there were no big fires or anything like that when white men were in charge.
And there were several fire engines that were staging here. This is as you're going up the canyon. As you can see, the road gets steeper here, and the fire is just off into the distance. They're just basically beyond these homes right here. Now, the good news is this. Those fire companies just pulled out of here because it looks like fire department is getting on top of this blaze, the Sunset Fire. I want to take you, though, to some video captured earlier, just a chaotic scene as people were trying to evacuate Hollywood after authorities came in and said this is a mandatory evacuation. You should see those pictures now. People trying to get out of Hollywood after the police came in and said it is time to go. We know that 23 fire companies are here trying to get water on top of this fire. We've also seen hand crews from LA County that have been going up these winding roads and the steep...
Are you in a safe zone? No, I'm in a danger zone. I just like to live life dangerously.
From Sky 5, we've been seeing the water drops from helicopters. Just gridlock, though, in Hollywood as people were told to evacuate. Authorities came in and said, if you are in this area, it is time to get out and head south. Now, we don't have any reports right now of injuries, no reports.
Have you hiked Runyon before? Yeah.
Of any buildings, all these apartment buildings down here or homes at the base of the canyon suffering any damage or any ember cast, anything like that. But I can tell you it's just been a chaotic scene, especially with everything going on. And that it appears the fire department is making progress on this blaze is not only good news, but it's remarkable given how stretched thin firefighters are all throughout LA County, given all the wildfires that are currently...
Remember those from 9/11 who developed
terrain.
terminal cancer by breathing in copious amounts of particulate matter in the air? Yeah, maybe don't do that because you want to shoot some hoops. Brother, are you comparing me to people who were at ground zero? That's crazy, okay? And no, I'm not going to play hoops. Like, calm down. I was joking. Jesus Christ. I will say this. Maybe maybe even like it might be placebo, but even like going in that direction of where the fire was, it's like you immediately start getting a little heavy for sure. And I wasn't even in that area for that long. A lot of people were playing basketball near Ground Zero the day after 9/11. Chatters, even backseat your reaction to a natural disaster, man. Yeah.
As well as physically ensuring people have evacuated in some key areas, which are north of Franklin, from Fuller to Visla. And we want to ensure that that specific area within our larger evacuation zone, that specific spot is
I think they're saying that they might have it under control.
Firefighters are going door to door in that area.
Dude.
So that's going to include
And it
Camino
looks under
Palmero
control.
Street, which runs
I mean,
between Vista and
all
Fuller,
things considered,
in that one little
like-
pocket there that pushes right up against the canyon.
Yeah,
Yes,
Sky,
it would be,
I love you
everything
too.
in between there. We know there's apartment buildings, etc.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And this is obviously
He
just
is
one
so
part
jealous,
of our
dude.
larger
Probably so jealous. He
evacuation
hates
That's
zone.
crazy.
So we are in no
Hey,
way
chat, what's up?
saying that everybody else can stay put. If you're in the zone, please leave. Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset
Did you load up on
Boulevard
emergency
are full
dues
of
and sodies?
apparatus,
Dude, I
so
have-
Don't try to go east to west.
Like if
on
there
those
wasn't a
roads, just go
fire
south.
situation, but like any
Okay,
sort of
good to
situation
know.
that
Yeah, we
required me to
have
be
a
bunkered
reporter
up
that's
here,
there
I
on
could. I
the
have
Sunset.
enough. I have enough Mountain Dews to last me at least a 2-week period. Drinking at like a 10 dew clip a day.
I worry about you.
Recreation Center
Nah, dude,
on
we're
Beverly
good.
Boulevard
We're
is
good.
open and available as a shelter.
Margaret, you mentioned Hollywood High School as well earlier. Does that still
Oh my
stand as
God.
an evacuation
What?
center?
We're gonna have our first sleepover.
I know.
Should we
That
order a
didn't
pizza?
come from me. I'm not
Who's
sure
gonna deliver
who
the pizza?
provided you that. I know that I can confirm Pan Pacific Recreation
Can we get a
Center.
freezer
Okay.
pizza?
Great.
I mean,
so
we
there's
could-
at least
we
that.
could
know
walk
Hollywood
if the
High
store
School
is open.
available, from other sources.
We can
but,
walk somewhere.
Well, Margaret, you saw the
You
the
want to
gridlock.
watch
I know you've been watching these
Nosferatu?
images.
He sucked the booby.
It's
I'm
a
down.
double-edged
I'm down to
sword.
watch a
It's,
movie.
You know, people heeding the warning to get out, but at the same time,
Y'all
as
still
you can
recording for your end?
imagine,
Yeah.
a frustration.
I mean,
that
I
we
might
have
live
seen
in
so
Hassan's house
intimately
now.
of people
Yeah,
trying to
it's
get
gonna be
out
much easier for
of
him
other
to
fires as well
record
over
for
the
your
last
end.
24 hours plus.
I don't know about that.
Talk about the balance that's involved with trying to get out, even facing frustration in gridlock.
Yes, you know, we see
chat,
this in
I don't know if
many
Hassan gave you like
places when
a
there's
clear
massive
idea of what happened to
evacuation.
us.
Even when
but
they have, you know,
I was
more-
streaming and Caroline came in and one of her friends had messaged her and was like, "Hey, Caroline, there's a fire near our place. Their places aren't near our place. It's small right now, but we just wanted to let you know." Caroline came into my stream room and we decided like, all right, end stream, pack a few things. And like 10 minutes later, we had an evacuation notice. We were already like in the car, but we couldn't get out of our building because all of those streets are gridlocked. And like it was just madness. Like I had to park my car in like an auxiliary spot in my building because we couldn't even get out of the parking lot, and we just walked out.
Yeah, I told him. I told him walk south, and then I'll come. I was gonna get my mom to pick him up first, but I was like, I don't want to do that because she's immobile. Like,
and when we walked out, like we could see the fire. Like it was next to it. Like you could feel it, you could smell it. So we were like, oh shit. So we walked out.
Yeah, it's madness on the streets. It is like a movie on the streets. Like it is. From what I saw, and Will can speak to this more because he was literally walking on the streets, but like LA drivers are pretty bad in general.
Dude,
when there's not a fire going on.
My adrenaline was jacked. It was like Thunderdome. People were screaming at people.
Yeah.
Someone ditched a car.
It was giving Purge vibes. Cutie Hassan Rella, thank you for the 10 gifted. It was, we're good now, but.
Yeah, Hassan told me that my place was going to be fine, and he's the Turkish Smokey Bear. He keeps saying that. He keeps saying like no one knows fires like I know fires is what he said in the car.
What the fuck are you sending me? What? Have you seen Jamar Chase's 50K grill? What? That's pretty sick.
That's fire.
Yeah.
Man, look at me. You know what he did? Yes, sir.
Are those like placed in so they like grind your teeth so you can like put them on? Is that one of those?
Grind your teeth? No. They click in.
No, but sometimes they do that. Sometimes they like if you have like permas, you can.
He had a mold of his teeth taken in those click in.
Oh, Jason, let me look at Hassan's stream. Lol, what?
It's you? I don't know. Look at the news, Jay. Hold on, let me look at Hassan's stream. What's up, man? Nice to meet you, bro.
We were already like in the car.
I'm watching right now on Twitch. Hey.
Damn.
Yeah, that was not a newsworthy moment. I'll be real.
Popped up quickly.
This is crazy.
And within 5 minutes, he says it was about 10 times the size, and then
Man,
the
LA
entire
is really
hillside
getting
was
pissed on right
engulfed
now.
in flames
Yeah.
within 20 minutes. And
Fire
look,
department
he's
reporting they have a
panning
spot
down
fire
right
outside
there.
the
That
line
is
of the
Person
Sunset
Ave.
Fire at 2451 Nichols
He
Canyon
didn't
Road.
really know what to
Unknown
do.
as a
Like,
new
he's
start or
staying put
related
right
to the
now
Sunset
because
Fire.
He feels kind of like he's trapped.
It doesn't
but
look like it will
also,
get out of
he
control.
went
They're
back
going to get a
up
water
on- that's
drop,
from
and
his
hopefully that
roof,
will knock it down.
cable. It kind of feels
Immediately
like
someone
it's
goes, somebody's
dying
lighting
down,
these
as
fires.
John reported.
Dude,
It kind of seems a little more-
Dude, the conspiracies are gonna. Okay, first of all, you can laugh. Your house is literally about to be engulfed in flame.
I thought you said it was gonna be okay.
You're gonna be okay, but like,
I thought you said it was gonna be fine.
bro, if you're,
You told me it was gonna be okay.
My rule of thumb is if you're in the evac zone and you can taste the fire, you're allowed to make jokes about it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Someone literally was telling me in the chat earlier, like, "Oh, Mr. Socialist Man, all here, taking advantage of a tragedy. Why don't you go put out the fire?" Like, unironically, they were like, "Go fight the fire."
He wears Velcro shoes, chat. He can't fight the fire.
No, first of all, Marat wears Velcro shoes, and he's the only volunteer firefighter that we know. Okay, he is way
God
more
help
autistic
us
than me.
all.
He's way more autistic than me.
God help us.
Oh, did you see this one? This one was amazing. Santa Monica warden issuing parking tickets in the middle of a fire. You can see the fire in the background.
No.
Honestly, that's why you need the police. Not because of the revenue collection side, but because if someone catches you doing that, they're going to do something criminal.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so sad. I don't want to hear any conspiracies about this. My family and friends lost their homes. They're literally reduced to ash. I'm sorry about that, chatter.
I'm kind of in the same boat with you, chatter.
Kason's house burned down.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Bro, it took less than a day for your at least one consequential natural disaster prediction to come true.
God. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Dude, this is insanity.
You can let her out. They can play. They'll be fine.
Caroline's dogfighting.
Yeah. Find them on there. What? Wait, what? What? Why?
Noticing is the stark contrast between a building like this one and, say, the Pharmaca right next door. It's amazing. It's completely unscathed. And then we're on the other side of the street where there's a Chipotle, a Boca, an ice cream shop.
I'm losing my mind. My mom is
doctor's
inviting
office,
random
an
people to my house
eyeglass
right now.
store.
She saw some people
I have to go
on the
deal with
camera
this.
outside of your place, and she asked them on the intercom if they want to come in.
Engulfed in flames, and that's what a lot of the neighborhoods around here look like too. You have one or two homes that are completely fine, and then 2, 3, or 4 homes that are decimated. And people are understandably curious and concerned. They've been coming back to their homes today.
Who's the real socialist
A lot of
here?
young people have been devastated to learn that their family home is no longer. That's been a tough pill to swallow. You see a couple of the police cars coming down this way. It seems as though, they're just heading to these hot spots from one spot to another and doing their best to prioritize areas where they can fortify structures, where they can do structure protection.
Oh my God, there's
and
still
where they can
fire
save
going
homes.
inside
Obviously,
there.
a building like this one, this Chase building, is a total loss at this point. This is not something that they can save, but there are other areas and other homes that they are able to save. We caught up with an Army reservist who was just driving by. He stopped to talk to us.
I have to mention something. I'm a little disappointed that you left Tifa behind. I really thought
she's 250 pounds.
I thought that as far as your most prized possessions, your fuck doll would be a part of it.
If I didn't have to walk out, she would have come with us. But
it's an art doll.
She's right here.
It's an art doll. It's an art doll. It's an art doll.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You know what?
And get the Tifa. Yeah. Go sleep in the
apartment. You're gonna need it.
Elementary school, which is also burned. And this one business owner, he's really been a part of this community for a long time. He helped rebuild this area, Joey Galloway. And
do you want to give him the trazodone?
he was just so devastated to see it. He spoke to us. He lost some of his businesses, and I believe we have that sound.
It's next to the box with Kaya's food on the island. Damn. Should we enter Caroline into the raffle for merch since she needs some clothes? No, I think we're good. I'll give her some merch.
Speaking of merch.
Okay, so I think we're seeing some more VO of the devastation.
Yo, show them off. Show them off.
Once
Get up.
again, and
Let
Joey
the
was
people
just
see
telling
that.
us about the history.
Damn. New Will Neff merch coming out soon. Damn.
He is just hoping. He knows they're gonna have to start at ground zero.
If you're escaping a fire and you want to look sexy as hell, get some Will Neff merch. No, Will didn't save Per
To do
Vioda.
it for me here in Altadena. I'm Mary Beth McDade. We'll send back to you
Vioda's
guys
dead
in the
now.
studio.
All right, Mary Beth, thank you. We want to talk about the air quality because obviously it is unhealthy across Southern California, not just in the fire zones, but downwind as well. The unhealthy air quality.
The phase house is gone now too. Phase house about to burn, and I can't save any of my stuff. This shit is dead ass
You can see
scary.
the wildfire smoke. It's a mixture of small particles and gases and water vapor. And we all know about the burning eyes, the runny nose, the scratchy
Is it
throat,
actually
all
on
those
fire?
things
Like,
that
or are
can
they
come as a
memeing?
result of
With the
being
phase
around.
I
guys,
don't think they're memeing.
With the
man.
phase guys, I can't ever tell. Like,
I don't
are they clip farming or are they being for real?
I don't think they're memeing.
Dead ass. They're saying dead
the
ass.
hills are in trouble.
It's fine, but it's pretty close. Phase house should be fine. It's 5 miles north of the Sunset Fire. Wait, what, bro? Will's house is Will's house is in a way worse predicament than the phase house. If the phase house is like the same distance as
but
my house
My
from
thoughts
the fire.
and prayers are with FaZe. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
worried
right.
about. I'm not worried about my house.
Yeah, we're always worried about phasing up.
Yeah.
Oh man, is that what caused the fire? Will Neff new merch? True. Saving the streamer class.
Yesterday was sort of pushing out toward the ocean, so we avoided a lot of that initially, but things have begun to change.
Yeah.
The
as
phase
the
house,
smoke
it's really sinking in now. That's what it says almost in the
It's,
chat.
you could see it, the smoke from the Palisades fire pushing inland and to the Los Angeles basin, and so it kind of hangs over.
Dude, look
there.
at this. Look at this.
You have
Los Angeles County District Attorney Nate Hockman, DA, sent me this video from what used to be his sister's home. He's vowing to crack down on looters in LA. It's like, bro, like, ain't nobody looting that, okay? It's cooked. What are you talking about?
So I'm here in Pacific Palisades at the site of what used to be my sister's home. She's lived here for a while, a long time, with her family, and now
There's pill pockets in there, too.
This home, along with the homes in the street in this neighborhood, are just gone. I've been here for over 60 years. I've not seen devastation like this in my lifetime. I mean, you have to harken back to the 1990s when we were hit with the floods and the fires and the earthquakes and the riots to even get close to this. Now, I'm absolutely convinced that LA is incredibly resilient, and like it's done many, many times before, Angelenos will come back and build this back better than ever. But for the people who are thinking, the criminals who are out there thinking about taking advantage of this situation through looting or through scams.
You know what's crazy? Cops in this situation do actually have a utility aside from like relief efforts. They should be like managing traffic. They should be making sure that people are like evacuating in an orderly manner. They shouldn't be running around with their weapons being like, are there looters around? We should kill them. Like, what do you mean? What are we doing? It's bedlam out there. I ain't seen no goddamn cop on the roads trying to direct traffic or trying to stop people from eating each other alive. They're too busy hunting looters, apparently, in the midst of the fire. We're so one note, dude. Did you look at the dosage? Yeah. Okay.
Good boy. Good boy.
Or over the internet and preying on vulnerable victims. Let me make it quite clear what's going to happen. The DA's office, working with law enforcement, is going to arrest you. They're going to prosecute you, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. That's a promise.
Thanks, man. Like, houses are on fire though right now. Can you say something about that?
Indicator that
he's like, I can't be the district attorney for burned houses.
Down to actually allow for the sea breeze.
Critical fire danger will continue till Friday. You think there'll be trash pickup
here and there? Because
no,
we
right?
haven't had any of that onshore flow.
I don't think so.
I
mean, I'm just asking.
None. And that's
there
really
won't
important.
Be.
And as I mentioned, we are going to see some of those localized, stronger north to northeast.
I'm just thinking out loud. Okay, everybody calm down.
Friday. So
first, Austin asking me if there will still be gay parties when he visits, and now you ask.
You're officially in a red flag warning zone, I think. No, I'm not, dude.
In Burbank at 12, and even
Austin, because
13
he's
miles per
supposed to be
hour,
coming.
23, pardon me. This is going to be
This
in Ontario, and these winds are still out of
oh,
the
red flag
northeast
warning
and
just
Corona
means
out of
that
the east, so
you're
we're not
it
quite
just
done
means
with
like
those
you're
easterly
gonna get
winds
smoke and
just
shit.
yet. So we need to keep
It doesn't
that in
mean
mind and be
it doesn't mean it's
mindful
like a
as
secondary
we move through the
evacuation
next
zone.
few days. So I want to talk about some of the winds that we saw early this morning. Mount Lukens in the eastern end of the San Gabriel Valley saw winds.
Do we know where the
at 5
perimeter of the
o'clock
fire
this
is?
morning at 100 miles
What?
per hour.
Do we know where the
Magic
perimeter
Mountain
of the
Park
fire is right now?
I don't know. The media hasn't been talking about it, but hold on. Fires estimate? No, there was a second separate small fire on the hillside, 2400 block of Nichols Canyon Road, which is approximately 10 feet wide. Helicopters knocked down that fire and are moving back to the Sunset Fire. Red flag means there's conditions for a fire, high fire risk, but that doesn't mean there's a fire or that you have to evacuate. I thought red flag just simply meant that, be prepared, be mindful. You know what I mean? Red flag warning is in effect for much of Los Angeles. Like the entirety of Los Angeles is in a red flag warning.
We could go to Montana.
How are we gonna? We have to fly out. Fire
drive.
department's gonna shut down Nichols Canyon at Hollywood Boulevard. A lot of traffic in that area. Oh man. I think heaviest fire activities on the southwestern side of the fire, where helicopters are actively working. The fire on the eastern side is active flames within the interior, but the perimeter is holding well along a fire road with ground rescue resources in place. The heel of the fire has had its active flames knocked down with smoldering still on the interior. All info per Helco overhead. Helicopter coordinator with radio traffic. Dude, we got to move to Minnesota. That's what we got to do. That's like
have lost their lives in the Altadena area.
Rick Chambers spoke
Look
to
at this
family
water
members
drop.
of one of those victims.
She's back in the Palisades, and I understand that you have another structure burning.
boom. That's a 5 boom. That gets 5 booms on the rating. I think that's double chunk chocolate cookie style booms. I mean, look how that probably feels good as fuck for the forest. I'm just saying.
Yes, I can hear you. So the family with the poor little girl who was.
Yeah. Helicopters got to feel super relieved unloading all that water. Yeah, imagine you just carrying all that. It's like a big piss. Boom.
Your neuros are getting more divergent.
Nah.
That was a nice water drop that we just witnessed. Yeah, I mean, it's she's back in the palace.
Now would be a good time to buy that fixer-upper house in Japan. Yeah, if your house catches on fire, you can literally move to Japan permanently and buy that fixer-upper and live in it by yourself.
Yeah,
Hell yeah, brother. Come back to Minneapolis. Make sure you check in with Abdullahi. Terrorist state of Turkey continues to mercilessly kill innocent Kurds in Syria. Please cover Unk. Dude, my chat is so stupid sometimes. I swear to God. Like, we are literally in the ass cheeks of a major fire, and there's unhinged chatters in here being like, excuse me, can you please cover foreign policy right now? Fuck. We're 9 hours into the broadcast, dude. You made us like this? I did not make us like this. You can't say I'm responsible for everything, okay? I saw someone earlier wanting to cover something with Andrew Tate. Yeah. Sleep in shifts tonight, so someone's always watching the updates. Yeah, we'll be fine. Dude, I could be on fire. I could be evacuating as my house is turning into ashes in the rear view mirror, and there would be a chatter in here chirping about how I'm not doing it in a socialist fashion. Okay? There'd be one chatter being like, imagine running away from the fire instead of saving your house. Some of us are too poor, and we have to sit back and actually fight the fire with the waters that we have out of bottles because we're real rugged socialists. And then another person would be like, Hassan, the fact that you have not covered the ongoing genocide in West Papua New Guinea, it speaks volumes for your character and your lack of moral fiber. Like, I could literally be like trying to evacuate my mom out of a burning building, and there'd be chatters getting mad at me for doing it in a way that they didn't think it was appropriate. There'd be like LSF posts about it. Oh my God. What if, when evacuating, would you bring the queen or let her burn like the real one is right now? Yeah, she could meet the real one. Will and Caroline are welcome to evacuate in San Diego, but Hassan is not. Frick you, Hassan. What is this? The wind gusts are devastating, truly a hurricane of fire. That is nuts. Look at this.
And each one of those has the potential to spread a new blaze.
Whoa, are you getting defensive? Calm down. Brother, I brought up a hypothetical where someone is being manic and you're still getting upset at me in a joking manner. All right, anyway, I'm tired, dude. I'm tired.
Rivals.
No, I'm not playing Marvel Rivals right now. Yeah, let's go. Let's get some dinner. All right, guys. That'll be all for today on our Fire Watch. Okay, I'll be live tomorrow, giving you guys some updates.
I might be live tomorrow.
We'll be live tomorrow too. Anyway, we'll stay safe. Hopefully, the fire will not, continue growing. The Sunset Fire seems like they have a pretty decent handle on it. From my, it looks definitely not as hellish, not as nightmarish as it did before. So that's good. And yeah, on that note, thank you, Will and Caroline and Farlito, for coming and joining me on the stream. And we'll see you tomorrow. All right, everybody. Peace.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.